Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, distinguished panelists and guests. I'm honored to be hosting the session today on AI in the Chat GPT era that we face as higher educational institutions. And obviously, we're going to focus a lot on Chat GPT and GPT-4 in today's discussions. The AI era of ChatGPT is here upon us. There have been a lot of discussions around the positive impact of these kind of artificial intelligence tools, which has now become a part of our everyday lives, from virtual assistants to things like Siri and Alexa, to personalized recommendations that comes on social media platforms, to the advanced system used in healthcare, finance, and transportation, of course, in addition to education as well. Since November of the last year, there has been a tremendous amount of, I would say, anxiety and interest, both on equal par between educationists, students, and other policymakers as well. Higher education, as we all know, is dependent completely on assessing the learning process that we impart to our students in some form or the other, whether it's through examinations and assignments or projects. So the teachers are obviously asked to critically assess the learning outcomes and provide a justification as to why a particular person is better than the others. And so this has become a part and parcel of what is it that we are trying to deal with. Obviously, the integrity of such assessment is at stake right now with the evolution of artificial intelligence, machine learning languages, which is now called the new buzz is around GPT, which is the generative pre-trained transformer. The most popular one being ChatGPT or GPT-4, which is the new avatar of it. As well as other tools from other vendors as well. Obviously, these toolkits are ability to produce very high quality textual responses and questions posed to them, be able to write assignments probably worth, which is 5,000 words and 20,000 words long, and able to summarize that as well. And almost human-like. And so the question is obviously, how do universities and students face that prospect? And Sam Altman, who is the CEO of the creator of ChatGPT-4, OpenAI, that's the name of the company, has himself mentioned about the ills of such AI-generated engines to create disinformation and distrust in society. And he's pretty forthright in admitting that they are themselves trying to understand its limitations and boundaries. We as university administrators and we need to be understanding of these technology-led tools into our assumptions as we bring out our look at our environment. And we need to be realistic in how we can actually engage with these tools. Clearly, some of the thoughts processes around can we apply a blanket ban on these type of AI-led tools? Clearly, that has not worked in the past. It may or may not work in the future. So we need to be a little more thoughtful about this. On the other hand, the students are obviously pretty joyous in terms of seeing the tools of this nature. Seth Bergerson, a fellow at the World Economic Forum, who led the AI for Children concept or the project, he was mentioning to one of the news media recently that we call today's children as Generation AI. So the millennial generation now has become Generation AI because they are surrounded by AI almost everywhere they go, and AI models make decisions for them. They determine the videos they watch online and the curriculum in the school, the social assistance they get from the family, and such. So we need to be cognizant of what this really means to us as faculty and and administrators. So let us delve into this topic a little more with our esteemed panelists. And just to get introduced, I am Ram Ramachandra. I'm a professor and vice dean of the Jindal School of Banking and Finance of OP Jindal Global University, based in Sonipat, Haryana. I'm joined first by Professor Suranjan Das. He is currently the Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University. Professor Das is currently uh, uh, focused on focused on the overall school administration of Jadavpur University, but he has also had long stint elsewhere at Calcutta University, where he has been a history professor as well as the vice chancellor there for a number of years. He's an honorary visiting professor at the University of Exeter. He is a graduate of the Presidency College, Kolkata, very reputed institution. He has done his BA, MA honors in history, as well as his BPhil from University of Oxford, or the Oxford University. He specializes in South Asian history and politics, especially identity politics, socio-cultural transformation, and nation building. He is very well published, as you can well imagine, and done research with various well-known international organizations like the British Council, Wellcome Trust, Leverhulme Foundation, and King's College London. Next, we have Professor Martin Heria, and I want to especially thank Professor Martin for getting up at 1:30 in the morning to be with us from Buenos Aires. So Professor Martin is a Deputy Provost at the University Tortudo di Della and Associate Professor at the School of Law. He was a Dean, previously Executive Dean and Director of the Law Degree Program as well at the School of Law. He holds a Doctors of Law degree from the University of Toronto in Canada, and an abogado, which is the JGU equivalent, from the University of Torquato di Tella, where he is currently the Deputy Provost. He teaches courses on the foundations of private law and legal innovation. He's a member of several law boards and editorial teams across Canada, the US, Latin America, and of course, Argentina as well. He's a well-published author himself. Next, we have Professor Jasmeet Gulati. Professor Gulati is serving as a professor of law at the Jindal Global Law School at OP Jindal Global University. And she's also the Vice Dean of Examinations and Executive Director for Center for Developed International Legal Studies. She brings in a very unique perspective. The way I think about it is she's a long-time student, I would say. She has a PhD in International Criminal Law from Punjab University, Masters of Law, LLM, and Public International Law from University of Cambridge. She also has done her MA in Public Administration. She has also been involved in other management development programs at IIM Ahmedabad. She was a Nehru Scholar at the University of Cambridge and was awarded the Cambridge Commonwealth Scholarship by the Commonwealth University Trust in 1999. She has published 2 books and a number of articles in national and international journals. So we would obviously welcome her perspective, both from as a student, as well as an examiner, as well as a teacher. And finally, we have Professor Tejpawan Gandhok. Professor Pawan is a professor of practice in Jindal Global Business School. His applied research interests are in learning innovations, learning and immersive engagement, and biofeedback-based objective measures for better strategic thinking, and in better appreciating the role of subconscious cognitive processes of adaptive strategic decision under high flux and uncertainty. Clearly, there is a lot of high-tech words there, but what this all means is that how does our brain work in different circumstances? Professor Pawan is also a serial entrepreneur with a strong record of investor returns and successful exits. So he has been turning around companies and helping out organizations from a startup standpoint from across different continents in Australia, US, Southeast Asia, and obviously in India, and working with a lot of strategic consulting and private equity firms. So that's, we have clearly a high-powered panel here. So let me open it up in the format of having some opening remarks, a few minutes opening remarks. We'll start with Professor Das, and then move to Professor Martin, Professor Jasmeet, and Professor Pawan. So your 3 to 5 minutes opening remarks on this whole topic of using GPT-4 or ChatGPT and other tools, AI-based tools for from a higher education learning standpoint. So Professor Das, over to you.
Thank you, Ram. Good morning to everybody. I just take 5 minutes to pinpoint 2 or 3 points, and which could come up for discussion. Ram, you said the students are overjoyed with ChatGPT, but I can assure you the faculty members are also overjoyed with ChatGPT because that will curtail their teaching learning process, that will curtail the time for preparing lectures. And as I said, the way there is a convergence of the overjoyed nature about the ChatGPT for the teachers and the students, it seems that the entire relevance of direct teaching learning process is at threat. Now, how do we combat it? Because ChatGPT, AI in any other form will come to stay. Now, I would like to make a couple of points which could be used as entry points for discussions of coping with ChatGPT and AI, because we cannot get rid of it. Now, as I see it, machine learning, whether AI or ChatGPT, is essentially based on description and prediction. But they do not posit causal mechanism or physical laws. This is my impression, I might be wrong. Now, if that is true, then we need to fine-tune our teaching learning process to emphasize causal explanations so that the people using ChatGPT who would be relying essentially on predictions cannot directly use ChatGPT to bypass the direct teaching learning process. That's the first, number one point that I'd like to make. The second point, any machine learning, and ChatGPT included, I think has not the capability of distinguishing the possible from the impossible. While humans remain bound with rationally conjectured explanations, machine learning essentially relies on probabilities, which again change over time. And for this reason, predictions of machine learning systems always tend to be superficial, dubious, and temporal in nature. So again, if we, in our teaching learning process, as we go into in the context of the challenge of the ChatGPT, if you are aware of this particular minus point of the AI, I think we can fine-tune our teaching learning process to meet the challenge. The third thing, the little that I have seen about the ChatGPT is that the ChatGPT is essentially immoral, in the sense that our human intelligence is encapsulated by moral thinking, which implies the linking of the creativity of our minds with some universal ethical principle in whatever subject we are addressing. But my question is, can ChatGPT ensure this? No. If we look at the recent American literature critical of the ChatGPT, you will see that ChatGPT has increased the racial hatred, the racial tensions within the American society. Now, in our teaching learning process, if we can somehow imbibe the moral principles, then we can subvert some of the strategies that the ChatGPT is utilizing. I do believe that the goal of higher education should be to produce inclusive, constructive, and an interrogative civil society. That is why thinkers from Immanuel Kant to John Henry Newman, William von Humboldt to Rabindranath Tagore and Mahatma Gandhi had distinguished the modern university from its medieval forerunners by envisaging it as an autonomous sphere in relation to the emerging nation state. The universities have to be conceived as an inclusive institution for producing learners who could theorize and question existing knowledge, thus becoming embodiments of modernity. So universities are required to be incubators of ideas and innovations, and they should be sources of enlightenment and not indoctrination. And reminding ourselves of Martha Nussbaum's trace on the university becoming a space for global citizenship. Again, if we fine-tune our teaching learning process around these lines, I think we can subvert the basic way in which ChatGPT is intervening in our teaching learning process. The final point, particularly for a country like India, which bears a rich legacy of pluralism and assimilative civilization, a modern university needs to particularly nurture the spirit of cohesion, remembering Tagore's ideal of education has been
I think we may have lost.
Mahatma Gandhi's visualization of education, seeking a proper and harmonious combination of body, heart, and soul. Now, if this particular approach towards higher education is adopted, then I think the, the intervention of ChatGPT can be sustained, and we can put ourselves on a fast track mode so that our teaching learning process remains there, but we can use the machine learning, but we do not become slaves to the machine learning process. That would be my initial remarks.
All right. Thank you, Professor Datt. You have brought up a lot of quote unquote interesting and controversial points here, and we'll try to delve on some of that. But before that, I'd like to hear a few words from Professor Martin.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure and an honor to participate in this panel about a very challenging topic everywhere. So let me just mention a few points that I think are worth discussing. And let me tell you that this I believe this is a global challenge. So a challenge that we have both in the global north and the global south. So in this case, both India and Latin America, I think, have the same educational challenges. So the first point I want to touch upon is the way we do research. And I think this is one of the most interesting issues dealing with artificial intelligence, mainly because I think it could be that the way we look at authorship in general could change because of the use of artificial intelligence. So let me give you a short example. So let's say I have an idea, so I am the author of an idea. I discuss my idea with colleagues in my faculty and in global workshops, and then I ask ChatGPT to help me improve my writing, or I tell, as one colleague told me here in Argentina, well, let's imagine I tell ChatGPT will help me make this paragraph more legible because my English is not as good as I think it is. So the question there is, am I still the author of that paper? Is it me and the artificial intelligence? My intuition is that I'm still the author, but I'm not sure. So this is something that will radically change the way we think of what we as researchers do and how we think of research and contributions, the contributions we make as researchers to society from educational institutions. So research is one thing I want to bring to the table. The other thing is obviously the challenge for teaching and for exams. So one of the main points we want to discuss here. So and how and a role as institutions that engage in credentializing what our students do. And there, I think one of the challenges that was just mentioned is if we ought to think about the fact that if we use artificial intelligence and ChatGPT in particular, then we have the challenge of access to technology. This is not new for us, as we all know. When we all decided we're going to use, say, Zoom for teaching during the pandemic. One of the challenges was, well, not every student will have access to this technology. And so I think access to artificial intelligence will put, or actually already puts, pressure on us as educational institutions to discuss how we're going to guarantee access to this technology to all our students so that everyone will have the chance to use it if in case we decide it's a useful tool for the type of education that we want to provide for the new generation of leaders. And the other one is the challenge that we have as teachers. And there, I think some institutions, for example, in the United States, have decided to actually ban access to ChatGPT. But universities, generally speaking, have decided that they will include its use and decide that each professor can decide whether he or she wants to use with her students this type of educational tool. And I think that's the right way to think about it. That is, this is an opportunity for us as teachers to rethink the way we teach, the way we engage with our students, the type of activities we think of to improve learning experiences, so we can have much more experiential education. Of course, those typical tests where students are used to memorize will no longer be useful to credentialize knowledge. So I see this as a great opportunity to, once again, to improve learning and teaching processes. So I wanted to put these thoughts on the tables to start our discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martin. Professor Josmeet, can you please keep your comments to about 3 minutes so we can get to the questions?
Right. Thank you, Professor Ram, and thanks to the Gender Global Center for G20 Studies for this conference and for having invited me. I'm delighted to be part of this distinguished panelists. And to take on this discussion, the theme of this session is very important as well as intriguing in the present day context, especially for us as educators, instructors, and even learners. The emerging technologies have impacted every sphere of our lives, and they have played a very important role in education, as it also helps us in realizing our fundamental right to education. But looking at higher education, technology has changed the traditional or the conventional way of doing research. It has made things easier and brought all the resources or the readings to be used in research just merely at the click of mouse. The most recent highly controversial AI tool being, as we all know, the ChatGPT, which has raised concerns for us, not only as educators, but as evaluators also. The students, they find an easy way of doing research through these language model tools, which will prepare their assessments, essays, assignments in just a few minutes, which would otherwise take them weeks to write and go through that research and that in-depth research. Students are using ChatGPT not only for their research, but it is also being used to write university applications. Now, this has its own negatives because when the admissions are based on the applications, it will be difficult to arrive at a decision on admission based on an application which is generated by an artificial intelligence. Well, ChatGPT is only one of its kind, but there are more on the way, as we all know. And this is not the first time that we are facing the issue regarding academic honesty. But even when journals or libraries became digital, it was easier for students to cut, paste the work and submit or present it as their own. Whereas with ChatGPT, also the fear is the same, though here it's not cut, paste work, but definitely the work which is generated is not their own. As Professor Martin also said, the issues with regard to authorship that remains. Well, going forward, maintaining the integrity of examination process is of utmost importance. I also speak because I come from my work profile as an administrator comes from examinations of the law school. And we will figure out ways to deal with such situations through the best practices also. And I will also be sharing my views on the same. I look forward to the views of my co-panelists at the same time. But to conclude my introductory remarks, I would quote Einstein when he said that education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. And I think ChatGPT is not training our minds to think that way. Well, I've just kept it short.
Thank you, Professor Jasmeet. And last but not the least, Professor Pawan, I know that you have a lot of interesting ideas and thoughts, and so let's hear from you.
Thank you, Ram. Yes, I mean, it's always a challenge of being the lucky last, but I think just building on some of the comments, most particularly Professor Suranjan's, and this the last comment by Professor Gulati. I think a lot of the discussion and debate about, and first of all, I'd like to make the following 4 points. First of all, we should talk about generative AI as an entire class, not just ChatGPT. This is very rapidly evolving. A lot of the views formed were largely about the earlier avatar of ChatGPT. A lot of those weaknesses have already been addressed by version 4 and is bound to. And my personal view is, or bet is, that I think Google is not just sitting idly by, but waiting for an ambush or waiting to optimize its profitability and cost curve on this. So there will be lots of avatars. Second point, it's not just about writing. There's a lot of very interesting uses of generative AI for video, websites, code, illustration, etc. So third point, most reactions are first order reactive and typically defensive. I mean, if you think about, especially the university reactions, whereas the more interesting issues to be considered should be proactive and higher order effect issues. And so as a couple of illustrations of this third point, if you look at word processing, Excel, calculators, the variety of history of tools, they have been enormous productivity benefit, but the smart users are able to deliver a higher order of human intelligence and performance by appropriate use of these productivity tools. The mediocre or poor performers actually display a poorer level of functioning of the human skills by merely relying on this on these tools. So and therefore lose out in the rat race, so to speak. And so I suspect that arc of history will continue its sweep. There will be greater separation between winners and losers, between more productive adopters of these techniques. And so I think the framing of the questions about universities merely focusing on mere credentialing and trying to protect the historical ways of credentialing should be changed to the question of what skills and capability levels will the marketplace really care about, and what skills and levels should we be actually credentialing for? The bar will typically be higher. I think the work expectations, the value add expectations of a lawyer, an accountant, a program coder are about to decline sharply. And so we shouldn't be just questioning, how do we protect the way we examine currently? We should be questioning what are the skill sets that we would be expecting in an essay or some kind of output. And the bar needs to be much higher than most people currently pass in our search for mass credentialing. So I'm certainly from the final point, I'm certainly of the point of view that the effective use of these tools needs a lot of skill imparting especially to aim for a higher level of human capability. And so we should be, proactive adopters of them. And my final point, universities are not effective enough dialogue partners, and they need to be playing a much more significant role in the debates about the societal safeguards. the rate of this progress, as we can see over the last few months, is accelerating, and the societal impacts are going to be much more significant. But if you think about it, no significant university figures have been part of either the OpenAI consortium in the development, nor in the call for halting or slowing down or cause for pause. And we need to have some of the leading thinkers from universities be much more important parts of those higher order effect discussions, rather than worrying about how do we protect exams from this. Over to you.
No, thank you. I think we have had some very interesting opening comments, which touches from bridging the teaching learning process and the immorality of using these kind of AI tools in some ways. To how do we essentially use this to train the minds to the question of equity and making these infrastructure available to students across the board. And then Professor, you kind of rounded it off by talking about how do we effectively use these and engage the higher educational institutions in promoting those kind of higher order dialogues, right? So let me kind of delve into a little more specifically. I know Professor Das, you have to leave shortly. So let me start trying to think about this in a more tactical manner, even though we have to think long-term as to how to address this. So how are our universities, from your standpoint, how are you trying to tackle this situation in at least from a reactive standpoint? And what is it that you're thinking more from a strategic standpoint in terms of how we are going to address it as an educational system, as an administrator of a large university? How are you planning to do that? And then, I'll probably take that from there on.
Yeah, thank you. Well, my prescription would be that we have to rely more and more on direct mode of teaching. If we rely more and more on direct interactive mode of teaching, then we can engage the students creatively. We can engage the students critically. And some of the challenges that the ChatGPT is posing in terms of preparing answers, preparing compositions, preparing music, preparing songs, that can be addressed. So in one way, I am happy in the sense that I am a great proponent of direct classroom teaching. So I can foresee a situation where more and more, in view of the challenge posed by ChatGPT, we will be relying more and more on direct classroom teaching, of course, using the education technology. Education technology needs to be used to enrich teaching learning process, flipped classroom, hybrid mode, and the more we can directly engage students, I think some of the challenges posed by the ChatGPT will be addressed.
And so how do we do that? When you use the word direct learning process in the classroom training, the engagement of the student, even in these days, we talk about the generation AI of students, right? They are so much glued to their mobile devices and smartphones and other platforms, right? How do you do that in a classroom setting, Professor Das?
Well, I think it depends on the quality of the teacher. Still now, a teacher who teaches well, still now a teacher, if he can keep the students engaged, the students remain attentive. I am not again saying that I am against the using of education technology. Of course, we should use it, but not at the sake, at the cost of direct interaction with the students. The teachers need to be trained. The teachers need to be told that yes, use the education technology, but try to engage the students in a direct mode. Of course, it will be difficult for a conventional university which has a large number of students. But again, time is coming when in the context of new education policy, where there is a talk of the clustering of institutions, where there's a talk of flipped classroom, where there's a talk of using hybrid mode, I think the conventional picture of 150, 200 students in a classroom might change. But direct teaching, I think, is the only way to address the challenge posed by the ChatGPT.
Okay, thank you, Professor Das. So I want to pick it up from there and then probably ask Professor Martin, in terms of if you were to have these kind of tools, this class of tools, if you will, right? And because Professor Pawan kind of talked about not just specifically ChatGPT, whether it is something else or generative AI techniques. How do teachers, how can teachers essentially leverage that? If you can think of a few ways that you think universities and higher education institutions, or even your own university, how do you think that teachers can actually leverage that from a teaching perspective? I will talk about the research separately, but purely from a teaching standpoint.
Can I make one more point and perhaps I will leave? Just one point.
Yeah, please go
I
ahead.
think here the teachers need to be more and more innovative. The way of framing questions in a conventional mode, that has to be changed, stopped. The way of, when I speak of direct the teaching learning process, the way of conventional mode of the teaching learning process has to be changed. So innovative teaching learning process with engaging the students in a creative dialogue, I think is a major way out.
Okay, fair enough. That is clearly understood. Thank you so much, Professor Das. Yeah. Professor Martin, I would still request you to address the question of how do we use these kind of tools and technologies to provide creative teaching in the classroom?
Thank you. Well, this is one of the probably main challenges, and I'm not still sure that we as professors have already included the technology that students are already using, say, mobile phones and even laptops in classrooms. And the changes are so fast, and new things and new technologies are coming out. And so I would say there's something about the magic of the classrooms that I would vindicate here that is very important. So we as university administrators know, because students usually also, assess their teachers, and we have information and we know our teachers too. And so we know who's actually good or better and who can improve and do better when teaching in what we could call the traditional way. And there are even professors who don't actually and never use PowerPoint. Because they are so good and so engaging in what they bring to the classroom that their students are actually, paying attention and participating and discussing interesting questions. And then there are those who actually use a lot of PowerPoint, which was a new technology maybe 15 years ago. And their classrooms are just a repetition of what's in the text. So yes, we ought to be very innovative. Some of us will work in including and using artificial intelligence and other technologies that will come out. But we also need to be very, we have to know that there are some excellent professors that will not use it, and they will be excellent as they already are, because they are very good in the way they engage the classroom. So we have to actually, I think, learn from those professors, even those who want to use the new technologies, because they are already very engaging. They make good exercise. They work with the students. The students want to go to attend those classes. So the traditional, we have to also learn about from the traditional way of doing things, the way these excellent professors work with their students. And then if we want to use these technologies, we will use these technologies and include them. But we have those models and those role models that I think that there's a lot to learn from them, and take lessons from people who are already very, very good without using new technologies and artificial intelligence.
So basically what you're recommending is that we send all professors and teachers back to school and let them learn the art of teaching, a true art of teaching from the experts and these geniuses. So that's a great point. I think there is something to be said about the entire infrastructure of how we are generating teachers, just based on research. Sometimes they may not produce the best teachers, but that's what we have to train them appropriately, which is a valid point. I want to go back to the other question in terms of that is staring in our in front of us, which is around the whole fragility of these assessments and the problems with our existing education system that we currently have. Because training the teachers is going to take time. It is going to be over a period of time, over a number of years, right? And it has to be more systemic change that needs to happen. So, so my question to Professor Jasmeet is, especially as you are dealing with examinations and assessments, do you think, asking the students, I think Professor Das also kind of made reference to that, asking the students to write assignments and essays, or even what type of essays, do we need to revisit that whole process of how we are going to grade them? I mean, this whole, we use tools to check for plagiarism and, such. There are plagiarism checks even for this ChatGPT. But the question is, what kind of overall strategies can we adopt to counter the rise of use of these AI machines to provide answers? Can you think of anything that we can do in a more tactical fashion?
Thank you for this question, Professor Ram. I think I'll take it on from what Professor Das was commenting on the need to train the teachers, and also Professor Martin talked about that. When we talk of training the teachers, not only for the purpose of teaching, but also the kind of assessments that they will be giving to the students. Although for us, as in this university, we have moved back to the physical mode for end semester exams. But as far as internal components are concerned, students are given these essays to write or assignments to write. But again, the issue is that what if they are also being written by the artificial intelligence and they're taking help of ChatGPT? There, I would suggest, and we are planning to have this sensitization program with the students at our university, and also sensitizing the faculty at the same time, that when we are giving them assessments, there must be follow-up questions. All right, we give them, because we also have to inculcate the research skills. I mean, we cannot do away with these kind of assessments where research is required, where they have to write essays, research papers. So that is also a very important component of higher education. So that cannot be ignored. But the only thing is that we should have a follow-up question answers kind of viva thing in the classrooms, or maybe tutorials with the group only, not the entire class. There is one-to-one question answer round. The faculty would know, or the instructor would know that whether the student has taken help from the ChatGPT or that kind of thing. Apart from that, for example, for our LLM dissertations, we are already doing this, that when we are asking our students to write dissertation, there is the first draft that the students have to submit, which is a shorter draft, and then the second draft. At the same time, we are also looking at their presentations. They are able to answer. Taking help is one thing. We understand that they're taking help from ChatGPT, and that is very valid. It's a kind of a Google search engine that, you search something and you get it. But the way you are using it, you should, this is what we are also trying to tell the students, that you should not say that this is your own work. So whatever you are writing should be your own work. You can take help at the same time, but you should be clear about what you're writing. Your research should be complete with regard to the topic and not with regard to the artificial intelligence tools. So that should be there. And at the same time, as I said, follow-up question answers or tutorials is a very welcome thing the way we do also for LLM dissertations, first draft, second draft, third draft before the final draft is there. So.
All right. I want to kind of go back to Professor Pawan. You touched on this, and this is what I wanted to bring as an element of surprise and talk about what happens to students once they do graduate, right? And then when they go seek jobs, and then already the industries are complaining that the educational system is not producing graduates who can actually go and be job ready on day one, right? And when we are providing these kind of machine-enabled assistance, probably their level of comprehension, ability to apply and think critically of problems and solutions may further erode, right? So there was actually a very recent study which was probably published about 10 days back, actually, from some of the University of Pennsylvania scholars, Tina Lindu, Sam Manning, Pamela Mishkin, and Daniel Rock. And what they did was they investigated the potential implication of using these generative pre-trained transformers and using these kind of models, and figured out as to whether these have got any impact on the US labor market, right? And they use certain rubrics to come up with the response and answers. And what they did say was that the GPT-4 is going to have some impact. When I use the word some, 80% of the workforce will have at least 10% of their work tasks affected directly, right? And about 20% of them are going to have, may see at least 50% of their tasks impacted. Clearly, I mean, if you go to ChatGPT-4 and say you want to write a program or create a website, it'll do it in a matter of a few seconds. That's the nature of that the tool. So my question to you, Professor Pawan, is how are these different avatars of generative pre-trained transformers going to impact employment, and how changes are going to be brought out in the labor market? Anything that educational institution can train the students on? You talked about the critical skills. So is there anything that can be that we can actually incorporate in our higher education institutions so that we are training our students?
Yeah, I think the starting point has to be moving away from this excessive focus of and this instinctive reaction of just trying to protect the current modes of assessment, and actually questioning much more deeply what is our current mode of assessment actually testing for, versus what are the skills that the marketplace will actually value. You can see increasingly the link between the existing modes of university credentialing and the links between workplace success being very weak for precisely this reason. I mean, if I could, provocatively, and pardon me, Professor Gulati, for sharing, how many lawyers does the world need? How many low-level accountants will the world need? These are issues that we will have to come to grips with. And the flip side of that is, what is the skill set in a good lawyer or in a good accountant or in a good content writer or a good marketer that the world is, jobs marketplace or the world for entrepreneurs, etc., is willing to reward. And that even in the current avatar of ChatGPT, you can see very clearly what those skills are. The fact is that ChatGPT in its current versions will make up facts, and skilled humans can pick that up who have a context-specific understanding or knowledge. So you need actually to actively be encouraging students adopting these tools and displaying the higher level skill set of being able to refine and improve their thought process. So for example, anecdotally, currently, you could actually argue, Ram, that even currently, even with word processing and Google and the kind of research productivity and writing productivity tools that even currently exist, you don't need as many lawyers to do the base level drudgery of tasks, or even accountants to do those base level tasks. And unfortunately, we can already see evidence that a large army of lawyers in the real world is earning very low salaries in that overall pyramid, because of that. So somehow the higher level skills need to be trained, and that context specific understanding is what is still currently enabling. If you search anecdotally, if you search, the marketplace for good in-house content writers is still underserved. They're still, not able to find the talent. The marketplace for lower level freelance, the kind of small bits, easily outsourced content writing is going to completely vanish away from, the Airtaskers and the TaskRabbits of the world, because that's what can be automated and as already starting to happen, right?
Very good.
I hope that begins to, address some of your question, but essentially, I think this excessive focus, even in the earlier comments about teaching, actually we should focus much more on learning, which is not necessarily what the teacher is imparting, but what the student is picking up. The moment you start to flip it that way, then experiential learning and use of these tools in real world contexts for specifically higher order contexts becomes far more important than an LLM Viva or a master's dissertation in that context. I hope that helps. Sorry, I guess you can see where I come from.
Yeah,
Very much a Maverick's approach to the world. So
no, that is fine.
Shake up and stir up.
So I want to kind of take a couple of questions from the audience as well. Basically, the question is, while the technology world is moving ahead with the Web 3.0 and other types of technologies being brought to fore, are the universities, to your point, Professor Pawan, are our universities actually or one of the laggards in terms of adapting technology to the needs of the hour? And so when we are always trying to do a catch up, it always leaves a delta in terms of our learning process. And so we are never ever going to catch up, and we are always going to be reactive in that sense, right? So I want to pose this, Professor Martin, and then come to you, Professor Pawan. So are we doing, educational students are always going to be perennially in a catch-up mode because technologically they are not up there? That's the question.
Well, I think one of the interesting questions is what kind of research are we doing at universities that can help us improve our learning objectives and teaching objectives, and not being reactive. As you know, graduates from universities, even PhDs, many of them are not working at university once they graduate, but they go, to the job market and they work for technology companies or for private companies, and that's where innovation is taking place, and not so much in or at universities. And as a consequence of that, education institutions are becoming more reactive than active to what's going on outside. In some sense, that has been happening in many dimensions, because many of us do our actual work is to analyze what's going on in society. So that's one of the things that we do at universities. We critically assess our societies and contribute to improving societies. So one of the things we ought to be thinking is what kind of research we do that could contribute not to be reactive, and how can we be much more active in developing these new tools and then bringing into our teaching and learning objective. And one of the challenges there is funding, obviously. How do we get funding to do this? And this is one of the challenges for all of us. And then how we push somehow some dimensions of the research that we do at universities to go along that direction. So innovation that has to thought for contributions to what we as institutions that provide higher education do for society. What's our role for society?
Okay. In the interest of time, I think we have got another 5 minutes to go. So what I would, Professor Pawan, if you want to give a very short response, I'll take that short response, please.
Yeah, I've already put my points on the chat. I think this is entirely foreseeable. We're talking about this, about the human skills winning in an AI world for a long period of time. It's just that we did anticipate that it would happen so quickly, and it will continue to happen. So it's not about being reactive. It's actually, I think, a consistent human arc that is showing that the people who were erroneously trying to, push their kids into White Hat Junior coding classes at an early age are probably, taking a suboptimal choice. It is increasingly a low-code, no-code AI world. The human skills win. So, and the human skills, I won't go through all of that list, but those are much harder to test for in a 3-hour exam. It doesn't matter whether it's an open book or a closed book.
Right.
You can test those in a case-specific, complex problem-solving kind of nature. So this is not necessarily something that we need to chase our tail for.
Okay. Excellent. I have one last question, and I would direct that to Professor Jasmeet. And this again coming from the audience in terms of can you think of any innovative ways that we can use these tools in the most productive ways, either administratively or from a learning perspective, because we kind of did not even touch on the administrative academic administration part of it. And so if you can think of how we can leverage that, especially from an administrative standpoint, as well as in terms of online teaching and other mechanisms that more and more higher education institutions are moving towards. So if you have any thoughts, please.
Thank you. So I would rather answer it from the academic perspective, from how the students can learn from there, while at the same time keeping research in mind. So, for example, I would say that these language model tools, since they are being used to generate work, so in specifically taking example of a language class, where generating some kind of a poem from AI, students can be asked to critically analyze it, to critically examine that. Here we are using it also. We have accepted that tool in our academics. At the same time, we are leveraging it from the students' perspective so that they are able to comment on what the AI has generated. So that way, I think it would be helpful. Apart from using it for the purpose of administration, things get a lot easier for us, specifically as far as forming the, especially for examination, UMS system where we are working, or ERP system where we are working. So it gets easier on for us when it is already made for us. We just need to give our inputs, and they will prepare that for us to be used for the examination purposes.
All right, fantastic. So it looks like definitely these generative tools can be used to promote, I would say, inclusivity and diversity in higher education. We can provide more personalized education to students, and then use the outcome of these tools to help critically analyze what the artificial intelligence tools are saying. And that's maybe one way to think about it. And then we also discussed in terms of how we have to be a little more innovative from a teaching perspective and the assessment standpoint to probably use some of these one-on-one techniques or other mechanisms to be able to use that. while we did talk about some of the advantages, both from a research and teaching perspective, I think clearly things around, how can we stop perpetuating biases, and Professor Das had initially mentioned about these potential, inequalities that may arise because of these biases. So we need to make sure that the training on these things are done correctly, and then we need to be participative in that entire ecosystem to make sure that when these type of tools are being done, we are both for and against. We are, the academicians are being engaged. I know that industry stalwarts are being engaged, policymakers are being engaged. I think the academics needs to take a more active role in ensuring that the AI of the future is working with humanity and with human beings and for human beings rather than against us. So with that very happy note, I would like to conclude and say thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. And hopefully we just got a very short teaser on the subject, and we can have much longer discussions at a later point in time. So thank you, and wish you all the very best. And thanks, Professor Martin, especially. You can go back to sleep now.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 29th session of the World University Summit 2023. The session is titled Low-Income Countries and SDGs, Time to Shift the Goalpost. First, I'll be introducing the speakers and myself, and then I'll be discussing the concept note, and then we'll move on to the discussion session of this session. So our first speaker is Dr. Tony George, who's a professor at Jindal Global Law School, OP Jindal Global University. Our second speaker is Dr. Lina Elizabeth Sone, professor, Jindal School of Law and Humanities, OP Jindal Global University, India. And we're delighted to have here with us Professor Susi Herti Afriani, who's head of Office of International Affairs, Raden Fateh State Islamic University, Indonesia. And I am Arpita Gupta. I'm a professor of law at Jindal Global Law School and Vice Dean of Research at the university's research office. I'll be discussing the panel theme, and then we'll move on to question and answer session for the panelists. Universities have long been entrusted by society with the responsibility to contribute not only to their local communities, but also to the global community through research and teaching. Their faculty and students can contribute to developing a holistic understanding of a wide range of local, national, and global challenges and find ways to address these. The role of universities in the road to sustainable development is crucial. There is perhaps no better way for universities to strengthen their commitment to confront the societal issues our generation is faced with than to adopt the framework of sustainable development goals in their pedagogy and management strategies. Universities can also collaborate with other stakeholders, such as government, businesses, industry, and civil society actors in working towards the implementation of sustainable development goals. Although the SDGs explicitly recognize education and research as goals, universities have a much broader role to play in the implementation of all SDGs by contributing to interdisciplinary research, innovation, leadership, teaching, and learning to create global awareness and solutions. The Sustainable Development Goals, also referred to as the Global Goals, were adopted by UN in 2015 as a universal call to transform our world, action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. The 17 SDGs are well integrated. They recognize that action in one area will affect outcomes in others, and that development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Low-income countries are often synonymous with underdeveloped countries, which face struggles relating to a struggling or underdeveloped economy, a low human development index, and reduced quality of life. Other issues related to poor economic health include below average life expectancy, high infant mortality rates, poor educational outcomes, degrading environmental and climate conditions, and inferior healthcare systems. The first target of the Sustainable Development Goals is to eradicate extreme poverty for all people everywhere by 2030. There are national definitions to define poverty. Poverty lines at the national and local level are frequently revised upward, and there are good reasons for this. But this approach risks the possibility that steady development progress will not yield poverty reduction simply because the poverty line keeps moving too. It is important, therefore, before we set the goal, we should fix the goalpost. Now, let's move on to a discussion session amongst the panelists. The first question that I would ask the panel to address is, what role can higher education institutions play in solving these perennial issues of changing poverty lines? Professor George.
Thank you very much, Professor Arpita. Am I audible? Yeah, I'm so sorry that there is some problem with my camera, so I've switched it off. As far as your question is concerned, I think it's very important that we understand the role of higher education as far as in particular universities in the context of low-income countries from two perspectives. I think the first important perspective is to understand the definition or the nature of poverty. How do we define poverty? Because what has happened is that we try to define poverty based on the dominant understandings of poverty in economic terms. And what we need to do is we have to move away from this economic understandings of poverty and try to understand and redefine poverty from the perspective of a rights-based approach. If we move towards a rights-based approach, what happens is that we'll have a more holistic understanding of poverty, and that is more suitable to our modern times. The second important aspect, I think, as far as your question is concerned, is with regard to the nature of poverty from the perspective of climate change. Now, we know that climate change is a reality that is all upon us, and higher educational institutions, particularly universities, we are at the forefront as far as the battle against climate change is concerned. So we have to examine poverty also from the perspective of climate change, in particular, the concept of climate resilience. So that is my second important submission. Now, the third one is the role of universities in skill development. So we all know that the universities not only provide a platform to for nurturing new ideas, but more importantly, universities have a central role to perform in furthering skill development. So we all know that higher education is a very expensive prospect, at least for many in low-income countries. And therefore, it is essential that those who indulge in higher education or those who move up to higher education levels, they should have the employable skills. So even in, if you look at many of the Western countries, what we find is that student debt is a major problem. And that actually prevents a lot of young minds from pursuing a higher education. So when we talk about poverty, it is extremely important that we also consider the skill development role of universities. And I think based on these three important factors which I have to offer, we might be able to actually fix the goalposts. So that is what I have as far as your first question is concerned.
Thank you, Professor George. Professor Sone.
Thank you very much. I'd like to build on what Professor George was just mentioning and think about sort of a little more on the implementation of sort of poverty alleviation or development measures. So I see four particular areas where universities really contribute. I mean, four sort of broad areas. The first is, of course, to create a space to encourage interest in and really sort of the care for development and having to focus on development among students, whether that is development in focus directly on poverty alleviation, or focusing on working with marginalized communities, or focusing on businesses that are social in aspect. Encouraging that interest and exposure to development is really important for universities. Second, I would say research is a major opportunity at universities, undertaking research for the sort of greater good on grand challenges, on meeting SDGs, etc. Universities has faculty at university have a much better, have a unique chance in undertaking this research, given that we're not under this sort of financial constraints that a consulting firm or other firms in the private sector are, for example. The third, I would say, of course, teaching and skills, like Professor George already said, providing the right skill set for the young generation to go out there and really find ways to encourage development and reduce poverty alleviation. The fourth I would say, and I work on social entrepreneurship, so of course I would say the encouragement of social startups and innovation that focuses on social impact and creating social value in society. It's a huge opportunity, and a lot of universities, including JGU, does that. So those are probably the 4-5 different areas that I would say are really important that universities should work on.
Thank you, Professor Sone. Professor Afriani.
Thank you, Professor Arpita. I'm really impressed the answer from Professor Sone and Professor Tony. Allow me now to share my perspective toward the role of higher education institution can play in solving this perennial issue of changing poverty lines. Higher education institution, for me, of course, can play an important role in solving the perennial problem of poverty line change in many forms, including, I think, the first is by producing a competent workforce. Higher education institution can provide education and training to their students so that they have the necessary skills and knowledge to work in leading sectors that can help reduce poverty, such as the agricultural and fisheries sector, small and medium industry, and the tourism sector. The second is by providing research and innovation. Through research and innovation, higher education institution can help address poverty challenges, such as how to develop more efficient production methods, improve the quality and productivity of agriculture produce, create new jobs, and expand access to the poor to essential services, such as clean water and sanitation. The third is by providing social assistance programs. Higher education institution, for example, can provide social assistance programs such as scholarship and financial support for underprivileged students to help them obtain higher education and increase their employment opportunities. This can help reduce inequality and social and economic inequality in society. Fourth, I think, is by providing skills development. Higher education institution can provide training and skill development for the community around the campus in areas such as entrepreneurship, business management, or digital skills. This can help improve, I think, people's ability to find work and provide support for those who want to start small or medium-sized businesses. And the last, almost the same as Professor Sone, I have 5 highlight by providing consulting services. Higher education institution can provide consulting services for government and communities to help develop effective policy and program to address poverty. This can help increase community participation and engagement in effort to overcome poverty and improve social welfare. Therefore, in our opinion, higher education institutions must play a proactive role in solving this perennial problem of poverty line change by providing strengthening, support, and solution for the community to reduce the problem of poverty. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Afriyani. My next question for the panel is to ask their opinion on suggesting some innovative research areas where research can be conducted to give policy input to policymakers so that notable sustainable development goals can be achieved in a holistic manner. Professor George.
Thank you very much, Professor Arpita. Can you, yeah, you can hear me. Yeah, as far as innovative research areas are concerned, I think one important area where universities must focus is the area of water management. Now, water has become, accessing water has become a major human rights issue. And as we all know, I mean, nearly 4 billion people lack access to clean and safe drinking water. That is a major issue, particularly in developing countries, low-income countries. And I think that is one major area where universities should conduct cutting-edge research, which can help government develop policy. Now, I have one more area to suggest where I feel that universities can do cutting-edge research, and that is the area of coastal zone management. Now, as many of us know, nearly 50% of our population, that is the global population, close to about 4 billion, 3.5 to 4 billion people, they live within 50 kilometers of the coastline. And many of our mega cities are all coastal cities. So what happens is that you have populations, gargantuan populations situated on the coastlines, you have huge developmental challenges. And more importantly, now you have the problem of climate change. You have the problems of sea level rise. So how do we manage this coastal population? How do we ensure that coastal lives are not disrupted and coastal cities continue to thrive well into the future? As of now, we know that by 2050, many of the coastal cities, including Mumbai, large parts of Mumbai will go under the water. So what do we do about it? So I feel that it's very important that universities, apart from the area of water, they also spend considerable resources in trying to develop cutting-edge research as far as this aspect of coastal management, coastal zone management is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor George. Professor Sone, your inputs, your thoughts.
Thank you. I wanted to bring in a sort of a broader point. I think there's a lot of areas and a lot of fantastic professors and other faculty doing amazing work already, so I don't want to impose my views. But I think there's an opportunity for universities to think about how to undertake research outside of our silos. And of course, many of us are driven by sorry, the academic game of publishing, but can we find ways to meet this academic criteria and at the same time be able to engage with other stakeholders, work more closely with government, work more closely, say, with the private sector, work more closely with the civil society sector, in that way find ways to collaboratively work together, because these are all very complex problems, so you need input from a whole range of actors. And quite often when we sit in academia, we sit in a slightly more siloed space. So that would be my contribution, to see if we can open up and find ways to collaborate a little more over different spheres.
I completely agree with you. Working with the research office, this is one thing that I've realized, that we need to break all the silos between various organizations and stakeholders, but with between disciplines as well. So,
Yeah.
Professor Sone. Professor Afriani.
Thank you, Prof. Arpita and Prof. Sone. In Winraden Pata perspective, there are 7 innovative research area where I think research can be conducted to give policy input to policy makers so that noble sustainable development goals can be achieved in a holistic manner, among others. The first, water management. Research can be conducted to explore innovation in more effective and sustainable water resource management, including water desalination and wastewater treatment technology. The second, renewable energy. Research can be conducted to improve the availability and effectiveness of renewable energy, such as solar, wind, hydro, and others. The third, I think, sustainable food and agriculture. Research can be conducted to improve the availability, quality, and efficiency of food production without harming the environment. Example of research are the fields of agroforestry, organic farming, and sustainable agriculture. And fourth, economic equity. Research for us can be conducted to understand way that inclusiveness and equity can be improved in the economy, including studies on wealth redistribution, gender equality, and employment opportunity for vulnerable groups. And fifth, sustainable transport. Research, I think, can be conducted to develop and implement sustainable transport technology, including electric vehicles and efficient public transport. Seek environmental health, and can be, I think, understand the impact of the environment of human world or health, as well as efforts to prevent and reduce exposure to environmental pollution. And the last, environmental policy itself. Research can be conducted to evaluate existing environmental policy and improve their effectiveness, including waste management, ecosystem protection, and protection of endangered species. Thank you, Ms. Arpita.
Thank you. Excellent, Professor Afriani. The next point of discussion is as follows. Since the 17 SDGs are well integrated, and we recognize that action in one area will affect outcomes in others, can the panelists suggest a model or framework or even some initial thoughts which can assist in ensuring that the sustainable development goals are met by the deadline that we have set, 2020? Professor George, your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Arpita. Yeah, with regard to this question, I think there are several frameworks that are presently being utilized to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. So rather than going into the frameworks, what I feel is more important is that we have to look at what are the necessary elements of these frameworks. Frameworks can vary from country to country, from region to region, depending upon developmental priorities. What is more important than the framework are the essential elements of the framework. So I'll focus on some of the essential elements which I feel are very important. The first one is with regard to financial resources. when we develop a framework to essentially implement sustainable development, we have to ensure that we have adequate financial resources in place. The second one is with regard to capacity. How much capacity do we have? Are we technically competent to actually implement or take up the challenges posed by the implementation of the sustainable development goals? So that is another important element that we need to consider. The third one is, of course, access to technology. What kind of technology do we need to implement the sustainable development goals? And then we need about partnerships, because of course we know that there is a divide between developed countries and developing countries. And within developing countries, there needs to be this idea of partnership, creating more partnership. And even within a national context, we may need partnerships between the government, the private sector, civil society. So partnerships, the idea of partnerships is extremely important as far as a framework that is being created to secure the implementation of the sustainable development goals. Then I think the aspect of accountability, that is also extremely critical, because when you talk about frameworks, one important aspect that we often omit to consider is the aspect of accountability. So there has to be accountability. That's very important. And then also there should be provision for stock taking, and there has to be commitment throughout the entire process. And more importantly, there has to be support from the developed countries as far as the implementation of these frameworks are concerned. So I think rather than the framework, we must focus more on the core elements that can sustain these frameworks. Thank you, Professor Arpita.
Thank you, Professor George. I can't agree more with you. Professor Sone.
Thank you. I think that was an excellent summary by Professor George, and I actually don't have much to add apart from saying, I mean, it's back to the collaboration and partnerships, of course. The other thing is to, of course, work with the people on work with the people on the ground, meaning if you're creating some sort of solution, don't sit in your own silo and do it. Work with the people who it's for and let them lead to fully understand what it is they need to solve the sort of problems and challenges they face. And I think there's enough research out there today, there's enough work trying to do this. It's not that easy, it's a fairly complex task to achieve these goals and implement these programs. But I think work with the people on the ground is super important.
Thank you, Professor Sone. Professor Afriyani.
Thank you, Prof. Arpita. So I have four actually the models or frameworks which can assist in ensuring that sustainable development goals are met in 2030. The first we call Sustainable Development Framework. This framework emphasizes the integration of three dimensions of sustainable development, namely economic, social, and environmental. Within this framework, we hope that sustainable development goals can be achieved through collaboration and partnership with various sectors and actors, including the government and the private sector and civil society. So I totally agree with Professor Sone just mentioned, building and enhancing partnership and collaboration. The second, we call Sustainable Development Partnership Framework. This framework, we hope, can recognize the importance of partnership and collaboration in achieving sustainable development goals. This framework maybe promote the involvement of a large number of sectors, such as the private sector, government, civil society, and academia, in the process of planning, decision-making, and policy implementation. And the last we call Sustainable Development Innovation Framework. The framework highlights the development of innovation in building sustainable development. This innovation includes technology, policy, and business models that focus on sustainable development. All of the above frameworks that I have mentioned require important coordination between the public, of course, private sector, and civil society to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030.
Thank you, Professor Afriyani.
You're welcome.
The next question for the panel is something that is integral to real problem solving, and that is, what kind of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research areas you suggest that can help in strengthening this area? Professor George.
Yes, thank you, Professor Arpita. Yeah, with regard to the different interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research areas are concerned, I think like what Professor Soni and Professor Afriani and what you yourself pointed out, highlighted, we need to break silos because as of now, disciplines, I mean, there's a tendency to work in silos. And it's very important that we break those silos and we engage in interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. So having said that, I feel that there are core areas like what Professor Afriani had pointed out earlier, like forest management, water management, waste management, climate change adaptation, organic farming. These are all areas where there could be interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. Now, in addition to these, the usual, the list of subjects that I just now suggested, what I feel is that we have to go beyond interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity, and we must focus on this idea of transdisciplinarity, because it is extremely important that universities must up the ante and they must focus on this idea of transdisciplinarity where all these disciplinary silos are broken and the discipline itself loses its relevance because we are trying to create an entirely new set of knowledge, a new taxonomy, a new vocabulary as far as that is the main purpose of transdisciplinary research. And I think if sustainable development goals are to be attained by 2030 and universities are to play a significant role, it is extremely important that they must engage in transdisciplinary research. Thank you.
Excellent, Tony, for raising this point. Professor Soni.
Thank you. I think we need to find, so we need much more interdisciplinary research, of course, but I think we also need better, I don't know, institutional mechanisms or even platforms for engaging in interdisciplinary research and incentivizing people to take part in, or at least reducing the barriers to interdisciplinary research, which means finding ways to meet across schools or boundaries, research boundaries within universities, finding ways to engage with actors of in various spheres outside of university, whether it's public, private, etc. And also incentivizing ways to get the research out there when it is interdisciplinary, because we tend to stick to what we know, and that tends to be within a discipline. So I think we need better incentive structures and better sort of mechanisms to engage with interdisciplinary work. I also think we need to focus on practice-oriented research. And again, academia has a history of focusing on a little less practice-oriented work. It's not, if you look at what gets published, it hasn't, at least until recently, it hasn't really been really practice-oriented work. That's seen more as a sort of consulting work that you do on the side or whatever. And I think that needs to shift as well. We need to think of practice-oriented research as equally important, or maybe even more important than other kinds of research that gets published or gets high visibility. And in terms of areas, I think if you look at today, the sort of focus we have on the role of digitization in society, the role of technology in society, those are examples of areas that could very easily have multidisciplinary, plenary or interdisciplinary research focus. I'm thinking bringing in people from different sectors, whether it's agri, water, education, and working together, or whether it is different schools, looking at different aspects of marginalization, whether it's poverty, gender, community, etc. So there are various ways that you can work on existing, and of course, technology has a long history of poverty-related focus in research, like ICT for development or tech for good. So there are existing movements that work on technology for good, and they also recognize that technology goes beyond the technology to also include social aspects. And so if we add that to also having a multidisciplinary aspect that uses different sectors, uses different kinds of schools, then I think we could have a really rounded, interesting research space going forward.
Thank you, Professor Soni. Professor Afriani.
Yeah, what an impression of thought from Professor Soni and Professor Tony. Allow me try to answer and share For us, there are at least 5 interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary areas that can strengthen. The first area is green technology and clean energy. Interdisciplinary research in the field of green technology and clean energy can help in reducing carbon emission, which is one of the focuses of SDGs. This research involves, for example, various disciplines such as mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, material technology, and others. The second area is sustainable agriculture. Multidisciplinary research in sustainable agriculture involves biological, chemical, and technological sciences with the aim of producing low carbon and environmental friendly agriculture products. The goal is to meet the world's food needs while keeping the environment sustainable. The third area is called inclusive education. Interdisciplinary research in the field of inclusive education involves psychology, neuroscience, sociology, and others with the aim of creating an inclusive education system for all children, including children with disabilities, children from marginalized group, and poor children. The fourth area is global health. The multidisciplinary research in this field of global health involves medical sciences, public and social sciences. The goal is, of course, to address global health problems such as obesity, the spread of the virus, and poverty. And the last area is, I think, is smart city. Interdisciplinary research in the field of smart city involves information technology science, applied science, and city management. And the goal is to create a sustainable smart city by improving quality of life and people's well-being. And in the field of SDGs, interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research can be an effective approach to achieve the sustainable development goals. All science and technology must be used optimally to achieve the SDG. Thank you, Prof. Arpita.
Thank you, Professor Afriyani. The next point of discussion for the panel is as follows. Why is that, despite of path-breaking research in the field of economics and other allied areas, we still have not been able to find sustainable solution to these issues, which makes it difficult to achieve sustainable development goals in time and in a holistic manner? Professor George.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. I think this is a very difficult question because it's all about implementation. And when we try to find out what are the factors which actually impede the attainment of sustainable development goals, I think the major problem stems from the fact that we, in spite of several years having elapsed since the Berlin Commission came up with its idea of sustainable development being a balance between environment and development, the essential problem is that we still do not know. We get to figure out what exactly is sustainable development in a given context. The definition stands at a high level of abstraction. That is one major problem that I find that has proved very difficult to implement sustainable development or put it in practice. The second thing is, even though we have these sustainable development goals and we have outcomes, 17 sustainable development goals followed by its outcomes, which number more than 150, I think close to about 160, 170. But in spite of all that, we are yet to attain considerable success as far as securing the sustainable development goals are concerned. And this in part can be explained by the fact that each country has its own vision of what sustainable development goal, how should we implement the sustainable development goal. So that is one major problem that can actually impede the attainment of sustainable development goals, because sustainable development goals is not a magic wand that universities or the national government, it just waves it and presto, everything is set right. What happens is that there are a lot of difficulties in implementing it because we ourselves do not know what should be the pathway to attain the sustainable development goals. So that is one major problem. The second is the lack of resources. Lack of resources and lack of capacity. So in this regard, again, like what I pointed out earlier, there is a lot of dichotomy as far as the first world and of course the third world is concerned. Now we know that the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities is there in international law. But the basic issue that we are facing is that most First Nations, even though they are the ones who have created most of the problems, most of the global environmental problems, they have not done their bit to actually effectuate a cleanup. So that is basically it's left to the third world countries, low income countries to clean up the environment. So that is also another major challenge that the low income countries are facing as far as implementing sustainable development is concerned. So essentially, to sum up my argument, what I would say is that the first is we do not have specific pathways on how we have to attain the sustainable development goal. It is left to the individual devices of governments, of local governments, of universities. So left to their devices, they're not able to harmoniously bring in their conceptions together and then start out a plan or a pathway to attain sustainable development. That is number one. Number two is the lack of resources. And in this regard, the unwillingness of the developed countries to actually contribute more financial resources, to bring in more financial resources onto the table to resolve the problems that low-income countries are facing. That is also a major challenge. So I think I would put my arguments on these 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor George. Professor Sone, your thoughts on the question?
Thank you. My first thought is that I'm probably not the right expert for this. This should go to a development expert. The second thought would be that, of course, the SDGs are very, very broad, and we're talking at the abstract, for the whole world. But there are some goals that I think are being, if not met, but we're certainly moving in the right direction. So in the case of India, for example, we have seen a significant reduction in poverty over the last 2 decades. We're seeing a lot more children in school and passing out of school, and we're seeing a lot less, malnutrition and things related to poor food or lack of food. So I don't think it's fair to generalize and say we're not able to move in the right direction. And I think it also depends on what part of the SDGs that we're looking at. As Professor George said, these are very complex tasks and need a lot of collaboration across, implementation, policy, etc. So I think, yes, so I think that those are my 2 points. These are very, very complicated issues and complex issues. And I think there has been progress in some areas, even though not all areas.
Thank you, Professor Sone. Professor Afriyani, your thoughts?
Thank you, Professor Arpita. Yes, I agree with Professor Tony and Professor Sone that this happened because sustainable development is not only an academic problem, but also involves social, environmental, and cultural aspects. Therefore, it requires a multi-sectoral approach and active participation from all parties to achieve the goals of sustainable development. In addition, I think the slow implementation of the necessary policy and action and the lack of awareness and responsibility from the public can also slow down the achievement of the SDG goal holistically in a timely manner. Professor Arpita.
Thank you, Professor Afriyani. My next question is, how can we leverage the broad intellectual capital across institutions to accomplish the UN SDG goals? Are there specific sustainable development goals that universities could and should prioritize? Professor George.
Thank you very much. As far as this question goes, we have got 2 questions. I'll deal with the second one. I don't think I'm competent to answer the first one right now, but of course, in the course of the discussion, many points will emerge, which will actually address the first question. And as far as the second question is concerned, I think that sustainable development goals, the basic problem here is that it's all interconnected and all deserve equal importance. But of course, certain sustainable development goals can be prioritized, but I think that the prioritization should be based on the broader national goals. What are the problems affecting the country? So based on what the national government or the government decides, it would be better for universities to prioritize their sustainable development goals based on the national vision as to which goal should receive priority. For example, I'll tell you that in certain low-income countries, particularly in Africa, the focus can be on Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which talks about institutions. And there we know that there are serious problems as far as for the civil war and other issues. The basic focus on these countries will be on the creation of viable institutions. In certain other countries, the focus may be on gender justice. So basically, what I'm trying to say here is that it's better not to actually, if at all we want to involve ourselves in prioritizing the sustainable development goals, we should not break the package, number one. Number two, it would always be better if we prioritize the sustainable development goals in light of what are the national developmental objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor George. Professor Sone.
I would agree that work with the national priorities that exist by government, whether it's government or sub-government regional focus areas. So in the case of India, they might be a state level priority. Work with those in conjunction with the strengths of your university's focus area. So if you're an agricultural university, then work on agriculture related areas. If it's a business school, then there's a lot of work that can be done around sustainable business practices, sustainable social entrepreneurship, social innovation, etc. So that's what I would say, that we use our own strengths and then work with the priorities set by the government. And perhaps priorities set by other stakeholders, if there are certain. We saw, for example, during COVID-19 was a really interesting example in India. We saw a lot of private sector, civil society, and even universities coming together to try to quickly create new research, or trying to create new resources to help support the country during the COVID-19 crisis. So in similar ways, are there other ways to use our strengths at the university and also work with the priorities either set by government or priorities that are thrown up by crisis or other sort of sense of urgent agendas?
Thank you, Professor Sone. Professor Afriyani, your thoughts.
Thank you for sharing your thought, Prof. Sone and Tony. For Universitas Palembang, Indonesia, we think that for capitalizing on the extensive intellectual capital across the institution, the university can strengthen collaboration with faculty and research center and develop cross-disciplinary research initiative. University must integrate sustainability and SDG issue into their curriculum, research, and institutional practice. And this can help, I think, raise student and staff awareness of global issue and individual and institutional impact on sustainability. In addition, I think university can build partnership with industry and the public sector to promote innovation and investment that achieve the SDG goal. In addition, I think there are certain SDG that university can prioritize. For example, university can focus on SDG 4, quality education, by offering innovative curricula that encourage active learning and skill building beyond the classroom. University can also prioritize SDG 7, clean and affordable energy, with a focus on research and development of greener technology and reduce energy consumption on their campuses. SDG 13, for example, action for climate change, and SDG 14, life underwater, can also be prioritized by university in an effort to promote sustainability and environmental preservation. Professor Arpita.
Thank you, Professor Afriyani. I would like to thank the panelists for such thought-provoking comments and discussion on such an important and crucial topic. Now, let us move on to the Q&A session from the audience. We have received some questions and we would follow the same format. The first question is there a need for realigning the vision and mission of a university to include the institutional commitment to SDGs? What are some of the SDGs that your institution is aligned to and initiatives implemented to achieve the same? So it's a two-part question. Professor George.
Okay, I think, yes, definitely there is a need to realign the institutional objectives with the sustainable development goals. It's very important that we realign the vision and mission of the university to cater to the requirements in sustainable developmental goals. Now, as far as my university is concerned, the Jindal Global University, the very motto that we are a private university that is wedded to public service. So that itself encapsulates our commitment, the commitment of the OP Jindal Global University to sustainable development values. And I can proudly say that we have a sustainable development, a campus that is sustainable development friendly in every sense of the term. And the university has, what I understand, is committed to the entire package of sustainable development goals. And the university and every faculty, every administrative officer, we are all doing our own bit to ensure that it stays this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor George. I would like to point out that we have recently participated in the THA Impact Ranking, and we also have a sustainability report at Jindal Global University. Professor Sone.
Thank you. Given that I'm from the same university, I don't think I need to add to that. But I would say that I think for universities in general, I think it's worth considering how to, again, coming back to the idea of being more practice-oriented. Can we realign our research? Can we realign our what we teach in courses to make them more relevant to sustainable development goals, whether it is a greener environment or whether it is, development and poverty alleviation?
Thank you, Professor Sone. Professor Khadija, it's a pleasure to have you here with us. Your comments on the question on the vision and mission of your institution regarding sustainable development goals.
Okay, thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Please, I want to answer your questions, the 7 questions about the vision and mission of our university.
Yeah.
Aligning the university's visions and missions with the SDGs is essential to ensure conformity and consistency in institutional commitments to these global goals. Initiatives implemented can range from lecture programs covering SDGs issues, collaborations with relevant organizations and institutions to achieve SDGs, to environmentally responsible use of resources to support SDGs goals. It can also strengthen the university's position in influencing and contributing to global efforts in achieving the SDGs. Some SDGs that can be aligned with educational institutions are quality education, gender equality, sustainable economic growth, innovation, infrastructure and industrializations, responsible consumptions and productions, climate actions, partnerships for purpose. And I think that's all about the 7 questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Khadija. The next question that we have received from the audience is as follows. The university could provide direction to integrating the social, economic, and environmental goals by adopting the SDGs at the core of its teaching and creating citizens that are sensitive to the issues our world is grappling with. So the question is, what innovations could be done to redefine teaching for integrating SDGs at the core of an institution? Professor George, your thoughts.
Yes, thank you, Professor Arpita. Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I think what the university should basically be doing is, with regard to integrating sustainable development goals at its core activity of teaching, a lot will depend upon redefining and redesigning its curriculum and pedagogy. That is very important. And redesigning its curriculum and pedagogy, by that, what I mean is not just introducing a few add-on topics which may deal with certain aspects of sustainability, but rather to underpin the entire curriculum as well as the pedagogy in the principles of sustainability. Sustainability, even though it's an abstract concept, there's a lot of abstraction behind sustainability. We must also understand that there are certain principles that underpin this concept of sustainability. So when we are trying to develop new courses, when a university is trying to develop new courses on sustainability, giving effect to the idea of sustainability, it is very important that the curriculum as well as the pedagogy has to be anchored in sustainability principles. That is extremely important. And then what I feel is that basically through this redesigning of the curriculum and the pedagogy, rooting it in the ideas of sustainability, the student should be able to understand and reflect upon their actions and decisions as far as the idea of sustainability is concerned. And I feel that secondly, what the university can do is to provide more academic space and freedom. Especially for those faculty who would want to carry out research in sustainable, in areas that are very integral to the idea of sustainability. So I think these are two important factors that we need to consider when we are talking about redesigning curriculum, or we're talking about integrating the idea of sustainability within the context of a university teaching setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor George. That's very thoughtful and insightful. I would like to add the term experimentation to that. So pedagogy and curricular redesign, these need to be supported by the freedom to continually experiment and see what works at what point of time. Thank you, Professor George. Professor Sone.
I think Professor George really summarized the idea of putting, very well, the idea of putting SDGs at the core of curricula and curriculum development. I would add again to this idea of collaborating with external stakeholders would be really important to make sure that, again, we get out of our silo and know that whatever we create in terms of curricula aligns with what the society at large needs, aligns with what the government is looking for, etc. Yeah, I think those would probably be my main points, to sort of more practice-oriented again and work with lots of stakeholders outside of the university.
Thank you, Professor Sone. Professor Khadija, your thoughts?
Okay, thank you. But it's questions, but what innovation could be done to redefine teaching for integrating SDGs at our institution or at the core of our institutions? We have 5 programs to integrating SDGs at our institutions. The first programs the first innovation is SDGs training programs for faculty and staff. Universities can provide specialized training programs for faculty and staff on the concepts, tools, and implementation of SDGs. These trainings helps staff integrated SDGs in every curriculum and university activity. And the second innovation is integrating of SDGs into the curriculum. Universities need to update the curriculum to integrate the SDGs. These updates can be done by adapting more interdisciplinary methods and approach and providing specific study program on SDGs. The third one is joint projects with the community. Universities can develop joint projects with communities to introduce the concept and goals of SDGs. These projects can be social programs or environmental activities involving university students and staff. And the fourth innovation is inter-faculty collaborations. Universities can facilitate cooperation between faculties in implementing projects or programs that supports SDGs. These collaborations can increase participations and creativity in implementing SDGs. And the last innovation is implementation of eco-friendly policies. Universities can implement eco-friendly policies in universities' activities and introduce sustainable living practice for university students and staff. This will help to build awareness about the importance of environmental conservation in order to achieve the SDGs. Thank you very
Professor
much.
Kotecha. We have a lot of questions from the audience, but I think we have time to address just one more question. And the question that I've picked up pertains to a very important challenge or concern to fulfillment of SDGs, and that is the question of greenwashing. So the question is as follows. We see a lot of greenwashing around with isolated initiatives like installing solar panels or doing wastewater recycling being marketed as proof of a university being green while continuing with poorly designed energy guzzling buildings, wasting water and electricity, etc. So can you share some examples you have come across of universities that have integrated the SDGs within their internal operations to create truly sustainable campus? Professor George.
Yes, thank you, Professor Arpita. Yeah, as far as this question is concerned, I may be able to throw some light on what is exactly happening in my university, namely the Jindal Global University. And with regards to environment sustainability, what I understand is that we have, the university has put in proper systems in place for the management of solid, hazardous, and electronic waste. So all the three streams of waste are being recycled very effectively. And we have complied with the rules formulated by the government of India in this regard. Then with regard to energy, right now a lot of construction is going on in the campus. But despite that, what I'm given to understand is that we have invested a lot and we have been able to generate power by using, we have a solar power plant and we have been able to generate power, which was actually catering to a lot of our domestic requirements. And then the lighting is all LED, so which helps to save and conserve electricity. Then as far as biodiversity aspect is concerned, again, I'm given to understand that nearly half of the university, the total area of the university, it still continues to remain green. And here the focus of the university is on indigenous and native plants. Indigenous plants and native plants, which are indigenous to this locale, the city of Sonipat. Yeah, so there's a lot of focus on trying to conserve and use indigenous species rather than using species brought from other places. That is a positive aspect. And of course, there's a lot of different kinds of birds and animals also inhabit along with the students and faculty in the university. Now, what I understand is that there's a lot of priority given to recycling wastewater. In fact, we use grey water to water the plants. So that is one effective mechanism that we have adopted as far as conservation of water is concerned. In addition to that, I think the university has constructed nearly 50 rainwater harvesting pits. So the basic idea is to ensure that there is a lot of rainwater harvesting, because the place where the university is situated, it's actually considered to be a dark zone as far as groundwater is concerned. So we are sitting in a dark zone. But despite the fact that we are in the dark zone, the university is taking all attempts to ensure that water is managed effectively. Their entire intention is to conserve every drop of water. Then I think we have also involved in community engagement activities, because we have a collaborative approach where students and faculty are involved in activities that occur in the nearby village areas. So this is a global university situated right in the heart of a very conservative and very rural landscape. But despite that fact, we have been able to, reach out to the local communities. And there are several outreach programs have been initiated as regards hygiene, as regards legal awareness, the idea of literacy, gender justice. So we are also involved, and we also provide a lot of employment opportunities to the local community. So these are some of the broad ways in which the university is actually facilitating the idea of sustainable development. In addition to that, of course, teaching and pedagogy, which I have already mentioned, We have a lot of courses. We have a center on environment and sustainability, and then we have a school on environment and sustainability. We have a center for environmental laws and climate change, and then we have another center on sustainability itself. And we have a lot of courses that have been developed to further the idea of sustainability. For example, we have courses on water law, sustainable oceans law and policy. We have a course on natural resources management law, and these courses are cross-listed. So students from other disciplines are also able to enroll and study these courses. So in this manner, we have actually facilitated the idea of sustainable development. We have implemented the idea of sustainable development. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor George. I would like to briefly add to it. We have been receiving a lot of collaborative interinstitutional funding in the area of sustainability, where we are working with universities around the globe. Professor Sone, would you like to add something to the list provided by Professor George?
I wouldn't actually. I think it was a very, very solid list. So yeah, I'll move on to the next. Let you move on to the next speaker.
All right. Thank you, Professor Sone. Professor Khadija, your thoughts?
Thank you, Professor Arpita Gupta. There are 7 examples of universities that have integrated sustainable development goals in their international operations to create a truly sustainable campus. The following are some examples. First, Arizona State University. I'm proud to announce you all that UN Raden Fatah has signed MOU with Arizona State University to enhance international partnerships. The university has set a goal to become a sustainable university because of four key area: energy and resource governance, food and water resources, science and continuing education, and sustainable society and culture. And the second university is Yale University. Yale University has a climate change and environment initiative that aims to promote responsible action toward the natural environment and encourage teaching, research, and training in this regard. And the third university is University of California, Los Angeles. University of California has climate change and sustainable programs that focuses on environmental improvement programs, environmental education, and sustainable policy settings. The fourth university is University of British Columbia. University of Columbia has an ongoing action plan that encourages greenhouse gas emission reductions, energy and water saving, promotes sustainable mobility, and fosters a green campus environment. The fifth university is Aalto University. Aalto University in Helsinki, Finland, has adopted sustainable learning environments through project-based learning methods, the use of renewable energy, and reducing the university's overall carbon emissions. The sixth university is University of Eindhoven in Netherlands. This university has adopted a program called Campus Environments that includes carbon emission reductions, efficient use of resources, sustainable food choice, and energy saving. And the last university is University of Sydney, Australia. This university has a sustainable initiative consisting of environmental improvement programs, sustainable governance, and environmental teaching, and that encourage students to be environmentally responsible. There are many other examples around the world, and hopefully this can be an inspiration for other universities to follow in their footsteps and make change for the better for the environment, and the earth will life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Khotija. We have also reached the end time for the session. I hope that we are able to continue this discussion in future sometime. I would like to thank all the panelists for such a productive session today. Professor Khotija, Professor Afriani, Professor George, Professor Sone. Thank you for such a productive session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to this fascinating session on the dilemma of the disciplines, STEM or social sciences or both. I'm going to introduce our panel in just a moment, but before I do that, I want to contextualize what this discussion is really going to be focused on. We're at a time of technological transformation. Artificial intelligence is growing by leaps and bounds pretty much every day, taking over repetitive tasks, asking us as scholars, professionals, as students to try and challenge ourselves with new developments. But it's also a reminder of how important it is that we track where human skills become more and more relevant. While technology can assist us in a host of tasks, we have to think about teamwork, we have to think about creativity, we have to think about adaptation. And to think about all of this critically, we have to wonder how curriculum needs to change for those aspiring to enter the traditional STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and math. But also, if we look at the other side of it, those who are looking to enter the liberal arts fields, which have traditionally been centered around purely soft skills, and whether the separation of these two categories can exist in the same way that they have in the traditional education of the last 400 years. Proficiency in the arts and understanding of human behavior, ideas of empathy and social skills are more important today than they possibly ever were before. And understanding how that is operationalized first in the educational setting, and then how that will lead us forward into the professional setting of the future is the conversation that we're going to focus on today. The notion of the knowledge of many arts or the liberal arts and how that meshes with STEM, with increased capacities and problem solving and communication skills is something that can only be done through a holistic and multidisciplinary education approach. In India today, that conversation has been emphasized and driven in the National Education Policy of 2020. Globally, different fora have been talking about it and emphasizing it. And we can see these shifts start to take place. But today we've got our panel here to tell us what they think the future should or is going to or both look like. So on that note, I'm going to introduce our panelists. We've got Dr. David C. Malloy from who is joining us now. He's a Western alumnus who's earned his bachelor's and master's degree from the Western's Faculty of Physical Education, his doctorate in educational administration from the University of Ottawa. In 2019, Dr. Malloy was named the principal of King's University College at Western University in London, Ontario, a title that was changed to president in 2021, which is the capacity in which he joins us today. And this follows his 30-year career with the University of Regina, both as a faculty member and as an administrator, holding the roles of Assistant Dean of the Faculty of Kinesiology and Health Studies, Associate Dean in the Faculty of Graduate Studies and Research, Associate Vice President Research, and Vice President Research. As those titles may have possibly informed you, he has an active research portfolio with a focus on applied philosophy in healthcare. His interests include ethical decision-making, codes of ethics, existential hardness, personhood, and ethical climate culture. During his academic career, he has published 6 books and 67 peer-reviewed articles, contributed to 3 book chapters, 7 book reviews, given 81 conference presentations, and has received more than $4.5 million in team and individual research grants. And in his spare time, Dr. Malloy is an active musician, a bass guitarist, and a vocalist, and enjoys sports, and was the head track and field coach for the University of Western Ontario. It's absolutely wonderful, Dr. Malloy, to have you join us today. Moving on, we've got Dr. Stuart McCook, who's joining us. He's the Assistant Vice President, International Office of International Strategy and Partnerships at the University of Guelph. Dr. McCook began his term as Assistant Vice President International at the University of Guelph in August of 2019. During his term, Stuart launched the university's inaugural Global Engagement Plan 2022 to 2025. He continues to lead its implementation across 3 campuses. Since 2003, he has been a member of the university's History Department and currently holds the rank of Professor. From 2009 to 2015, he was the Associate Dean Research and Graduate Studies for the College of Arts. And before joining the University of Guelph, he taught for 6 years at the College of New Jersey and held an NSF postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Minnesota. He completed his PhD at Princeton University in 1996, and his historical research focuses on the environmental history of agriculture in the Global South, especially the history of coffee cultivation. And last but not least at all, we've got Dr. Pramatraj Sinha. Dr. Sinha is the founder and trustee of Ashoka University. He's also the founder and managing director of the 9.9 Group, which has interests in media, strategic advisory services, and higher education. Dr. Sinha's primary interest lies in building high-quality institutions of higher education. He's the founding dean and the member of the executive board of the Indian School of Business, which has rapidly become one of the top 20 business schools globally. He's also founded Harappa Education, which is striving to become India's largest online institution focused on teaching habits and skills critical to workplace success in the 21st century. Dr. Sinha received a PhD from the University of Pennsylvania. It is wonderful to welcome all of you, Dr. Malloy, Dr. McCook, and Dr. Sinha to this panel. I would like to begin with asking each of you in turn to lay the foundations of what this discussion should be about going forward. A few opening statements about where we are situated today and what you think the needs of the hour really looks like. So Dr. Malloy, could we start with you?
Dr. Sen, thank you so much, and welcome everyone. I'm thrilled to be part of this panel. This is a topic that is very near and dear to my heart. And in fact, it's one that doesn't make me get out of bed in the morning, makes me jump out of bed in the morning because I really feel quite passionate about it. I think now I'm the president of a liberal arts university, so you can imagine I have a bias here. And I think what liberal art universities, well, in fact, universities in general, to say nothing of governments, have really done a really poor job in promoting the relevance of liberal art, humanities, social science disciplines. And I think to our peril. We, of course, have seen so much emphasis on STEM subjects in terms of government funding, so in terms of jobs. I think many parents would prefer many of their students to be STEM students as opposed to humanities and social science. And I think that's a mistake. Certainly, we all have leanings toward one discipline or another. But to focus all of our attention on one side of this equation has been, I think, short-sighted. My view is that we don't need to pit humanities, social science against STEM subjects. I think what we really need to start doing right away, this afternoon, this evening, is really start to have the discussion as we're having tonight about how these two almost the tale of two cities. How do these two perspectives really see the value in each other and really start to work very closely together to solve world problems? So, for example, climate change is not going to be solved by scientists alone. Climate change is going to require policymakers. It's going to require change agents. It's going to require communication. It's going to require philosophers. The crisis in the Ukraine right now isn't going to be solved necessarily by engineers or how do we make better tanks. It's going to be solved by individuals who are able to negotiate, to understand the human condition. So I think what we need to do as universities, and frankly, I'm very connected with the Chamber of Commerce here in not only in my own province, but also nationally, on how businesses can recognize really the relevance of humanities and social science degrees. And one more thing before I stop up, you can tell I'm a little excited about this. Part of our problem is that we haven't really universities haven't assisted our students in the humanities and social science how to communicate the value of their degree. So often a student will be a graduate of, let's say, philosophy and not really have the skill set to go to an employer, whoever that might be, and explain to them that what their degree means is critical thinking. it means creativity, it means adaptability, it means flexibility, and so on and so forth. All the soft skills that you mentioned. If we can start to really explain and better communicate what it is that we do in the humanities and social sciences, I think we'll have a better opportunity to see that blend happen between STEM and social science and humanities. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Malloy, and I'm going to take your Tale of Two Cities metaphor and hope that it is the best of times and not the worst of times. And I'm going to move on now to Dr. McCook. If you could lay out some sort of initial statements for us to consider.
Sure. Before I do that, I'm just going to say about 6 weeks ago, I had the pleasure of visiting both JGU and Ashoka, and I'm grateful to both institutions for the warm welcome I received while I was there. So, and I look forward to continuing this conversation virtually today. Yeah, I started off, first of all, if you're going to be looking for argument among the panelists, I know at least I'm not going to be arguing with David Malloy. I think we're on this on the same side, and I'm just going to take it from a slightly different perspective, or just kind of riff on some of the things he was saying. When I started looking at the title here, The Dilemma of the Disciplines, STEM or Social Sciences or both, I think in some ways the answer that I think we're all probably drawn to right away is short and simple, which is it's both, right? We got to do both. But that's a short and simple answer and doesn't lead to very interesting conversations. I think the question is, there's a longer and a more complicated answer. And it's kind of the answer behind it is one that's kind of made university administration attractive to me, which is something that you perhaps don't often hear a lot of people say. But the question is what you talked about at the beginning is about operationally, what do you do with that? What university leaders constantly grapple with at almost every level is, yes, I think we're all there with both. We need to do both. But our job, to a large extent, is to take a finite pot of resources and allocate it. And the question is, what do you do? Where do you allocate these finite resources in the world of a range of different sciences, a range of different social sciences, a range of different humanities within the university so that the university can do its task? These decisions about how you allocate resources between sciences and social sciences and humanities vary a lot between institutions, and to a certain extent, that's naturally okay. I know one of our speakers, who I guess isn't here today, is from was from a petroleum university, and I think it's appropriate that a university like that dedicate its resources to funding research and teaching in science and engineering. The IITs are another great example of that. I know both Ashoka and Jindal tend to skew a little more towards the liberal arts, although I know both are interested in developing the sciences as well. And I think it's part of a good liberal arts education necessarily includes education in the sciences. But in practice, as we all know, the decisions are rarely a simple, operationally in real life, are rarely a simple dilemma between STEM or the social sciences. They're a lot more nuanced than that. And in fact, that's where the creativity in running a university and in shaping the curriculum and in shaping the research agenda comes in, is to find, and here I echo David, is to find ways of encouraging collaboration between STEM disciplines and the social sciences to address the largest problems that the world is confronting today. I think all of us at our universities can find tangible examples to do so. I can think of many. Well, one of the ones that's come up recently that I think captures some of the things that you've been both talking about is we've got this new Center for Advancing Responsible and Ethical Artificial Intelligence. I mean, it's hard to open a newspaper or click on a website today without hearing about ChatGPT. And the question is, well, what do we do with that? And this center, which we call CARE AI, brings together researchers from all across campus, the technical researchers who have the competence to understand the artificial intelligence, and then the philosophers and the political scientists and policy people who are exploring, well, how do we operationalize all of this in an ethical way? and in some ways, that's the most exciting part of the university, is being able to facilitate and support this kind of research and teaching. In my previous life as a historian, and perhaps my future life as a historian, I taught humanities to our engineering students. All of our engineering students have to take a science and society class in which they learn to think about their technical profession, also in historical context, and understand that the science and the technology that they do are embedded at particular societies, at particular historical moments, and are in many senses value laden, although our students don't often think about that value context. I'm sure your universities all have comparable projects, and this is in fact what all of our stakeholders want. Our students, our governments, our business, our civil society want. They want the universities to provide society with holistic solutions to these problems. And just to echo what David said, the problems of our day, climate change, hunger, poverty, if you look at almost any of the sustainable development goals, they're never just technical problems. I think at times there's a very powerful discourse that would like us, and we see this a lot among some political and thought leaders, to say, we can solve all of these problems technically. We can sort of circumvent this is in some ways the story, well, some of the stories of the 20th century is we can engineer our way out of having to deal with the politics. And I think one of the lessons we've learned in the early 21st century is there is no way of doing that. We need to embrace the culture. We need to embrace the politics, embrace the society as part of the larger solution to social problems, which of course involve technical disciplines as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. McCook. And I think that really sort of sets up several themes that we're going to carry forward in this conversation. I think I'd just like to remind our viewers, in the context of what Dr. McCook said, that Isaac Newton was on record about saying that he was influenced by philosophers like Descartes. And I don't think that we can think of these two people separately in the work they have done. And that's, I think, something we should keep in mind. Let's move to Dr. Sinha. Dr. Sinha, I think this is a conversation that's relatively new in India. When I went to college 15 years ago, it was not a conversation that was taking place. The work you have done, the work that Professor Rajkumar have done, have changed that conversation. But I think these conversations have been taking place in Western spaces longer than they have been taking place in ours. Where do you think we are at as far as that conversation is concerned?
So I think the conversations are very advanced. If you look at our national education policy in 2020 that everybody talks about, they clearly it clearly encapsulates this whole idea of a multidisciplinary, holistic education. In fact, the policy did use the word liberal arts to signify the new set of universities, the model for new universities, chose to change it to the word multidisciplinary, but it really captures the essence of what we are talking about here. It's harder to implement, though. And to do that in existing institutions, and I think in the write-up for this panel, there was some reference to sort of breaking down the silos or barriers. And that's always tough to do. Change is always difficult. Our training as academics is in silos. And increasingly it's changing, but that training is more after the fact, after you finish your PhD. I was very lucky many years ago to do a PhD in a liberal arts institution in a very technical subject. And so I was forced to collaborate, and I was forced to do interdisciplinary work. I had my PhD was in robotics, and I had a advisor who was a computer scientist, but my major was mechanical engineering. And one of my thesis committee members was a psychologist. So I saw the value of that very early on. And I saw some of us who kind of forced this conversation were just driven by our own personal journeys. Like you, Kajuri, I studied in India, and in those days, I studied metallurgical engineering, which was based on my rank in the entrance test to the IITs. It has nothing to do with my interest or where I was headed. And I've never really done any metallurgy in my life since those 4 years of study, being forced to study what I never really chose to study. So I think the changes are being brought about. Most of us now realize that increasingly what we end up doing in our careers has very little to do with what we studied as a major. And that's the life experience of most people. So I find that initially it was a bit of a challenge to sell the idea of liberal arts in India, and people thought we were talking about performing arts and creative arts. But the moment you turn to them and say, listen, what did you study and what do you do now? And then you tell them, well, that's what really liberal arts education is about, that it doesn't matter what you majored in. People get it. So the conversations are happening. I think it's challenging to implement it. It's no surprise that it's therefore institutions like Jindal, like Priya, like Shiv Nadar, like Ahmedabad University, like Azim Premji University and Ashoka that are bringing this as examples, benchmarks, role models in India. This has been practiced all over the world, but it's very new in our country. But it is spreading, and it's spreading, if I may say, almost like wildfire. I think IIT Gandhinagar, under the leadership of Sudeep Jain, brought that in from the very first day when it was set up. And it's probably the first ever IIT out of the 20 odd IITs that tried to do this. So I think the narrative, the conversations, the policy is all in place. I think the challenge for us is how do you make it happen? I'm building a design-based university in Ahmedabad. And I just came away from a 3-day conference on the future of learning. And when it first came up, I was like, what are we discussing the future of learning at a design school? And then our team called me and said, hey, that's all about designing the new future of learning. And that's why we are doing it. And it was amazing to see the multidisciplinarity present there. And I learned quite a few things from just being there. So I do think that this is happening. It was a long time coming. It had to happen. Incidentally, not to promote it, but just to say the mindset I come from, and excuse me, like Dr. Cook said, I don't have a debate with what the panel is about. We are all here preaching to the converted. But I just wrote a book, and it's called Learn, Don't Study. It's out on the stands. And the main thesis of the book is, parents come to me all the time with their kids, and they think that I should figure out for their kids what they should study so that they can be successful in life. And I start by telling them, I don't know. Nobody knows. If somebody is giving you a test and saying, you should go and build a career in X, Y, or Z, they are just doing some hocus pocus. Don't at all fall for that, because these tests have not even factored in what careers might exist in the future. And again, this is stuff that you've heard talk about. So I do think that we have to move. If you ask me what the radical future could be, I think we would have this STEM, STEAM, humanities, social science distinction. We are all going to live longer. We are all going to constantly want to learn and be curious. And so learning, instead of being the 4 years of college, is our whole lifetime. These days, I'm obsessed about how an East India company, a corporation, took over a country. And earlier, it was the purview of historians. Today, it is the curiosity of a person who's been in business all his life and is saying, wow, how could they actually take over a country? And so all of us are going to study all our lives, learn all our lives, span disciplines all our life. All of us are learning about what is meant by large language models. Who thought we would be talking about Chat GPT and trying to understand what it really does and what it really doesn't do? And all of us are having to school. We are not now doing a computer science major, but we are doing a mini course in computer science. So I think with lifelong learning, these distinctions and disciplines are going to go away. All of us are going to study all over the place, whenever we want, however we want. And ultimately, it's going to come down to our ability to solve some of the toughest problems that the world faces. I think more and more people with a college education have a responsibility, especially in countries like ours, because there are so few of us relative to the larger population, and our problems are so great that the more, if you will, learned people don't engage on the toughest problems, who will? And they are going to need multidisciplinarity. So if you go back to the traditional model, then at Ashoka, the computer scientist with the biology minor and the environmental studies concentration is going to have to look at pollution in Delhi, analyze that data, figure out what health effects the pollution is having and what the environmental causes are of those health effects. And without that, we won't solve for the pollution in Delhi and the harmful effects on human beings. So for the wicked problems to get solved, we have to have people trained in multiple disciplines, whether you call it STEM, STEAM, liberal arts. And the last thing I'll say, and then I'll shut up after that, is that there's also a very strong sense in young people that they want to learn, study, work in fields that they love, they enjoy, they find some meaning, some purpose, something beyond just the job. And it sounds like a bit of a pipe dream to say this, but I work a lot with young people, and it's true for people from modest backgrounds who want just a job to people who come from very privileged backgrounds. I think in our generation, we never cared about our purpose and our mission and our meaning and what we feel passionate and what we love. I think the younger generation cares about that much more. Good news is they have the opportunity, so they can afford to care about. We didn't, so we went with whatever we got. And that is also driving a lot of the change. It will drive a lot of the change, I believe, because people feel it's their right to explore, their right to discover, their right to figure out and be curious. And that's a good thing in general for the world, challenging for us as educators. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sinha. And that's, I think I have to now let our audience know that they've been clickbaited into the session. It's not a dilemma of the disciplines. I think we're all in agreement that it should be both. So keeping that in mind with what you've just laid out, before I start asking some...
I wanted to make a liberal arts observation, which is kind of tongue-in-cheek, if I may. Do you know that you are actually sitting with 3 Canadians? I don't know if David is also Canadian, but I'm actually a Canadian citizen. I lived in Canada. My first job was with the University of Toronto. So it's quite a coincidence that amongst this large number of panels that you have in this session, you found 3 Canadians to deliberate this issue.
That is incredible. That is a fascinating little factoid right there. So let's leave it to the Canadians to take us forward in this conversation. Okay, I just want to let our audience know that if they can leave questions for our panelists in the chat box, we will be taking those questions up shortly. But before that, I'm going to put a few questions to them. So before we talk about what we can do to fix the challenges, shall we say? Shall we lay out what the challenges themselves are at the moment? As university administrators, as teachers, as institution builders, what are the fundamental challenges you see towards bringing a truly multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary system in place? Dr. Malloy.
Thank you. That's one heck of a question. I think if I could just go back for a moment to what one of the many things that Dr. Sinha, I'd love to have a conversation with both of you, Stuart and Dr. Sinha. It's not so much the silos as degrees that really concern me. I think if one is going to be an engineer, I certainly want engineers to be highly qualified as I drive across their bridges. or driving their cars. I think the real challenge for us is once we graduate and our students are employed in the many jobs that they're going to have, that there's a willingness and an understanding that they then absolutely should get out of their silos. I think it's the willingness to be open to having conversations. If I'm a philosopher or if I'm an English major, how do I engage in a conversation with someone who is from a STEM field, and how do each of us understand that we're going to come to a better solution by having our disciplines engage with each other. So that's one thing. I think it's our ability to teach our students to be open to those possibilities. I think the other important factor for us is I think really convincing students and perhaps their parents that it's okay to have their, I won't say child, to have their student in a liberal arts or humanities and social science discipline. I think we can all talk about disruptive technologies. My heavens, I don't know what we're going to do with ChatGPT. Stuart, I don't know if Guelph has figured that out, but we certainly haven't. But those kinds of disruptive technologies will continue. The successful student is going to be one that is going to, I guess, be able to be adaptable and flexible when those disruptive technologies occur. I gave an address to a graduating student body last night, and I suggested to them that the job that they're going to get next year will not be the same job that they get in 2 years, or the same job that they'll have in 5 years or 15 years. And that's okay. And the fact that they studied in a particular discipline, whether it was psychology or sociology or social work, the beauty of them having graduated from a liberal arts university is that they've got that capacity to be flexible and adaptable. So I don't know if I think I've probably gone off on a bit of a tangent, Dr. Sen, I'm sorry, but it's, I think a big challenge we have, certainly my university has, is entering into that dialogue with government, with businesses, with Chamber of Commerce, to let them be aware that this is an important interaction that we have to have. And once we are competent, perhaps once we're competent in our silos, how do we then break out of them to really start problem solving? So I'll stop there.
Dr. Sinha, what would you say you feel are the challenges that we face right now?
I think the challenges that I find are still around I think David talked about the students and the parents. I think somewhere in terms of the education part of this, it's really still convincing people that this highly multidisciplinary model will not disadvantage folks in any way. And I think parents particularly have a hard time understanding that, because they've still come from the older mindset. And I was saying earlier about what seems to work is just pointing fingers back at them or showing them the mirror rather than trying to make an argument. But even that is, when it still keeps coming back. So I think that mindset shift is an important one. I dare say that sometimes employers and folks who should be rewarding such learning are not quite ready as well. I find, what kind of graduate is this, or what kind of education is this? So I think that is another mindset issue that needs to change. A little bit on the faculty side as well. At Ashoka, we often run into a tussle about this breadth versus depth debate. A lot of folks who come from the more traditional programs in India feel like we are not giving them enough depth in the discipline that they claim to be a major in, and that they will therefore not do well enough because they didn't get those extra 2, 3, 4 courses. And you and I know that, frankly, it doesn't matter. If people really needed those courses, they will figure it out, they will do it, they will pick their instead of doing their electives in another area, they will do it in their major. But there is this fear that somewhere we are not giving the students enough of math, enough of physics, and I think that again comes from the mindset that folks have been brought up in. So I think it's really a mindset shift. The last thing I will say, that as an administrator, this is a little bit complicated to manage, this fluidity, right? If you're able to say, I'm going to have 50 people in psychology, 50 people in physics, 50 people in computer science, 50 people in, it's just easier to plan and so on. But it comes at the expense of not being able to do what we just talked about. The last thing I will also say is that, and that's my last point, is that often hiring faculty in that model is also tough. So a computer science professor, and by the way, we've chosen to include computer science in our liberal arts offering. And, the definition of what subjects constitute a liberal arts offering has evolved over centuries, and there's no reason it can't continue to evolve. So we chose to call ourselves a liberal arts and sciences institution, but computer science has been very much part of our institution from day one. When a computer science faculty is being hired, they naturally compare us to an IIT or an institution like a TIFR or an IISc. And you would know these as institutions in India that focus much more on technology and science. And then for them, the fear is, am I going to be at a disadvantage being at a liberal arts institution because, they are not focused. So all of these things are in different stakeholders' minds, right? From parents to students to faculty to administrators to policymakers. And I think it'll take time to change that mindset, but that is the biggest challenge, is this mindset that runs across.
I had many, many questions, and I am not going to be able to ask any of them because audience questions seem to be flooding in. So I'm going to use Dr. Sinha's comment here to actually do a segue to a question we've got, which I think fits into this conversation. I'm going to put this question to you, Dr. McCook, which is, we can keep asking students to look beyond binaries in our classes, yet we're always debating on the binaries like the ones in this debate. Why is it so difficult to change the mindsets of academics and policymakers?
I would say in some cases, and I'm thinking about a particular conversation I had with a fairly senior person who works at one of our provincial ministries, who I met at an event. And often I don't think it's the policymakers who are the problem. I think I talked to him, I met him, I was describing what I did, and he goes, Stuart, we need, he goes, you're sending us a lot of scientists. Our university sends a lot of scientists to this particular department where this guy was from. He goes, they're all great at the science, but none of them can write. He goes, we need scientists who can write. And by writing, I'm not just talking about the kind of narrow skill of being able to complete a sentence, but it's the whole mindset of being able to articulate what they're doing, translate their technical work into policy language, and often the difference between what makes a decent scientist or engineer and an outstanding science and engineer, particularly in their work and professional life, is that ability to connect the technical of what they're doing to the larger thing. So policymakers, I would say, aren't the problem. I think we've seen here, there are some academics that are the problem. some academics, but I would say even for most of us, that's changing. And I really want to echo something that I've heard from both of the other speakers too, is that we hear a lot about interdisciplinarity, and I think all three of us have, in one way or another, said we need disciplinarity as well. Obviously, we need people who are strong in the disciplines, but we also need to have them be able to step back and see their disciplines in larger context, whether that be the humanists seeing the scientific context. I think it is sometimes we are our own worst enemy. When we come and have events like this and frame it as a science versus social sciences thing, that can be a problem. And I think we need to change the discourses on that and ask, how do we play together? And I think also just even it gets down into secondary schools. And high schools as well, and the whole lifelong learning and learning to valorize, and it's a problem in North America too with humanities degrees, where the joke is, oh, you want fries with that, assuming that if you get a bachelor's degree in the humanities, you're going to somehow wind up working at McDonald's or something like that. When in reality, many of us go on to do other things. I would say too, within, and I see this a lot in real life. I'm a humanist who teaches a lot of engineering students, and I've had throughout my entire career in teaching humanities to engineering students in various contexts, I've had engineering students come to me and say, I'm interested in the humanities, and I'm thinking about switching my major, but my parents would never let me do this because they think, and I've spent a lifetime trying to nuance that, trying to think of ways they can incorporate humanities into their engineering career, but it's a deeply rooted, in some ways, social issue that is present across many cultures around the world. One of the things I would say that I like is universities can do creative things, though, to create those spaces for students. And I'm one of them too, who have feet in both technical and humanistic disciplines. I was an undergraduate at the University of Toronto, so I have that Canadian connection to our colleague as well. And I started off as a physicist and wound up with a bachelor's in history and philosophy of science. And I love that space and have remained in that space ever since. Here at the University of Guelph, we've got this wonderful program called the Bachelor of Arts and Science, which I think initially was perhaps meant for students like this as well, students who couldn't decide. And it's turned into a major which often attracts now some of our best undergraduates. And the Bachelor of Arts and Science allows students to almost mix and match majors. So we've got chemistry and art history, computing and psychology, ecology and international development studies. They can pick almost any two things and put them together into a coherent degree program. And in fact, what the university helps them do is take these two things and help them articulate how and why they're connected. Zoology and English is another one, physics and theater studies. And it's a really, really fun degree. And the students who graduate, even if they go into a science graduate program, they tend to do extremely well. And I think our job is to help support that culture and then get those graduates out into the workforce where they will then promote it. I hope I've gone some way to answering the question. Anyway.
I think you've set up more questions than you have answers, but that's what we're here for. In fact, you've led us into a few more of the audience questions that we've got here. And one of those questions is, universities are having these dialogues about interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary spaces, courses, designs. But do you think that school, secondary education spaces should actually be preparing students for a multidisciplinary environment? It shouldn't be the responsibility, asks this person, of just the universities. It should be the responsibility of the entire educational system. Dr. Malloy.
I would agree with that. I think part of the problem is there is such pressure coming from the perception of society and the very overt commentary by governments, in our case, whether it's a provincial or a federal government, to focus on STEM. And I think parents, hear that message that if you want your student, your son or daughter to have a decent job, well, you've got to go into STEM. I think they get that information probably in high school, if not younger, which is misinformation. I mean, certainly you'll have a wonderful career in STEM, but I think the data and yes, Dr. McCook, the common joke is if you have a liberal arts education that you end up as a barista making coffee. But the data, which again, we're very, very negligent in getting this information out there, but the data is that you can have a very good career in the liberal arts. And in fact, in terms of overall income, while a liberal arts graduate does start behind a STEM grad, within, I believe it's 10 to 15 years, you've already caught up. And because of the flexibility, adaptability, and all the other stuff we spoke about, the chances of you moving on to more senior positions is very highly likely. So you are not disadvantaged by taking a liberal arts degree. And in fact, in some ways, you are very much more advantaged. So taking this back to a societal perception, I think that what we need to do is convince decision makers and dare I say influencers to value I guess the notion of humanities, social science, liberal arts education, and not just the STEM disciplines.
So there's a question that's come in from the audience that I will put to all of you. We'll start with Dr. Sinha, which is as far as the mindset of employers are concerned when they're hiring people, which seems to be understandably the largest concern. Does the fact that people come from different backgrounds be perceived differently? What kind of shift would you like to see in the mindset of employers, and how would that translate specifically when it comes to ideas of salary parity and positional parity within that space? Dr. Sinha.
I'm just thinking, see, employers are still going to need some folks that come with some types of skills and training, which are more professionally oriented. And depending on which company you represent, you may be willing to pay more and be willing to pay a premium for people who come from a certain discipline. I think that has always existed, and to some extent that will remain in place because you need that set of technical or professional skills in addition to the skills that we're talking about. And we'll put that aside. But I think beyond that, most jobs actually don't need that technical or professional skill. And for those, I do think that employers need to start to open their aperture much more. And the reward for the work or compensation should really be dependent on the output, the performance, rather than what background people come from. And I've seen this time and time again because I've started businesses, worked in large companies, recruited people. Beyond a point, actually, over a period of time, after about 3-4 years, what you studied, where you studied, it just gets erased, or it gets so far pushed in the past. It's really just your current performance and just past and future potential that really makes a difference. I do think that people find it hard to judge that. For example, I'm sitting at ISB and today is our graduation. And I remember in the early years, people found it tough to understand how do they hire somebody with an MBA from campus who has prior experience. Because the MBAs in India in those days were with no experience. So a campus MBA meant no experience, and they came from IIMs. And So people found it very hard. And then the question was, are they a lateral hire? Are they a mid-tier? Can we start them off at the bottom of the rung? Or how much should we pay them? And I think over time, the market has adjusted. We had to push them pretty hard. And I think I dare say that our initial graduates may have started at a disadvantage because people discounted them. Interestingly, I have a story on that too. When I got recruited with McKinsey and Company after I was a failure as an academic and didn't enjoy being one, I actually got a lower salary, no sign-on bonus, and I was much older, had much more experience than the MBAs in my cohort that was recruited. And I was told that I actually would take, I was called a diversified candidate. So I was a diversity candidate because I didn't have an MBA. And over a period of time, all that changed. And 3 of the last few global managing directors of McKinsey have been diversified candidates. But fast forward to 20, 30 years later in India, when I was trying to convince McKinsey to recruit from Ashoka, they only first looked at the economics and finance graduates. And I had to tell them, and especially because I knew them, that, hey, can you take a look at some of these political science and English majors as well? You'll be surprised. And interestingly, they've hired political science and English majors for the last few years. Of course, in addition to the economics and finance majors. So this process is long, and I can't say that this is going to happen overnight, but I think people are realizing, people are changing, people have gone through experiences themselves. Their own children, the recruiters' children are going through these experiences, so that changes people's mindsets. So I do think it is happening, and I do think we have to be hopeful, and we need to keep pushing the bar and the boundaries on.
Dr. Joy, yes.
Could I make just a very, very quick comment? I'm sorry to jump in. 2 weeks ago, I had a conversation with the CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. His name is Perrin Beatty. He's a former federal minister of defense. And he told me that when he's interviewing people at the head office for the Chamber of Commerce in Ottawa, he doesn't ask them what their degrees are. He said he didn't care. What he wanted were critical thinkers, flexible thinkers, adaptable thinkers. So right on point, Dr. Senna. I think the more experienced employers realize that what your undergraduate degree is I won't say it's meaningless, but it may not really matter that much. I think the other characteristics they're looking for are, more of these quote unquote softer skills. So thank you.
Dr. Bakul?
And I'll just add, I was just going to add very quickly, I think Dr. Sinha's example is a really, really beautiful one of how universities can be activists to change these discourses, to get companies, get employers to think differently about the kinds of graduates we produce and their value professionally.
If I may, Dr. Sinha, I want to very quickly add that once upon a time in my journalistic career, I used to do a show where I would interview students of business schools across India. And I would do all of the IIMs and I would do ISB. And inevitably, you would have 22, 23-year-olds, all of them from engineering backgrounds at the IIMs, and then I'd get to ISB, and you'd have people between 25 and 55 from backgrounds as diverse as fashion, medicine, public health, all of whom were there to do their MBAs, and the conversations were radically more interesting from a purely journalistic perspective. So clearly that was something that stood out to me even then. We are running out of time for a conversation that really requires much longer than 1 hour. As Dr. Malloy said, probably requires a lifetime. But I would like to ask for some relatively brief closing statements on what you feel on creative models, really, that we should be looking to develop for multidisciplinary education going forward. Dr. Malloy, we'll start with you.
That's a heck of a question to ask off the cuff. Let me tell you what King's is doing. and King's University is an affiliate of Western University. We have a program, we call it the King's Promise, and in that program, students from first year to fourth year take a variety of seminars and workshops, and all professional skills, so resume writing, internships, mentorships, all that sort of thing. And part of that is helping those students communicate to employers what their degree means. So this is the sociologist that would go into, perhaps they're trying to get a job in a bank, or philosopher getting a job, what their skill set is.
Could you repeat that, Dr. Malloy? We lost you for about a second.
Oh, okay. I said that what we're trying to do is communicate to our students, or to teach our students how to communicate to employers, so that a sociologist can walk into a high-tech company and can, be able to convince them what the virtues of their degree are and why they should be hired. So I think that's a small step, but I think it's a significant one, and one that we haven't done for decades, hundreds of years. That we really need to really come to terms with the reality of our disciplines. And the other part of the King's Promise is that what we do is that if a student doesn't have a job in their discipline within 6 months, we invite them back for up to a year of free tuition. So we really try to put our money where our mouth is when it comes to job readiness. And I say that even though to some, to talk about careers as a function of a university is will get some people upset, because the purpose of a university is not to get a job. Well, that's true, but guess what? It is too. The reality is students go to university because they want a good job. And I think we're not serving them well if we don't prepare them for that. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Malloy, Dr. McCook. You're muted.
I'll keep it brief, but I think a lot of the points have already been touched upon. And I'll just say the things that universities can do, I think one of them is to constantly pay attention to their curriculum. It's easy to roll out a curriculum and then just kind of let it roll. And I think at times being more activist in revisiting their curriculum from time to time to make sure it's keeping up with changes in the world is really key. I think it's also about giving students spaces. I've, to get exposure either within a degree program, as we've alluded to, or by having interdisciplinary programs that will allow the more bold students to embrace the value of kind of disciplines that involve both the sciences and the social science. I'd say the third one that for us is becoming increasingly important is cooperative education. And where the students will study for a couple of semesters and then do a semester at a work placement. Which I think intellectually, so it'll take them, say, 5 years to do a 4-year undergraduate degree, but then they graduate with a year's work experience. And I think that moving back and forth between a workplace and the classroom, it gives them that experience of being able to think about actively and continually about how their degree shapes their work life and vice versa.
Thank you, Dr. McCook. Dr. Sinha.
Very quickly, I want to build on Dr. McCook's point about workplace. I do think that all of university education has traditionally been, you go and learn, and then once you learn, you go do. So you learn to do. I think we need to also incorporate do to learn in our curriculum. And the people call it experiential, project-based, but most people just do lip service to that. I think really saying, and the co-op model in some of the universities around the world is very powerful. I think it's much more relevant today than it was before. So I think that's number one. Number two, I do think we need to bring in more practitioners into teaching. I think in India, you mentioned, Kajari, that you have been a journalist before. The fact that you've actually worked, I think, brings a certain element into and this is not to take anything away from folks who have been pure academics. We need them too. I'm not saying that we don't, but I do think we also have such a dearth of academics that we almost have it as a need and a necessity in our country. But I think that the curriculum and the experience for our students becomes that much richer when you involve people who are practitioners. And of course, I don't mean them to come in and just tell their war stories, but train them up as academics. And the last thing I would say is that every university should have one degree major, which is a no major degree, where people come in and they just explore. And I know that there's been criticism that this can be too airy-fairy, floozy, it doesn't add up to anything. But hey, if people want, let them have the flexibility. Let them face the consequences if there are going to be negative consequences. Allow them that freedom to explore. And that would be my last thought. Thank you so much for having me. Are you both gentlemen at 4 a.m. in your time zones? Oh my God, I just can't believe that you're doing this.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Malloy, Dr. McCook, and Dr. Sinha. It was an absolute pleasure to have you here for this discussion, and we hope we can take it forward very, very soon, go into the nitty-gritties a little bit more. But thank you once again.
Thank you very much for having me.
Really enjoyed it.
Bye.
Take care, everyone.
Yeah. Bye.
Warm greetings from India. I am Nisha Nair, Associate Professor at Jindal Global Law School, and it is my pleasure to moderate the panel discussion on the theme of inclusivity and equity, applying the formula in lifelong learning to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 4 at the 5-day virtual World University Summit on Universities of the Future, Building Institutional Resilience, Social Responsibility, and Community Impact in G20 countries, jointly organized by the Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies and the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building of OP Jindal Global University. It is my honor to introduce the distinguished panel of speakers we have with us today, Professor Sangho Kang, President, History NGO Forum of Peace in East Asia, South Korea. Professor Kang has decades of experience engaging in NGO and civil society programs, allowing him the opportunity to contribute to the development of the Korean civil society. He organized the 1999 Seoul International Conference of NGOs as its program director, which was the first worldwide NGO conference held in South Korea by Kyunghee University and UN-associated NGOs. Concurrently, he is leading the History NGO Forum for Peace in East Asia as its co-president while promoting historical reconciliation, peace building, and youth activism in East Asia. Our next panelist is Professor Eka Nugrahaputra, Assistant Professor, Jindal Global Law School, OP Jindal Global University, India. Dr. Putra holds a Doctor of Juridical Science from Indiana University, Morrow School of Law, United States. His dissertation research was carried out by conducting comparative approaches among several countries by analyzing the criminal defamation laws and cases, identifying best practices for free speech and democracy. The next distinguished speaker on our panel is Professor Edward Peck, Vice Chancellor and President, Nottingham Trent University, UK. Professor Peck joined Nottingham Trent University as Vice Chancellor in August 2014. His academic interests encompass public policy and organizational leadership, and he is a fellow of the UK Academy of Social Sciences. Professor Peck is a trustee of the Universities and Colleges Employees Association and deputy chair of the Universities and Colleges Admissions Services. He was a member of the UK government's post-18 fees and funding review panel. In May 2022, he was appointed as the Department for Education's initial student support champion. In July 2020, he was appointed Deputy Lieutenant of Nottinghamshire and was made a Commander of the British Empire in the 2021 New Year Honours List for services to higher education. And our fourth panelist is Professor Nidhi S. Sabharwal, Associate Professor, Center for Policy Research in Higher Education, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, India. Dr. Sabharwal also holds the position of Associate Professor in the Department of Educational Studies at the University of Warwick. Dr. Sabharwal has also served as the Director of the Indian Institute of Dalit Studies. She has conducted extensive research on development concerns of the poor, especially the scheduled caste groups. She has studied intergroup inequalities across human development indicators, focusing on the role of caste and gender-based discrimination in market and non-market institutions, diversity and discrimination within higher educational institutions, midday meal and Anganwadi programs, and social protection and affirmative action policies. Her current research focuses on access, student diversity, and equity in higher education. I welcome and thank the esteemed speakers for accepting our invitation to be a part of this panel. The theme of this panel discussion is inclusivity and equity, applying the formula in lifelong learning to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 4. Now, lifelong learning encompasses formal and informal learning opportunities that take place throughout individuals' lifetime with the goal of promoting overall development. It is essential for adaptability, social connection, and improved quality of life. It is an ongoing process that should be embraced and prioritized throughout one's life. However, access to lifelong learning is often limited for marginalized populations, including low-income communities, women, other genders, and people with disabilities. There are significant challenges when inclusivity and equity are applied in lifelong learning process. This is because many students face barriers in accessing education, which is limited in terms of financial constraints, everyday discrimination, and inadequate infrastructure and resources. When speaking of inclusivity and equity, the foremost challenge in achieving SDG Goal 4 is the gender disparities. Women and girls are expected to prioritize household chores or marriage over education, making them most likely to drop out of education system. Other than social or cultural barriers, they face economic barriers such as limited resources. Students who identify as the third gender face discrimination and harassment from their peers, teachers, or administrators, which make it difficult for them to feel safe and included in the educational environment. To achieve SDG Goal 4, it is essential to prioritize inclusivity and equity in lifelong learning opportunities. This includes addressing the barriers faced by marginalized populations and promoting access to quality education. Educational institutions must be designed to accommodate diverse learning needs and have the resources to support students from all backgrounds. By applying the formula of inclusivity and equity in lifelong learning, we can ensure that everyone has access to educational opportunities they need to thrive and contribute to the society. With these thoughts, I invite the panel to make their introductory remarks. I request Professor Sang-Guk Kang to begin the discussion with his introductory remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Nisha. Your wonderful introduction. I'm from Korea, and I had experience in the JGU University, the former academic field for 20 years. And since I being retired, I have been involved in a civil society organization for 10 years. And through the civil society, we are promoting informal, lifelong education. And based on my experience in the academic field and my experience in History NGO Forum, I would like to share some of my ideas, some experience with you. Particularly this SDG, Sustainable Development Goals number 4. It refers to the lifelong education. Okay, in our previous UN goals, MDG, or the Millennium Development Goals, is mostly for the education for all agenda, right? But the Sustainable Development Goals include lifelong learning and education, and when particularly I'm a Korean background, cultural and educational background, Korea is a good example of economic development and the political democratization, achievement of democratization. And the main factor of our, this success in economy and the democracy is, the education, okay? So because Korea is the education, the enthusiasm in each family or our facilities are very well prepared so far. And but I think this is the new transitional period. I mean the formal education has been very good in progress, but lifelong education, this is our new challenge, okay, lifelong education, because the Korean society is changing in terms of our demographic shape,
it's an aging society, okay, aging society, large population after being retired, what their second, the life, how do they prepare for the second life? This is the big issue. Also, the young generation, the Korea is always really a very the education oriented like a society, but we do like we should change our somewhat mentality. I mean we should respect the children's their choice of their life. Okay, choice of life. This is very important, and because in the Korea has very advanced in the like internet or the information technology. These days our new types of the education, the institute is like the semi-formal education is like what we have different educational types, like a formal education and the semi-formal education. This is lifelong education institution of a higher education type. Let me just briefly give some good examples. Korea National Open University, okay? Korean National Open University by online. The Korea National Open University opened in 1972. The Korea National Open University is the first national remote university in Korea, and its headquarters is located in Seoul. This university has networks of local universities in 13 special cities and metropolitan cities. It's also the second remote university in the world after the UK Open University, and has more than 50 years of history. So the educational background of the broadcasting university is internationally recognized. And there are some features of this Korea National Open University. 90% of the we call it KNOU, Korea National Open University, students work while attending the university. And university also provide a high quality education. And this university also, give the very favorable and reasonable tuition, the cost. The Korea National Open University's tuition is one-tenth of other conventional universities' tuition, okay, even in Korea. And also this university leading a lifelong learning society. So this Open University, Korea Open University's students' age ranges from teenage group, I mean they're in their 20s, and until to some 90s, okay, 90s, very various, the age group. And also Korea these days, they are very development of like a cyber university or remote university, okay, many universities. In this case, in Korea, cyber universities have increased 133% over the last 11 years since they were first established in 2001. As of the year 2022, I saw the statistics. There are 21 cyber universities in South Korea. So we can take advantage of all these technologies. So the cyber university, students, not only Korean students, but overseas students, they can attend this university far away, okay, like, out of Korea. So this is one good technology. We can use it. And of course, non-formal education is spreading, non-formal education. I mean, the non-formal education refers to all structured learning activities conducted outside of school. It includes planned, systematic, and organized teaching course, the same as formal education, but is not confined to, not certified as an academic education and the degree by the government. Okay, so and in my case, my history and your forum, since the 3 years ago, we have been engaged in like some program for global citizenship education, and in collaboration with our partners, overseas partners, particularly in ASEAN countries. Korea, we are more focused on East Asia, of course, in the China, Japan, Korea, but our relations not very favorable sometimes because of political, some regions. Okay, but we extend our activities with Southeast Asia, ASEAN countries, and particularly Mekong countries. So we began our program. We call it the Mekong School for Youth. So Mekong means like 5 countries through the Mekong River: Thailand and Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Vietnam. So we hold the youth program, and we are trying to organize this year another second occasion of the youth program here in Korea. So this is like a the formal education, but our partners, of course, they are some educational institutes or some NGOs. We try to organize in the future somewhat what's the main agenda, of course, in the Mekong region, and what is the most important agenda for youth and for the global citizenship, and for the issue or agenda of East Asia. We'd like to organize this the non-formal education, but would like to with our partners like Chiang Mai University or some other universities and other countries, would like to promote it like a substitute for some credits or something, because these days in Korea, university students, instead of the only school, university campus, the classes, if they do have the social service activities, the school acknowledge their credit or something. So we'd like to implement these kinds of social program, and this is our idea. Okay, so I will keep on my discussion later.
Thank you so much, Professor Sandhu, for sharing your experiences of working in civil society and bringing to the conversation the idea of cyber university and international level collaborations to promote semi-formal learning and non-formal learning, facilitating lifelong learning for all, and providing students and adults with an opportunity to work and study at the same time while maintaining the quality of education and keeping the fee reasonable to enhance accessibility. Thank you so much. I now request Professor Putra to make the introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, Professor Nair. So for my introductory remarks, I would like to talk in the general perspective before I go with the example that has been done by OP Jindal Global University. So I think, as Professor Nair and also Professor Kang already mentioned, that SDG number 4 goals is about ensuring inclusivity and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for everyone. I agree that's one of the biggest challenges right now is gender disparities, but we could not also forget that is also for the past 3 years, how COVID-19 also affect the difficulties for children and also affect how the global learning crisis in the world. And I would like to talk particularly how then every country in the world, including within the country, is also university, which all of us right now are part of the university as well, and also academics, is that how then we can use interdisciplinary approach that play an important role in tackling those issues. So, for example, let me start with gender disparities and how it's going to be start with the problem of inequality and also inequity education. Those problems usually start or manifested from the stigma and prejudice, which how then people think and feel about a particular group, especially when it comes to vulnerable groups, like for example, like low-income communities or people with disabilities, that they cannot have access to full education. Even though that, according to one of the international covenant, which is international covenant on economic, social, and economic rights, that right to education, it should be free for all. Well, even although that those particular article in the ICSER actually just right now is just mentioning that primary education should be free, but then there is also progressive introduction to free education to everybody. So in this case, how then higher education or university can taking a role into tackling this issue is that, and then how then the university can disseminate the idea against that. So tackling those stigma and prejudice will be one of them. I remember when on my first day when I joined OP Jindal Global University, there was an orientation for us, the new faculty members. And I was expecting the first day of the material that we will be receiving was about, how to be teaching university students or things like that. But apparently in the early session of the first day of my orientation as a new faculty member, it was about sexual harassment. It was about how to respect each gender and all of those things, which is, I believe, one of the greatest example, one of the great things that has been done. So we know now how to act properly in this kind of situation, how to managing to communicate properly with our colleagues or students in this case. Another thing that I believe is also important is that in regards that university can help in disseminate the idea is that how then academic freedom is also one of them that have been acted by the university. In OP Jindal Global University, with more than hundreds of international faculty members, including me, and also that vary from more than 40 countries in the world, each of us has a freedom to introduce new courses, especially elective courses, to the students, so they can learn more about a lot of things, not just particularly about, let's say, law in India, or human rights issue or human rights perspective from India, but more global. Let's say for the comparative aspect, there is an Asian law courses as well. There is also about comparative disability law elective course as well, and it will be starting from there. How then we can disseminate that idea to the students, because inequality, as I said earlier, it starts from misrecognition, and it's usually manifested in stigma and prejudice. And if we can reduce that, then we can also reduce the discriminatory action or discrimination that may be manifested in a policy, like formal policy or even law. In respect to that, we have to remember also what the university can also taking role in this is that providing in at least 4 aspects. The first one is about availability, which is going to be how the university can provide the facility in here, how the building sanitation facilities, or in the context of the lifelong learning, is that there is a specific dedicated unit for lifelong learning for that matter. And also accessibility in respect that it should not be non-discrimination. OP Jindal Global University offer that there is a Disability Support Committee, or DSC, which usually students, whenever they feel or they can, if they think they identify them as a person with disability, mental or physical, they can register to the DSC committee in the early of the semester, and then they have a consultation session. They have counselor over there, which then going to be accommodating whether for their daily life in the university, because they're living here in a dormitory or hostel, also in the formal life as a student, whether how to access the material, how to communicate with the professor, how to getting accommodated in the terms of examination, midterm, or even a final examination. The third thing is about acceptability. How then every teaching materials, every idea that promote or teach by the professor should be relevant and culturally appropriate, and also using the interdisciplinary approach. For example, in regards of COVID-19 situation, COVID-19 maybe is a problem. The major or the core problem is on the public health, but there is also an aspect of psychological aspect as well. How students getting problem to study while they have had to went through it through an online learning. There is also part of the psychological aspect over there. So if we're not using interdisciplinary action or approach over there, it's hard for us university representative to tackling with those issues. And what I see or what I noticed so far working as a professor at OP Global University is that one of the idea that is also sounded by our vice chancellor during the orientation is that the one building that's not divided into this is law school, this is school of public health, this is school of psychology, which one academic building. It's one of the way to introduce how the interdisciplinary approach going to be teach to all of the students and also all of the academic element in the JGU Global University. The last thing I would like to talk is about the adaptability, is that how we should be flexible with changes. One of the examples that have been provided by the OP Global University is that how during the early time of COVID-19 pandemic in May 2020, there was a program called a graduate research program for the university graduates in 2020, which during that time, most of the workplace are freezing their hiring and recruitment process. But through that program, all of the university graduates in 2020 had another chance, further chance to keep studying and also even working, getting paid through that program. So they can also not just studying and working, but also get mentored by the faculty members at OP Global University. I think it should be continue, of course, sustained in terms of that right to education should be respected, protected, and fulfilled. And that will be reaching as the ultimate goal of the SDG goal number 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Putra, for your introductory remarks and highlighting the issue of gender disparity within SDG Goal 4 and the possibilities of employing interdisciplinary approach to respond to these concerns, and sharing your own experience of the way institutions can adopt practices and policies that facilitate an effective response to curb such discrimination, particularly in the face of the pandemic that the world experienced. Thank you so much. I now request Professor Edward Peck to make his introductory remarks.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to contribute. In 2019, I was part of the panel which was asked by our government in England to look at the way in which higher education is funded, as our moderator said at the start. And this is something known as the OGAR report. It was published almost exactly 4 years ago. And the focus of our work was actually not on those people who do go to university, particularly at 18, but those people who don't go to university at 18, the other 50%, as we called it, and indeed those people who'd never been to university, who are now adults and in work. And the focus of this was very aligned with SDG 4, particularly 4.3 around equal access, and 4.4 around the number of people with skills, particularly technical or vocational skills in the population. Now, to understand the move that the government's about to make in England, which is a real game changer around technical and vocational education, which is much more inclusive and equal, you just have to be reminded that, of course, in the UK, we have an income contingent loan system for both fees and for maintenance, which is where undergraduate students currently borrow the amount of fees that universities charge. They borrow that money effectively off the government, and then they pay it back when they can afford to do so. The threshold's around £25,000 a year salary. So it's called debt. It's not a debt, actually. It's an income contingent loan. And it means that a whole range of young people from less well-off backgrounds now feel confident in going to university because they know they have the resources to do it, both through fees and indeed for living costs through these loans. However, to date, you've had to borrow the amount for a full degree, a full 3-year degree, or if you do it longer than that, you have to really study in very large chunks of study. You can be part-time, but it's not very part-time. Now, the game changer in England, which is coming in 2025, which came out of the report that I was involved in writing, is that these loans are now going to be called a lifelong loan entitlement, which means at any point during your life, you can borrow money for fees and maintenance for modular study, for much smaller bite-size courses. And this will mean that all sorts of people who never went to university or might now choose not to go to university can enter into skills training, vocational training at university, at level 4 and above, in a much more gradual way in which they build their qualifications if they want the full qualification over a considerable period of time. And that, I think, will encourage a whole lot of people into higher education who haven't been before. And why that's really important in the UK is that we have a problem with the number of people who have level 4 and above qualifications. So lots of people have school level qualifications, they have level 3, but we have a large tranche of folk, particularly in poorer communities, who've never gone on to get those level 4, level 5, level 6 qualifications. And in my view, the lifelong loan entitlement is an absolute game changer for those people. Now, the challenge we face in some ways, though, is making sure that the study people can do is sufficiently large to be meaningful, but not so large that they can't actually engage with it on a modular basis. And of course, because it's a loan system that we operate, the loan system can only deal with a certain level of granularity of how bite-sized these modules can be. So in England, we're going to go for 30 credits, which is 300 hours notionally of learning, which is quite a lot. But we're trying to get a balance between the loan system being workable and having something that represents modular study, where the course has been broken up and we can study in a much more flexible way. Now, we have challenges in England around access, less so, but continuity and completion rates for sure. So we want to encourage more people in that other 50% to take up university education. But as the previous speaker was saying, well, the key challenge is making sure these students complete their course, whether it's one module or a full degree. And in England, we are now making far more use of student analytics. So we're introducing quite sophisticated ways of judging the way in which students are progressing. Are they engaging? Are they showing signs of other forms of challenge? We have good analytics. And crucially, we now have some interventions we can put in place to support students who we think may be having some difficulties. Now, there's a challenge about how evidence-based those interventions are, but that's getting better. And the challenge also, of course, is our student population, particularly as we encourage adults into higher education, is becoming ever more diverse. So how do you design a student support system that deals with that degree of diversity, from an 18-year-old doing a full-time degree to a 45-year-old doing one module of an engineering course because they want to upskill to get their next job? So I think that's a really important challenge that's been raised already. And in England, I think we're making good progress in thinking through what student support looks like for those students. Crucially, the way in which we get people, particularly adults, to engage in this education is to make it linked to their opportunity to either get a job or get a better job or to reskill in their current job. So the courses being selected for this modular education are absolutely focused on technical and vocational education. And certainly our experience at Nottingham-Trent University is that if you get the offer right, particularly sensitive to the local economy, a very local economy, you can get adults to come back and do courses in engineering, particularly or computing, because they know there are companies in that community that need people with those skills. So it's crucial, I think, this is done at a local level. And talking about the benefits of education in the abstract, I think is fine. But for people who are adults who face real pressures around their income, their time, their caring responsibilities, you've got to make clear to them and so they can see a pathway from doing this course, taking this loan and getting that job in their local community to help the growth of their local economy. So I'll probably leave my remarks there, and that's where we are in England.
Thank you, Professor Peck, for sharing your experience and also sharing with us some of the ideas that have been implemented from the Algar report with its focus on equal access, and for bringing into this conversation the idea of lifelong loan entitlement to pursue higher education. It is an interesting idea, and we would like to learn more about it as the discussion progresses today. And also, thank you for sharing with us some of the challenges that UK is facing with its ever-increasing diverse population of students, particularly in the context of lifelong learning and the importance of vocational education for adults. Thank you so much. With that, I would request Professor Nidhi S. Sabrawal to share her introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to contribute. So I will just quickly focus on the SDG and the role of higher education in as seen as a route for preparing global citizens equipped with the knowledge and skills to build a better world. So SDG, which aims to end poverty and hunger, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all, higher education is seen as a route for preparing global citizens equipped with this knowledge and skills to build a better world. So among the 17 SDGs is the SDG 4, which we are focusing on, ensuring inclusive and quality education for all and promoting lifelong learning. And the transformative expectation from education is reflected in the target 4.7, which specifies education for global citizenship. Now, the Indian state also views higher education as a long-term social investment for promotion of economic growth, cultural development, equity, and social justice. Colleges and universities are increasingly being called upon to play a pivotal role in learning and refining of civic values and promoting global citizenship. In India, with having the second largest higher education system in the world, and in the context of a large share of age cohorts undergoing higher education in a massified era, equity and inclusiveness becomes a part of the social responsibility of higher education institutions. And the Indian states view diversity on college campuses as a transformative agent of that social change. Inclusiveness in teaching learning processes and equity in academic outcomes are viewed as important societal contributions of higher education institutions to reduce social inequalities and promote inclusive growth. Now, in a way of achieving diversity in numerical strengths and in academic outcomes, with acts of inclusion becomes an integral part of that service mission of the university. Now, in the context of South Asia more broadly, our research suggests that identification of groups belonging to the disadvantaged to target them in public policy has not been an easy task in many countries. South Asian countries are more diverse than other countries in the Asian region and countries on other continents. The source of the diversity can be religion, ethnicity, caste, and other factors. Our analysis indicates that mostly equity policies are either based on social factors or based on economic factors. However, they are not mutually exclusive categories or strategies, since they at times overlap. And it can be further seen that countries with higher level of diversity follow social criteria for equity policies. In contrast, those who are less diverse follow more economic criteria for targeting the disadvantaged. And at times, regional backwardness based on economic indicators has also been adopted. However, very often, social criterion is relied on to extend economic benefits, such as financial support to students and institutions. Now, in India, having a high degree of diversity, rely on social criteria as the basis for equity policies in higher education admissions for disadvantaged groups. The most common equity strategy followed is the affirmative action measures, constitutionally promoted and protected for the groups targeting students belonging to the disadvantaged group. So at the admission stage, these include a constitutionally guaranteed compulsory quota system, relaxation of age and scores to study programs, and at the entry level in the employment market as well. After admissions to higher education institutions, this also extends to remedial teaching, tutoring support, social care, and access to learning resources to improve the conditions of learning amongst the disadvantaged groups. Thank you. I will stop here with my introductory remarks, and I'll come back with some more later in the discussion. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Sabharwal, for the introductory remarks and for highlighting the way higher education is seen as the root and a transformative intervention to prepare citizens for the global world, and bringing to forth the challenges that India is facing with it being the second largest education system, and the importance of promoting access and equity in access to reduce social inequality. With that, we would proceed to the first question that I have for the panel. And the question is, how can educational institutions address the barriers that marginalized populations such as low-income communities and people with disabilities face in accessing education? You can perhaps share the experiences or the policies and processes that your own institutions have put into place while addressing these barriers. I would request Professor Sangok Kang to please take this question.
Okay, thank you again. Okay. Of course, our talk about the Korean case. Okay, Korean case. You know, Korea. Some years in my generation, like 20 years or 30 years before, we have a gender issue. Okay, gender issue, like kinds of discrimination, because this is Confucius society. Confucianism always emphasizes the man's role. But because Korea, the civil society movement is very active, and the women's, you know, like feminism or women's, this movement is very active. And these days in many universities, the particularly female students are almost the same as male students, and they are very outstanding in their achievements or something. So gender issue is not serious in terms of the education, as far as I know. But the problem is in our, SDG goal 4, inclusivity or equity. This approach. The problem is, I think, because Korea is very homogeneous Korean ethnic group, but these days it's changing, like migrant workers, migrant spouses. So we have, we call it multinational families. Okay, multinational families is increasing more than 2 million the families, and in my surrounding, myself, I saw many families. So. Particularly because of they are, even though the Korean government try to promote a policy, to help them, therefore their access to education or some facilities, but still I think our policy is sometimes emphasize Korean culture. They are more like assimilation of the Korean society. So. I think we should change our some policy. I mean, more let's talk about global citizenship. We should understand more our migrant workers' culture. Their some family because we have international families, migrant spouses. Usually the problem is they are somewhat discriminated in their school because of the language barrier or some their color, different colors or something. So how could you overcome this barrier? I mean, they are sometimes marginalized or sometimes discriminated in our society. Okay, I think I'm very concerned about this area. And that's why from the beginning, I mean, the more lower education, like elementary school or education, we should emphasize more somewhat global citizenship education, okay? Because my generation, I used to be taught we should be proud of our very ethnicity, I mean the homogeneous ethnic group. We are the one like ethnic group, something like that. But we should change our concept. I mean we should getting along with other different people. We should learn different culture. So particularly the young, generation, elementary school students, they should know how to get along with the other people. Okay, so if we need to change some textbook, I didn't, look at the elementary school textbook these days. Somewhat we should seriously change the textbook, improve textbook, and some more like interaction program. That's why I think our NGO or civil society, we have many kinds of lifelong learning programs or some social activities programs. That's why I hope our government should promote it or subsidize our civil society or NGOs for the implementation of these programs. Okay, because school cannot cover all of this in their formal education. Okay, so this is my idea.
Thank you, Professor Kang, for sharing with us the way in which Korea is experiencing diversity with the migratory population, which has led to an increasing realization that there is a need to inculcate tenets of global citizenship and inclusivity through education and the intervention by the civil society in this entire process. I now request Professor Putra to respond.
Thank you for the question. So I think in regards that university role to overcome with the issue of low-income communities or people with disabilities or any other particular vulnerable groups in accessing education, higher education in this particular, the example that I believe has been done and still continuing done by Regional Global University is that started from the admission process. So I know that Regional Global University has collaboration with one of the, or even the largest in India about the management system, which is the no paper form. So it's, this software or this system indicating the admission process, all of the potential or prospective students for any elements or identification from any data input that could be a lot of them. So it would be the university can be identified whether the student has disability status, whether the student come from low-income communities or low-income family, whether the students has particular gender, would like to be identify nationality, caste, or religion, community. So that would be one of the way that since the start of the admission process of Regional Global University has been done with that and still maintaining that process. Another thing that I believe also still doing by Regional Global University is about widening access, because we right now have like 1:9 ratio for student body, and every year Regional Global University increase the number of the seats for the admitted students. But of course, we have to keep maintaining that in terms of the maintaining the quality education as well. So that's why there are a couple of scholarships that will be helpful in terms of the students who gaining or accessing those access. For example, in law school itself, there is a salary Jindal outstanding woman scholarship. So scholarship for students who may come from low-income families or low-income community, but also can be accessed by women who also need the support for them who are going to studying or even practicing in the field of law. Every year, the student, at least in all of the programs at law school LLB program, they will get the 2 students. The scholarship will offer for 2 students. For the BA or BBA LLB program, there will be 2 students each, and also 2 students for the LLM program. And the range of the tuition fee or the financial support could be ranged from 10% to 75% tuition fees. And not just that, I believe right now we have almost half of the students at General Global University is receiving a scholarship as well, which is one of the ways. So I think with that kind of elements that has been done by General Global University is that it started from the admission process, how to maintain that, it's then continued by how the program and scholarship also offered to all students. So that'll be all I think from this. Thank you.
Indeed, the admission process is a crucial stage to ensure diversity, and scholarships go a long way in ensuring equity in access. So thank you so much for that response. I request Professor Peck to share his thoughts.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So I agree with the previous speaker. Much of this is about money and enabling the potential student to access routes to financing their studies. And my view is the English system around loans is a really good compromise between the taxpayer contribution and the student contribution, because the taxpayer has an interest in having a more educated community overall, and the student has the benefit of earning more money than non-students, non-graduates, as they pursue their careers. So it strikes me they should also make a contribution and pay back at least part of their loans. So I think that's crucial. For me, I understand the dialogue about creating global citizens, but if we're trying to encourage people from families who haven't been to university before to take out a loan, to develop their skills, as I said before, they've got to see a much more direct connection with having a better future, crucially, a better job as a nurse or an engineer. So I think we have to sell this to some of these communities as a way to bettering their lives and their families' lives. Now, once you've got a secure job and a secure home, it strikes me you're in a much better position to become a better global citizen. And I think it's that way around. We have a lot of work in England on decolonialization, trying to look at the aspects of our syllabus and the way in which we might connect with our students, which have their roots in some aspects of our colonial past. We have a lot of charters which expect certain standards of behavior, for instance, the Race Equality Charter, which is nationally monitored. Despite all of that, we still have some challenges, particularly around the attainment of Black students. And by Black, I mean African, African Caribbean, African American students. And of course, what we find with those students is not just that they come from a particular community, but they're also often the first generation of their family to go to university. They probably come from poorer backgrounds, as shown by having free school meals when they went to school. So we're having to look at the intersectionality, the multiple factors that mean that some of our student groups do less well than other student groups. And University UK have not yet cracked that problem, but we're working really hard to try and reduce the gaps in attainment between particularly Black student groups and other student groups. So I wouldn't want to pretend that in England we've got this entirely sorted, because we haven't. That's a big challenge for us, one we're taking very seriously.
Right, indeed, intersectionality, while it is important as it enriches the educational process, also sort of proves to be a challenge, and institutions have to constantly gear up and come up with processes and policies so that everybody feels included as the education is made accessible to them. Thank you for your response. I now request Professor Sabharwal to share her thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. So as I mentioned, in India, having a high degree of diversity rely on social criteria as the basis for equity policies in higher education admissions for the disadvantaged group. Equity strategies at the admission stage has developed in India through constitutionally directed compulsory quota system, which the institutional managers have to implement at the institution level. The quota system is applicable to the public institution. The Constitution of India guarantees 15% reservation in admission to higher education and in employment for the scheduled caste group, 7.5% for the scheduled tribes, which was implemented in 1950. In 1987, an additional quota of 27% was extended to other backward classes in education and jobs, and this is within the caste system fold. And while India has relied on social factors initially to identify the disadvantaged groups, the basis of equity policies was expanded to economic factors later. So in 2019, the amendment to the Constitution included a 10% reservation of seats in educational institutions and in jobs to economically weaker sections within the general category, which is the non-disadvantaged group. So therefore, today, the disadvantaged groups in India are broadly classified into 4 categories for equity measures: the scheduled castes, which are the former untouchables; the scheduled tribes, which are similar to indigenous groups in other countries; the other backward classes, which are lower in the caste hierarchy; and the economically weaker section. The non-disadvantaged social groups are termed as general category. So equity measures at the admission stage include reservation or quota seats, which now cover on nearly 59.5% of the admissions in institutions of higher education. It needs to be added that some of the provisional governments at the state level follow quota system in admission to higher education institutions and in the labor market, which will exceed this 59.5% level as well. Apart from the quota in admissions, the government, both central at the federal level and at the provisional levels, have introduced financial incentives to encourage participation of the disadvantaged in institutions of higher education. Now, these measures include fee concessions, provision of scholarships, and hostel facilities.
Thank you. Indeed, the equity strategy of quota is an important measure taken by India to promote access to education. And we can think of several ways through which perhaps more of such action should be taken to respond to the SDG goal 4 in particular. My next question to the panel is, what kind of initiatives can be taken by higher education institutions to address gender disparity in education, particularly against girls and the third gender? Professor Kang, I request you to share your thoughts. Professor Kang,
sorry. Okay, Professor Nisha, you mean this second question is in connection with gender or the discrimination? What?
That's correct. That is correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so still in Korea, maybe the higher education, no discrimination in terms of like gender, the opportunities for genders, but the job, okay, when they getting a job or when they stay in their job, okay, maybe there will be still discrimination, okay. But the Koreans, the economic structure is changing. I mean, in our previous industry, mostly like hardware is more important, hardware, but now it's mostly software. So I think it remains to be seen, but we needed a little more time, and particularly in case of Korea, of course, I traveled to Southeast Asian countries, like, already I plan to have some project in Cambodia or some other countries. We still have some problem in that, these other countries. But in case of Korea, the gender issue, I think still we need more education. Okay, education is very important. Okay, and Korea is in terms of the gender improvement of gender equality is quite a good in good progress. Okay, and it's changing very fast, and that's why I emphasize our education. Really, we should give very, very proper education to our young generation. And what is the role of each gender? Okay, what is the collaboration? Okay, something like that. And the civil society or NGO, okay, out of this campus or the formal education, they can learn how to, the practice like this or the experience of gender equality. I think that is one way. Okay.
Thank you. Well, it is very encouraging to note that you're not facing gender discrimination, or there is no concern of gender equality to a large extent in the education system there. Now I would quickly ask Professor Putra to share his views.
Yes, thank you, Professor Knight. So I'd like to make it brief. So I think one of the way that has been done by OP General Global University as well is that from the one that I mentioned earlier about how us ex-faculty member has this perspective or freedom to over elective courses, and that is one of the way to reducing misrecognition into work about the problem on gender disparities. Last semester I talked law and justice in a globalizing world, and one of the particular topic is about third world international approach and also international law from the perspective of feminism. Is that how then in that particular topic me and my student discuss about how gender disparities that facing by women, especially if they come from the developing countries, which is different with the problem for women from developed countries. Another courses or which is concept syllabus that has the feminism perspective is then how we see the problem of human rights from the women's perspective as well. I think it's, even though it's one of the initial start, but it is going to be, I believe, resolving the problem about the stigma and prejudice, which is one of the big problem from the misrecognition that usually led to the discriminatory action. So yeah, that would be from me.
Yes, that's an important observation. I request Professor Peck to please share his thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm afraid I have to leave after making these comments for another meeting. We don't have an issue about women accessing higher education in England. There are still some concerns expressed by female students about sexual harassment and other forms of sexual behaviour, which are sometimes inappropriate. I guess that's true of the population, but we still have it in universities. In fact, women do better when it comes to continuation. They do better when it comes to completion. They do better when it comes to the classification of their degrees. The first point at which women students do less well than men students in the English system is when they go and get their first job. So more men still get a graduate level job when they graduate than women. So the discrimination actually lies more in society, I would suggest, than in universities. And we'll have a lot of work to do, I think, to overcome that broader context in which discrimination against women takes place. So thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry I have to leave, but it's been a very enjoyable
Thank you so much for joining and sharing your thoughts on the question. Now, I will now request Professor Sabharwal to share her views.
Yeah, thank you. In India, women have made substantial gains in accessing higher education. As a result of faster increase in their participation, India achieved gender parity in access with equal number of male and female students in higher education at the national level. And in some states, provinces, in fact, women are more in number than men in many classrooms, higher education classrooms. Gender-based equality commitments in education at the federal level have taken multiple forms. These include right to free and compulsory elementary education and universalization of secondary education, which plays an important role in increasing the number of girls eligible for seeking admission to higher education. Legal laws such as those prohibiting child marriage, coupled with legally supported right to non-discriminatory access to education, the RTE 2009 provision, potentially loosened societal norms on early marriage and translated in increasing chances of adolescent girls completing their secondary education and enrolling in higher education. Importantly, gender has been a focus of affirmative action measures in public policies in India to equalize access to higher education opportunities. So in addition to subsidized public higher education, scholarship schemes for women, women-only colleges, and special provisions in reservation of seats in public higher education institutions have all helped to increase women's enrollment in higher education, including those from the socially excluded groups. However, the problem lies in terms of inequalities in higher education access and choice, the choice aspect of higher education. Gender parity of enrollment disguises many ways in which gender acts as a limiting factor for young people's choice and aspiration, not least in relation to choice of course and location and type of higher education. From our studies, we find gender inequalities in schooling pathways in terms of medium of instruction and the choice of subjects, with underrepresentation of women in STEM and professional subjects vis-a-vis the social sciences or general courses. That is really the issue of gender inequalities, which we need to address, which are more influenced by patriarchal norms as well as gender regimes applicable in the society.
Thank you, Professor Sabharwal. You have made some very, very important points. Unfortunately, we do not have the scope and with respect to time to engage in a deep discussion. In fact, before we close, I would like to quickly take one question from the audience. And the question is, how can higher education institutions engage with the wider community to promote lifelong learning opportunities? If you can quickly share one example of such a possibility with us. The question is open to panel. Would anyone like to quickly take this?
Okay, let me. Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, higher education engage in the wider, the world. I think the particularly like in case of Korea, I already mentioned our demographic shape is changing. I mean, the elders, there are many elders after being retired or still before retiring. So the higher education, particularly universities, they are providing, we call it lifelong education. Some others, even though they are still working, they need more like some certificate. It depends on their personal pursuit or the job's requirement. So this university, they provide some like re-education program. This is one. Also, the other group, after being retired, they don't worry about their living expenses, but what is their the value of life? Okay, seeking value of life, or something like a philosophy or some art or something. So this particularly, I used to work at Kyung University. We established like something like a lifelong education institute. Okay, so they provided. So the many elders or the middle-aged group, they enjoy learning and association, society with the other members. So I think because also the students, the candidates are decreasing. I mean, the high school students are decreasing. We should focus on more like in terms of our universities, strategy. We should more pay attention to this world. This is more like the people in our society, and this is the benefit for our citizens. Okay.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Kang, for answering the question. I would like to thank all our distinguished panelists for joining us from across the world and for sharing their thoughts. I would also like to thank the members of the audience for raising pertinent questions. Thank you so much all for joining. Please do continue to engage with us in the next thematic session, which will begin at 3 p.m. on the theme of virtual versus physical status report on hybrid education. Thank you again and have a good day.
We are live, Divyangana.
Greetings, everyone. On behalf of OP Jindal Global University, I warmly welcome you to the World University Summit 2023. Our topic today is an interesting and important one. The recent pandemic brought by COVID-19 has disrupted traditional norms and notions of learning. This includes in-person delivery of lessons in classrooms. It caused educators to innovate and find alternate methods or modes of imparting instruction. During the pandemic, students and academics adapted to remote learning, which slowly shifted to hybrid education. Hybrid education is the new normal, and it can enhance the students' learning capacity by making classrooms and campuses more engaging, practical, and accessible. It also ensures connectedness, coherence, responsiveness, and transparency in efficient learning ecosystems. However, it possesses certain challenges or poses certain challenges of making digital technology available, adapting to new learning environments or ecosystems, and setting up the hybrid learning systems itself in educational institutions, just to name a few. Therefore, our discussion today focuses on hybrid education, its advantages, its challenges, and solutions to prepare for a better tomorrow. Joining me today are distinguished and renowned academics. Professor Gudmundur Eriksson, Professor and Executive Director, Center for International Legal Studies at Jindal Global Law School, and advisor to the International Office at OP Jindal Global University. Accompanying him is Professor Derek Lindquist, Dean, Jindal School of Psychology and Counseling, and Professor Deepak Moy, Assistant Professor at the International Institute for Higher Education, Research and Capacity Building at OP Jindal Global University. Unfortunately, Professor Faisal couldn't join us today due to a medical emergency. I now invite our panelists to share their thoughts on the topic in just a few lines. Perhaps we can start with Professor Eriksson, then Professor Derek, and then Professor Moy.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for inviting me to this occasion. As you said, a very important topic, something very close to my heart, you might say, because I'm in the midst of teaching in my 50th year now, probably. And I thought I would like to respond to what we've been hearing in the conference about transformation. And you mentioned yourself that we have a new norm. And I was wondering about that, and I was trying to go back in my own history to identify events which might have been of this nature in my own life. One of them I began some 50 years ago in my first job as a civil engineer, designing small bridges, as we call them. And I used something called a slide rule. Now, I'm sure there are maybe very few people who these days would know what a slide rule is. But then 3 months later, I was making the same type of work using a computer program, which I designed myself. You may not know that in those days, the first computer engineers were civil engineers, having used this tactic as in surveying, the COBOL, we called it. As such, I worked quite a bit as setting up computer systems. Well, some years later, I'm going like in 10-year jumps. I was involved in a very serious international situation relating to the independence of the Baltic countries. And I was traveling by car from my home in Reykjavik to the north of Iceland. It's like a day trip. But I had to stop every 20 to 30 minutes whenever I came to a telephone center in order to communicate with my colleagues in the Nordic countries. Well, only 5 months later, I used my first mobile phone. So that type of activity was no longer required. Then one year I was in Geneva, some 10 years later, and I was asked to participate in a debate with on a television station in Australia, only to find out that there was no place in Geneva which allowed me to transmit to Australia and to take part in this interview. So I had to travel to Iceland to do so. Well, what we're seeing today shows that is no longer necessary. And I also recall when I had to quickly send an instrument of ratification, provisional ratification to a treaty, to a depository then in Ottawa. Time did not allow a normal post to activate, and we use what, again, somewhat antiquated now, a fax for the first time in my life. Well, bringing us back more to the present time, it's only recently that I succumbed to the desires of my students to use PowerPoints. Until, I would say 3 years ago, I insisted on using a chalkboard, writing what we would call bullet points, and then erasing them in the break and having another set in the afternoon. Well, I now use, like this, the students demand these PowerPoints to be distributed later. Now, all this brings me to where we are exactly today. The points that I mentioned in my past, they are not really transformative, are they? They're just a more efficient way to do what we had been doing before. And the question you are asking is something entirely different now, the impart of instruction. And my preliminary point, having given a lot of thought to this since I was assigned to this panel, is yes, things have changed radically. And I'm wondering whether people like myself, shall we say, are prepared to take part in those changes.
Yes, that's a very important point, Professor, because, with change in technology, many of us, of course, are now using PowerPoint presentations. Travel is something that, is something that we don't always have to do to make sure that we are at a place to deliver a lecture or deliver a talk. This particular World University Summit itself is an example of that. Professor Derek, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Yes, hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you today. So, I agree that I think this is really a critical issue, particularly as we look forward to the future of education. And as I was kind of contemplating today's session, I had all these terms going through my head: hybrid learning, e-learning, virtual learning, online, blended. And I'll be honest, I really wasn't quite sure whether these were synonyms or if there was just differences between them. So doing a little due diligence, I have been kind of researching. And if, at the outset, I'd just like to maybe define some of these terms so we can understand what each one's coming from. So, of course, real world teaching is what we've been doing for centuries, perhaps millennia, right? Standing in front of a group of students and trying to edify them to the best of our ability. More recently, particularly during the past 2-3 years, but during the quarantine with respect to the pandemic, I think most of the universities worldwide, we went through and transferred to this virtual learning. And virtual learning is really very similar to in-person, but you're standing in front of a camera and you're teaching through this computer usually, right? So it's done in real time. Usually the students have an assigned class time just like they would on campus, but it's all done virtually through the digital realm. Next, we have online or e-learning. And this is where you can record your videos up front and basically you provide the opportunity for the students to access that at any time, right? Coursera, UpGrad, these would be very successful companies that have really taken advantage of that. We next have hybrid learning or hybrid education, which is what we're talking about today, which is really sort of the combination of virtual plus in real world. That is, you have an instructor who's teaching to a class with students that are physically present, but there are also those students that may be viewing the ongoing discussion and lecture through their camera. So it's really the combination of the two. And the final one, which again, there do seem to be some subtle differences here, which is the blended learning. Blended learning is really teaching to your students in real life, in a physical classroom, and then having offline components that they can do digitally or virtually outside of that. So with the blended learning, it's really the same group of students that are both present physically as well as engaging virtually. Whereas the hybrid, as we're talking about today, assuming we stick to the formal definition, is really, again, separate. You have some students that are physically present, and you have separate group of students that are then viewing from online. So the reason I'm sharing this today is just to give a sort of an inkling of the complexity of this, right? We may think that, oh, it just means that you talk into a camera and somebody's viewing it, but there's a lot of differences here and a lot of nuance, which really helps highlight some of the advantages and disadvantages associated with each.
And thank you so much for that, Professor, highlighting the difference between blended and hybrid, because that will really help us take this conversation forward, keeping this formal definition in mind. Professor Deepak, happy to have your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Divyangana. So taking over from where Professor Derek left, in terms of definition, I'll bring in it's the beauty, the way brain works. It reminded me of two examples from my own life where I have been part of these initiatives, and it was way before the pandemic. So one, I was working with a social sector organization, and we were trying to make this education, this engineering coaching education, so accessible to the students from poor families, from those who could not afford coaching classes. And we were trying this model way back in 2012, 2013, so a full decade back, where we were saying that, okay, let's create content which can be, which is done centrally, but then there will be one person who will be, who can be a non-expert, just facilitating the whole stuff. But the hybrid part came in when the experts had to be there. So there were people in Delhi, in Bombay, in Kanpur. And at one center, this person will be with a physical class, and the other two cities, students from other two cities will join virtually and ask questions. So it's that in that sense, probably that's a perfect hybrid kind of a model that, and it just struck my mind that we were doing that way back in 2012-13. Another instance which I have been part of during my PhD, there were four. So each department is really small at each of the IIMs, but there are people with specializations which are available across different IIMs. So I remember a course that was offered by four institutions together: IIM Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Calcutta, and ISB Hyderabad. Faculty and students of marketing department from all these places came together at 10:30 in the night, continued till 1 in the night. But each time there will be a physical professor in one of the campuses, and his or her students will be there. And then it's like all these students from other campuses would be joining and participating in the class via, if I'm not wrong, it was Skype at that time, via Skype. And that's at least six years back. So it's a beautiful thing that now these things have become the new normal. We have covered what could have taken a decade in a year and a half within the pandemic in terms of the technological access or adoption. We know the pros and cons. We, at least in terms of our experiences, we know the pros and cons, but yet a lot of gap is there. We need to understand what is working, what is not working. The research in this domain is very, very nascent, and we don't know the nitty-gritties. The way we understand there's a lot of research within education, but even within online learning, and as Derek said, there are differences in e-learning and synchronous, asynchronous, hybrid, blended. So what are the nuances? What works, what doesn't work? So that is a major thing which needs to be done now that we have accepted that, okay, this physical only is not going to work, especially in the context of lifelong learning. Physical only is not going to be possible. We have accepted that lifelong learning is required. So blended or hybrid models are going to be there. So that's the opening remark from my side.
And that's a very important point as well, that there is some more research that is required in implementing these hybrid models, seeing whether they actually work or they don't work. And I have a question, which of course I'll just throw open to the panel more generally. What are the significant challenges that you feel will come about in setting up hybrid learning systems, particularly in preparing to switch between models in school and higher education systems?
Well, I'll go ahead and start. I do think that there are significant challenges. So I think on the institutional side, the faculty side, teaching in real life and teaching online is a very different skill set, as I think a lot of us began to recognize during the pandemic. The way that you engage and talk with your students just really didn't work in many cases. And so you had to kind of innovate and come up with other ways to sort of grab their attention and bring them on board. I think, of course, there's always the infrastructure and the technological side, and that's both institutional, but it's also on the side of the student, right? You need to ensure that they can actually access this material that you provide to them. And of course, in a country such as India and others, where internet can be a little sporadic at times, it's really ensuring that that opportunity is availed to them and it's really applied consistently. I also think that, from the student side, and again, I think we saw a lot of this with the virtual. Now, I do think one of the benefits of hybrid is you do get them in the classroom, right? So you can sort of engage, you really get to know them, which is difficult online only. But regardless, with the virtual component, the digital component, right, the self-discipline that's required from the students is quite significantly higher than it is to sit in a classroom, right? It's really up to them to pay attention. It's very easy to turn off your camera and turn on Netflix while your professor is lecturing. So I do think that there is more required on the part of the student for them to ultimately be successful with the way that this can be done. And the last point I'll make, and I'll turn it over, is even the assessment or the feedback that you get that the faculty gives to the students is, again, can be significantly more challenging and significantly harder in the online realm because you don't have that face-to-face communication. Right? When they're in a classroom, you kind of know if a student's paying attention or not. To a large degree, that's simply absent when you're doing through the online realm. And so the ability to provide effective communication that isn't simply based on, some empirical assessment like a quiz or an exam, but to actually personalize it and tell this student how they can improve and how they can do better, again, is much more challenging if you're not sort of together in the same classroom in real life.
Yes, I can follow up on what Derek was saying. Of course, there are two components to this educational process: the teacher and the student. And I think I can go another 6 years back from what I mentioned earlier, 56 years ago. I did 2 years of my high school education by letter. What they called I have a high school education from a school or a service in Texas, which I was subscribed to in Iceland, and I still very much value what I learned there, and including about the English language. So it's not exactly a new phenomenon that we're dealing with here. But number one, of course, is that it depends on the individual. We all know, I now have taught, shall we say, on this hybrid level, about 200 students. I would say there's at least 3 different types of students which are involved in this type of activity. But also think about it, when you're speaking in a classroom, not everybody is engaged. There are people who are, shall we say, looking out the window, and they're not engaged. But at least it's easier for you to understand that is happening. And you can, as Derek was saying, you can direct your attention to those who are not engaged in that particular time. Now, I think this is, we have to, everything we're saying now has to be seen in the general context of information dissemination. And I think Derek mentioned also, as well as Deepik, how do you keep the interest of the students? Because the attention span, shall we say, has decreased with the type of information communication which takes place. And that's something which is independent of what we're teaching, how we're teaching, and the challenges we face as teachers. That's a much bigger challenge, I think, to society as a whole.
And that's true, keeping students engaged, during the hybrid learning process is key and quite critical. Professor Deepak, what do you think, or how do you think that we can keep students more engaged during this particular system, given that it's not always that one-on-one conversation that you can have during that in-person sessions. It's not always carried through. So how do we overcome some of these constraints that could perhaps be affecting the students?
I think I would carry on from what Professor Erickson just said about this whole disengagement thing and what Professor Derek mentioned about the maturity. We need to understand the systems that work within an undergraduate class, or within, say, I've given an example of a PhD class. The systems that are going to work within a PhD class are not going to work within a UG class. We cannot replicate them for the simple reason when you're a PhD student, you have a different kind of maturity level. And in case of lifelong learning, if you're a professional who is coming back to the university, maybe for learning specific skill, you're very targeted, you're very, very self-motivated, self-driven. As opposed to this, say, in case of India, I can talk about my classrooms. The students join the programs, degree programs, not because they are interested in it, but because that's the option that they see their friends taking, or they are unclear, very, very unclear about at 19, at 20, they are still very unclear what they want to do in life. At a master's level, if you're taking a master's degree, it is easier to engage people online. At an undergraduate level, it becomes a huge challenge, especially in this kind of a diverse classroom. And now what happened during the pandemic was the class sizes remained the same. The beauty of the thing was we were physical, and one day after a month we were suddenly completely online. As Derek said, it's not the same thing. We as teachers realize that teaching online is not the same thing as teaching physically. So how do you engage these students is through understanding what their motivation is for taking that degree program, probably also for taking that course. Especially in the core courses, you don't have a choice. Electives, you at least have a choice, and we can ask you, why did you take this course? But if you're talking about a core course and it's the same, say 40 students or 45 students in the classroom that were there in the physical, if you're trying to talk about the core course and the motivation, then say we have to take it. There's nothing else. So we need to spend more time as faculty outside the classroom to deal with these students, to understand or to make them realize why this course is relevant and make it more interesting. This is one of the biggest challenges that we will face, especially in undergraduate. As I've said, masters, it becomes relatively easier. PhD, I don't think we can easily say that the students in the physical classroom are almost as engaged or equally engaged as anyone sitting.
Sorry, I cannot help but mention another anecdote. Teaching here in JGU, as I said, we impart the information we have. It depends on how they're received. It's the other part of that equation. But one day I said to one of my TAs, my philosophy of life, I make the information available. It's up to them whether they receive it or not. They make what use of it, as you're saying, Deepak. It depends on the person. And then I said, and they're paying for it. And then my TA said to me, Professor, they're not paying for it. Yeah. So there is another component, isn't there?
Yeah.
The people that are paying, that is the parents. In the case of the undergraduate students, they have certain expectations that maybe not shared necessarily by their children.
Well, and if I could jump in, I'm sorry, I don't mean to go too long on this, but we can improve and do everything possible from our own side. But again, until you get the students to join, it's almost virtually impossible. Again, during the virtual years of the pandemic, we would beg and plead for students to turn on their cameras. It was almost impossible. And again, there's just no way that you can actually have a conversation, or any way you can have any real interaction or engagement if the students are simply unwilling to communicate with you, right? Not only show their face, but to speak, right? It's just, it's a challenge that's almost impossible to surmount. Hopefully that will change going forward, right? And again, I do think I absolutely agree with the Goodwin that you know, this is, college is not expensive, not cheap, right? Wherever you are in the world, and to perhaps get those paying the bills a little bit more involved, or at least a little more aware of what their students are doing, their children are doing, may be helpful as well.
And thank you so much for sharing that insight, Professor. And I'm glad you brought up the issue of the pandemic and, you know, our experiences as academics during the remote learning process. The issue is, how can educational institutions assess and access quality and equity outcomes of their remote learning solutions to evaluate their overall effectiveness? So how does the education institution know that they're effective or not effective in that remote learning?
So if I may go ahead with this.
Professor, yes.
One of the things is we are teaching, so the mode of delivery changes, but the purpose or the goals of the delivery remain the same. If we are teaching, say, a course on communication, the idea that the student should be able to do this, the learning objectives remain the same. So in terms of assessing, it is not going to change much. We will need to do that through rigorous research. The instruments that are there, which I have a strong doubt that are working, right now we have been teaching physically for, say, centuries, and we do not assess the outcomes very well, even in physical classes, even for physical classes. Now, if we were to adapt that or use that directly for assessing like the student feedbacks that we take, that's mostly the thing that we take. And as an institution, I'm talking from the perspective of the university management and leadership, how do they assess whether something is successful or not? And it is the student feedback which is not the right thing. Probably when Derek said that let's talk about hybrid, where there are some students virtually present, some students physically present, we have possibility of getting quantitative data. We can generate that data using the technology which we are using, right? So if we can collect data from the devices and the platforms we are using, we can talk about the effectiveness of the program. In physical classes, it becomes difficult. In virtual classes, we can at least get all these automated reports. We need to devise ways to say utilize that data. It is being generated, but how do you utilize? And that needs to be built into the framework of any institution which is trying to run a hybrid program. You cannot just assume that things are working. You have that data, utilize that data, bring in researchers who can analyze them, give you insights, and then improve it. It's a problem not just with the hybrid classes, it is a problem with all the edtech companies in India also. We are generating a lot of data. No one is working and deriving insights from them. So that's my take on
it.
And
if I could just...
Yes, Professor, yes, please.
Well, just real quick, just to follow what Deepak said, you know, I do agree that I think there's a lot of quantitative measurements and assessment tools that are available out there. And I think that's all great. But I also think when we have these discussions, we need to keep in mind our audience, right? So with hybrid, right, you could be talking, as Deepak said earlier, right, a master or a PhD student. Or if you look at these e-learning, right, Coursera and Upgrad, you know, this is very attractive for working professionals, single parents, right, older, mature individuals that have the capability to sort of do this. But when you're talking about these young 18, 19, 20-year-old undergraduates, I think we really need to be cognizant, not just of the student, but also the home environment, right? Do they have parents that are supportive? Do they have some place where they can actually study and do the work? Do they have the time where they can actually sit and view the video or watch in real time without brothers and sisters and others, you know, yelling and screaming? So I know that's hard for an institution to control, But ultimately, for these young undergraduate students, that environment in which they're trying to learn, I think, is absolutely critical. Again, how you manage it and how you sort of instill that that capability is another question. But I think it's a real challenge with this hybrid and online teaching for these young kids.
I think I can relate another experience that I had when we were online entirely, all the students online in their respective places. And I brought in order to, shall we say, liven up the presentation, not just myself doing what I'm doing now, one head facing all these students, many of whom, as Derek said, did not want to come on the camera. For those people, those professors from abroad being invited to participate in the JGU program, I had to make sure that there would be somebody amongst the students who is linked up to the professors. So I put something we call designated attendees. I mean, it's a play on words in the law. They were the DAs. So we had 6 people who were required to be there and can interact with that foreign in most respects professor. And then that worked quite well. I kept this now for my online, my in-class cases. So we now have 6 DAs for each of my in-class classes. So it's kind of gone from the need to the vacant stairs, or sometimes invisible stairs, to the same situation in the classroom. We had 6 people who were always dedicated to contribute to the discussion. And of course, they get graded on that too, which of course is added incentive.
Yeah, just if I may say, like I said about the quantitative measures, and Derek pointed to that there is so much beyond the quantitative that needs to be taken care of. And we made actually from the beginning itself design our measures in a way where we are talking to the students, visiting their hostel rooms. That's the easiest thing to do. I mean, they will not like it. So that's one of the difficult parts, but visiting their hostel rooms to understand under what conditions are they taking these classes, their homes, several of the students, especially say in Delhi University, stay in hostels, PG private hostels, right? So understanding from where they are taking these classes, what are the kind of environment, physical environment, because in classrooms, we are able to control for that. In anything outside, we are not able to control for that. So that kind of rigorous understanding, and that's where I said that gap exists. We are not just analyzing the learning outcomes, we are analyzing the whole environment, the whole process. All this is very new in terms of the volumes and that we see, or the numbers we see as compared to pre-pandemic levels, and we have a lot of ground to cover there.
And Professor, could technology itself be a concern in the learning environment? Because my experience while teaching during the pandemic, and this is also taking the point of Professor Derek and Professor Erickson, that a lot of students would just not switch on their video. And when I inquired as to why that is the case, a lot of students said, well, we don't want our home environment to be presented on the screen because we've got our family members present around us, or our home environment is not such whereby we can just turn on the camera, because where there is that personal setting which is coming forward on, in view of everybody else, particularly the classmates. And also it was that the technology itself, which is if you switch on the video, there's a higher bandwidth required for that in comparison with audio. And so that was another reason why the students said that, look, we can't, given that we've got limited bandwidth here, and we've got students from different parts of the country, which have, which are a part of our classes. So depending on the type of technology that's available to support the bandwidth, a lot of students felt that, we don't have that requisite bandwidth to support the video. So with technology being such an issue, I don't think that there can be a one-size-fits approach to technology itself. So what kind of different hybrid models do you suggest for a variety of these educational settings across the globe?
I would say definitely we cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach for the simple reason it's not just the students, individual students, even within institutions, within our universities and colleges, there is such a diversity. We cannot expect, say, a university located in a metro city with a good fiber connection to have, it cannot be the same in a rural area. A university which is in a rural remote area, maybe there are stories of students who have to go to a higher point or on a tree to even get a mobile signal. Now, from the student side, that is the challenge. From the university side, the diversity, the geographical expanse of, I can talk only about Indian experience, is such that there are several universities which are not in a position financially to upgrade their infrastructure to that level. So that challenge does exist. Now, if we depending on my own situation, my institution situation, and the kind of students that I get, probably we can talk about different kind of models which are feasible for each institution. Second, in terms of internet, I think it is such a basic requirement. Maybe the government itself should make this a point that every citizen has a right to at least certain amount of data, especially if it is used for educational purposes. Maybe use technology to say that while you are in class, that data will not get deducted, and you will still have access to whatever data you have. And that kind of free data for all students who are registered in universities, etc. Those things, if the government enables from the policymaker side, that enablement comes from infrastructure, if we can have that kind of enablement, and then the universities, depending on the circumstances of their own physical environment, as well as the kind of diversity that is there in the students. Probably different models will work, which will work. I don't think there can be any prescriptions here.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that if it's all right. I would agree. I think the internet is a genuine issue that sometimes students are not able. Of course, there are students that they use that as a blanket excuse as well to not engage. But I think moving forward, and again, this is future. I will say personally, I like in-class learning. I do agree with Deepak that this is the wave of the future. But there is a real challenge, just like we're doing now, right? You can see the other person, but it's not the same as that in life, that sitting across the desk from somebody and talking. That said, if we are moving in this direction, I think the asynchronous, quote, blended learning is certainly a model that I like, where you mandate some in-class instruction and then you give the opportunity to view various videos, or it may be lectures or other things, but essentially the students can do that sort of on their own time. So it allows for that flexibility, which I think is important. It allows the students to kind of do it when they are able and when they feel best able to kind of synthesize and bring that information in. That said, in sort of preparing for today's session, I was looking around online and I found a meta review from the US where they compiled a bunch of data on just this. It was based on e-learning and other types of hybrid learning. But the take-home point is that across all of these studies, an average of about 40% of the online content was ever actually viewed. So for most students, they're not even looking at half of what you provide to them. So again, it's that self-discipline that's required on the part of the student for them to really excel and succeed when they don't have a teacher standing over them, saying, do this or do that. And I think for older, mature adults, that's not as big of an issue, but for young undergraduate students, it's a real difficult issue that I think is really hard to get around. I'm not sure what the answer is, how you sort of ensure that they get the education, that they get the knowledge acquisition that we really want them to have in order to ensure that, they graduate as, a well-educated person as JGU and many other institutions hope them to be.
Yeah,
Derek, can I follow up on what you're saying? I think we have to moderate the experience or the lessons we can learn from the COVID. Remember, this was enforced distance learning. We no longer would have that. Those who were choose this type of learning have to provide the assets themselves. We can set many more requirements for the recipients of our teaching than we could during the COVID crisis. We were facing an emergency situation. So let's be, I think that you're agreeing with me, Derek. We have to be very careful of that. And then coming back to the old school, do we actually know? You say 40% of the online content is not seen, or is it 60? I don't know what you meant. But what about the actual paper that we assign to students? I can tell you from my own experience, I don't really, well, let's say I don't really expect that students would necessarily have read everything that I assigned to them. And that is then the virtue and the necessity of the lecture itself. They are there, it's actually laid out for them instead of them having to learn by themselves. That's the nature of the teaching that we're providing.
So just adding on, what are the different models? Probably one of the things that I can think in context of the current discussion about chat GPT, etc., is probably in some time, maybe another year or so, we will have some tools where AI will be used for assessments, automatic assessments, and giving individual feedback to students. At least the students who are serious about learning, who want to see what they have learned and build on that, maybe AI-based assessments will be able to tell them where are the gaps and go and watch this video. That kind of stuff can work. But again, it is given it is evolving fast, it is not definitely not going to be cheap, and there will be investment.
And Professor, what could be some of the other indicators which can help assess the process and
Required on the university
outcomes
side into these systems? The second, in terms of hubs within India. So industrial hubs within India, say, if I'm talking about IT professionals, so there is Bangalore, people will be in Pune, people will be in Hyderabad, or maybe Gurgaon. These are four hubs, maybe Kolkata in the east. 5 cities would cover almost 70-80% of the IT population, major IT population within India, right? And if a university has to start a hybrid kind of a program, they can have that hub and spoke kind of model where this university remains the hub. There are students present in class who can take physically, say these are students who are ready to take that 1 year gap or 2 years gap to attend those programs. And then there are students who are working and studying simultaneously. Over the weekends, probably these people can come to these centers. So again, it will be very specific to the program, because if it is IT professionals, it is easier to do that. But if it is manufacturing, it may not be. Still that we don't have many industrial hubs, maybe 30, 40, 50, but as compared to IT, it's way more. So that kind of hybrid model, hub and spoke kind of a model, I can think working in case of post-university learning, so lifelong learning, or professionals who are learning. There again, the question about the motivation, their motivation is high. They will complete the work after 5 p.m., 6 p.m. They'll go back home, do the assignments, and ensure that they get everything out of that lecture. So that I think is something that may work.
And Professor, what could be some of the indicators which can help us assess the process and outcome of hybrid learning in all kinds of educational settings?
Why would it be any different, say from the regular classroom? The indicators probably, as I talked earlier also, the indicators will remain the same. Are the students learning? Are they gaining skills? Are they gaining the knowledge? Probably what we can do is find out whether the people who are present in classrooms are gaining better knowledge as compared to people who are present outside the in virtual spaces. Probably those kind of differentiations we can say, but the indicators, I don't think they are going to change in terms of the outcomes that we are expecting from the.
If I may be anecdotal myself.
Yes, Professor.
I became very disenchanted in recent years with giving anything in the nature of take-home and essays, which links directly into our topic today. I have everything in class, in person. So when, as I said before, I think you said, Deepak, you said something, when if a university have to do something, yes, we're no longer forced to do anything in this nature. And in fact, we are now debarred from using, in this university, from using too much take-home element. We're actually required to sit in class. So we're actually going the opposite direction from what we were forced to do in COVID. Now that's another, as I said before, we are teaching in a totally changed communication environment. And Deepak mentioned AI and so forth. So we have to respond to that in everything we do. I said if we do it I said before how we can do this in a positive way, but we also have to do it in a negative way.
Professor Divya, would you allow me to maybe go on a slight tangent?
Yes, definitely, Professor.
It just what he just said kind of got me thinking about this in terms of not just the assessment and various ways that we look at the efficacy of all this, but the really trying to identify and define, right, which we'll say disciplines or which type of pedagogy online education is best for. So as an example, in our school, right, we put a lot of emphasis on experiential hands-on learning, right? We're a school of psychology and counseling. And so being able to sit across from a patient and be able to understand counseling really at a face-to-face encounter is very different from what we call telecounselings, right? Talking to somebody on the screen. And so I do think that there are a lot of domains, right? Imagine medical school. Can you talk about anatomy through a video screen? Of course, but there's certainly going to always be aspects of any educational experience where it would be challenging, if not impossible, to sort of obviate or simply discard that hands-on component. And I think that's one of the things that, at least from what I understand, really hasn't been wrestled with. There really is no great solution. And maybe if we look far enough, right, not only will we have the AI, but we'll have the VR, right? So maybe you can all do this all through technology at some point, but we're not quite there yet today.
About having that hands-on experience. And we often talk about this more from a professional setting than perhaps from vocational education. But when it comes to vocational education and skill-based courses, let's say like carpentry, hairdressing, beautician, plumbing, etc., can hybrid or blended courses be sort of developed or adapted for vocational education?
Well, thank you. I was kind of pleased to see the question that we were asked to give our views on carpentry, hairdressing, and then plumbing. And I actually feel I can contribute to a discussion on two of those. I won't say necessarily which of the two, which of those three. But there are, in all of these fields, there is some usefulness to online learning. So it's not as if they are debarred from this. But as Derek was saying, and we've all been saying, there's no tailor-made, there's no one-size-fits-all for everything. So we should use this as resources, but not as a replacement for what we do on a day-to-day basis.
If I can talk about my own personal experience. So I have seen these vocational institutions very closely. My father, he was an instructor of welding in one of the industrial training institutions, and I've seen my whole life all this stuff, and I still see it evolving. I've seen the quality. There is a lot of theory which gets repeated every year, where there are very, very bad instructors. And these are the programs which we are talking about, where there is the cost recovery is very low, number one. Number two, these programs are taken, or these degrees are taken by students who cannot afford to pay very high fees. So there definitely, I mean, I would definitely prefer to have a repository of online content which is accessible across India or across the world to all these students, and I can learn all those theories. But the problem is with the physical, because all these vocational programs, the theory part is probably 30%, at max 40%. It's mostly the practical aspects. And again, the virtual reality, as Derek said, VR can help. I mean, we can take people who are learning to do plumbing through these pipes and through the structures of the building, how the pipes are laid. But at present, the cost is prohibitive for all these VR equipment, and it's although plumbing itself is not like that high-tech kind of a domain, but to create content for plumbing, even for plumbing or anything in the virtual reality, is a high-tech domain which will take a lot of money. So is the government, which wants to encourage such kind of solutions, ready to put in that much money? Or is it just going to be the videos where people are explaining on the board the theory and just look for it? No, it's not going to work. The physical component of that experience, that you use your hands to do something, feel how the drill machine feels, feel how the saw goes through the pipe, or how the when the hair is cut. So all that thing has to happen in the classroom. In virtual, I mean, we have flight simulators for pilots. They work perfectly well, but ultimately it is the pilots who are going to, when they fly in the field, they are on a real machine. So that is required. I think there's no substitute for that.
Absolutely, Professor. I think in vocational courses that are skill-based, particularly where you do require your hands to perform something for a successful outcome, I think it can't always be translated completely to a remote learning environment. And in the hybrid sessions also, you do need to have, at least where you've got students coming into the classroom, it is just for that physical learning, which is actually performing the task at a physical setting. And I'm mindful of the time. We're coming close towards the 1 hour mark for this particular program. And just one last question before we close is, how do we see the future of online education or hybrid education?
Well, I'll jump in first if it's okay.
Yes.
I think that the opportunities are exciting, and I'll just highlight one thing that I particularly like, and that's the democratization of education. And so, we work at a very fine institution, but, for many universities and colleges, costs may be prohibitive for a lot of really bright, motivated young people. And so I think that whether it's hybrid or blended or virtual or online e-learning, whatever the case may be, whatever the model, to allow access to these young people that may not have the ability to attend a real brick and mortar school, I think is really one of the exciting aspects of where we're moving forward with this.
Thank you.
I would say,
Professor. Yes, Professor Deepak, please.
I will say it will evolve very fast. Right now, to say that we will be all hybrid, we will be all. It's not going to be only physical. For national education policy, it talks about 50% gross enrollment ratio, and significantly the government, there is a policy push. So there are going to be online programs, there are going to be hybrid programs. So I can easily see the online part expanding significantly. Second, I can easily see the focus on the lifelong learning aspect. There it is going to be an interesting thing, because it is very highly motivated individuals taking those courses for specific reasons, and then the online as well as the hybrid, wherever skill development is required, they are working in an industry, they have that opportunity. If they're upskilling in the same industry, there is an opportunity to work on projects right there in their workplace. So these kind of hybrid models will evolve very fast in that domain. Within the university, I mean, we have come to a place where students have said that they hated the online classes. The faculty have said that they dislike the experience, and we are back to square one, where it is mostly physical. But since universities are going to expand and expand in a direction where they are through policy as well as because of their financial compulsions need to reach out to more students, more diverse students, they will also include certain online components.
Yeah, I was beginning to think, to be flippant, to say I'm not really in the future business, I'm more in the past business. But in fact, there are things which have been extremely successful in the past. Take the Open University in the UK, the largest university ever. So we should not neglect the past when we're thinking about the future, but definitely underscore exactly what Derek said. The opportunities to democratize these elite universities is the one that is most important aspect of this topic. Thank you.
Just one last point, like democratization. I think a lot of universities are taking this opportunity to put their content online. So that democratization is already happening. I've taken Professor Michael Sandel's class in Harvard while sitting on my chair, right here. And we have seen more and more universities now which are top ranked within India are creating courses which people can take, say a semester long course or a few weeks long course, which are paid, free, every kind of stuff. So the knowledge democratization will happen to get certificates, to get to engage with the faculty. Then again, the paid, maybe the universities or the government will find a way to create that kind of, reduce that kind of access issues and equity issues, thereby creating maybe scholarships for people who cannot afford that, even at the lower cost of the online learning.
Thank you, Professor. That was a very insightful intake on the futuristic aspect of hybrid education as well as online learning more generally. We're mindful of the time, and I think we're towards the end of the session now. So we thank the panelists for their time and for sharing their knowledge on such an important topic. We hope it was a good learning experience for our audience, in particular the students and the faculty members. And with the permission of the panelists, we can now close the session. In case of course,
but not before thanking you for guiding us today.
Great. Thank you, Divya.
Thank you so much for that, Professor. And thank you, JGU, for giving me this.
Good evening. Welcome to the World Universities Summit. I'm very happy to report we have been having wonderful 2 days, and I'm grateful to Jindal Global Center of G20 Studies and the International Institute for Higher Education for actually organizing this World Education Summit. Today's panel discussion is going to revolve around future of work, placements, and internships in a world emerging from the pandemic. I'm also very happy to have two distinguished speakers whom I intend to spend next 40-50 minutes talking interesting questions, and I'm really looking forward to your responses. Let me briefly introduce. We have today speaker one, Professor Dr. Peter Kilpatrick, who is serving as the president from the Catholic University of America. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you.
And we also have Professor Dr. Lynn Pasquarella, President, American Association of Colleges and Universities. We have Professor Chang, who's just joined us, who's a professor from Institute of Business, Dili Timur Leste. Welcome, Professor. Let me set the context immediately right. Why is this thematic session so important and so relevant? I will just quickly share my screen. I hope my screen is visible to all of you. Is it visible?
Yes, I can see.
So basically, when I chose this session to moderate, I had I thought that absolutely education is changing, but I think the workplace is also changing. How and what we think about placements and internships is absolutely and dramatically changed during the pandemic. I have only 3 slides, but I thought it would be nice to set the context in place. During pandemic, there has been a significant or a paradigm shift in the workplace. What is that paradigm shift we are talking about? More and more employees at the workplace want flexibility. We are talking about both hybrid and remote work. I think last 6 to 8 months, India itself has been spending many hours, writing contracts on a concept called moonlighting. We also have huge companies, shifting from, not so technology to an increased reliance on technology. The dependence on technology by many companies have significantly increased, pre-COVID and post-COVID. One more interesting fact that I did find out through my research is now the companies and employees are moving towards result-oriented approach as opposed to people-oriented approach. Gone are those days where companies are asking the HR personals to create policies pertaining to people. I think now the policies and everything pertaining in the corporation or industry setup is focused more on result-oriented approach. I think this has been the paradigm shift. If we just move forward, but the attitude of the employees during this pre-COVID, post-COVID is also going through a significant change. We are looking at employees who are emphasizing more on work-life balance, and they're also quietly quitting if that balance is not available to them. The second is there is huge productivity pay gap. According to the study, which I am referring to, which is conducted by the Economic Policy Institute, if you see from 79 to 2020, the net productivity of the employees has rose by 61.8%, but the pay of the typical workers has grown far slower. It has increased only by 17.5%. There is a gap. There is a gap between productivity and pay. And I think this is also a very significant factor now going forward for the companies and organizations. The last is there has emerged huge mental health and well-being issues in the workplace. So at one side, the companies and organizations are looking for, result-oriented approach. On the other side, they're looking at productivity gap. On one side, we are looking at flexibility. The other side, we are looking at work-life balance. So I think this is the best time to be here and to discuss on this topic. I would stop here and, and I'll stop sharing my screen. We will now quickly go into hearing the opening remarks from the three distinguished speakers we have. And let me quickly invite Professor Peter. Professor Peter, I would really want to give your opening remarks on the future of work, placements and internships in a world emerging from the pandemic.
Great. Thank you, Padmanabha. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm grateful to Global Jindal University for the opportunity to participate in this important panel discussion. So just a little bit about myself and my university so that you understand the context. I'm Peter Kilpatrick. I'm a 40-year professor of engineering. So I believe I understand the technology landscape as it's developed and evolved over those 40 years. I'm here at the Catholic University of America, which is the only pontifical university in the United States, founded by the Holy Father and the bishops in 1887. And I would say that there are three important goals of a Catholic education, and they're very relevant to our discussion today about the future of work. Number one, we want to help our students fully understand and delve into who are they as human persons? What makes them tick? Why are they here? What is their purpose in life? And I think this is really important because it relates to how they relate to other people in the workplace. Our second goal is to help our students completely get in touch with their fundamental belief system and to integrate that belief system with the way they use their intellects. And this is really important because otherwise people will not be integral. They won't integrate their belief system and their reason. And then the third thing, and it's probably most important, is to contextualize all of our learnings in the university. Skills are for vocational training. Education is about a full understanding of the importance, philosophically, logically, historically, linguistically, socially, of any practical knowledge that you learn in the university. And why is this relevant to our discussion today? So the conversation is all about how has technology impacted the workplace? How has it impacted productivity? How has it impacted the future of work? And I would make the argument, and I heard this actually from John Kelly, who was the senior vice president at IBM at the time, speaking about cognitive computing. And he said, computers can never replace what human persons do, but human persons have to understand how to fully integrate their talents with the technologies that they use. So a computer can never ask the right question. Only human persons can ask the right question. And so we have to be contextualized enough in our learning that we know how to ask those proper questions. We know how to program the computer properly, and we know how to do our work in a way that impacts society in the best possible way that it can do so. So I'm thrilled to be here. One of the things I would say about the mental health challenges we're seeing is it's partially a product of social isolation. And so we really have to learn how to communicate well in a virtual environment. We have to learn how to show emotion and sentiment. We have to learn how to relate to people in a virtual environment. And this is challenging. It's challenging for our young people. It's challenging for our old people, but we have to learn how to do it well if the hybrid environment is really going to be the workplace of the future. So thank you for the opportunity to share some opening remarks.
Thank you, Peter. I absolutely align to what I think you set the context absolutely right. May I now invite Professor Lin to share your opening remarks, please?
Thank you so much. It really is an honor and privilege to be here with you, and thrilled to be on this panel with Peter. At AAC&U, our mission is to advance the democratic purposes of higher education by promoting equity, innovation, and excellence in liberal education. We represent about 1,000 colleges and universities across the country and in 27 different nations. And our overarching goal is to position students for success in work, citizenship, and life. We, in the United States, are under heavy criticism. There's been a dramatic decline in public trust in higher education. And we're seeing that a bit globally as well, where people are calling into question the value of a college degree and whether we are teaching students 21st century skills that will enable them to thrive. And we know that businesses and industries are now conferring credentials, they're conferring badges and certificates, and so people are questioning why they should come to college. This was an impetus for AAC&U to engage in a series of employer surveys, asking what employers were most looking for from college graduates and whether we were, as institutions of higher education, filling their needs. And so we've been doing these surveys since 2007. Our latest round of employer surveys took place right after the start of the pandemic in 2020 and showed that the skills and competencies that employers are most seeking are those that one would expect: critical thinking skills, information literacy, the capacity to work in diverse teams, to engage in ethical decision-making. But what was interesting about this latest survey is it showed that employers care as much about the dispositions and mindsets of graduates as they do about those skills and competencies. They want employees who are adaptable and flexible in the face of rapid change, where rapidly changing technology means rapid obsolescence. They want individuals who are resilient. And so this is something we haven't focused on very much in higher education: mindsets and dispositions, in addition to skills and competencies. The reason why I think this panel is so important is because I just returned from a conference at Arizona State University, where we were talking about, it was the Coalition for Life Transformative Education, and looking at some daunting statistics. 85% of students claim that they go to college to get a better job. But 95% of those students say that they're not just looking for a job, they're looking for meaningful work, what Peter referred to as that sense of purpose. But only 34% say that they're deeply interested in the work that they're doing, and only 40% say that they have a meaningful career. And so when we look at the data on how people find meaningful work, what's most satisfying to them, not only upon graduation, but 10, 20, 30 years down the line, we know from a series of studies by Gallup produced studies, and now more recently, the studies that Gallup did with Bates College in their Center for Purposeful Work, that what makes the difference are two things. One is having experiential learning, engaging in internship, applied learning opportunities where students can apply their knowledge and skills to work that extends more than a semester, work that matters to both the student and to society. The second factor is having a mentor who cares about you, that sense that someone in my institution thinks about me, is willing to work with me both inside and outside of the classroom, that I matter to someone. And so we can think about the ways in which we need to change our institutional structures to allow faculty, staff, and peer mentors the opportunity to engage in this kind of long-form work to prepare students, but also engage in that mentoring, which often goes unrecognized in tenure and promotion processes. So that's the backdrop with which I'm approaching our session today.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you for bringing in your experiences of the recent conferences and debates that you are actually engaged in. I think that experience will be of really useful for all the students who might be listening to this discussion. Let me now invite Professor Chang to please come and give your opening remarks. Professor, unmute yourself, please. Professor Chang, unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear? First of all, greatly thankful for inviting me to providing this chance to share my ideas on the matter of future works. I'm currently working for IOB, which means the Institute of business. It's a single university focused on business in the Timor-Leste. I have been working in the East Timor since 2009. After the pandemic, I have some condition I changed through the online. I intended to teaching. This topic today is very futuristic. At the same time, even very relevant to East Timor as well. This is a global topic, even though East Timor is not directly influenced by AI or automation, but in the reality, influenced by some global factors. For example, the majority Timor people, the working, biggest number of Timor people working as a foreign worker working in Korea, and then directly influenced by automation as well. And I also got a great impact from the pandemic, in particular, some industry in Korea, and also influenced to East Timor people. And in Korean case, some population drastically decreased, and then rural area greatly demanding many Timor people working in Korea as well. And then I also, by sharing today's topic on the future works, I'd like to learn from the other distinguished professors from overseas, and also wanted to share some cases, between the Timor-Leste and Korea as well. And I think while we discuss on it, we can find out a better sense of finding some reliable future works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chang. So we will now enter into the Q&A session. I would put the question, and I think all three of you can reflect for that question before we go on to the next question. Let's keep our responses short so that we can have more questions, and and we could probably give more responses to audience's question and answers also. The first question I have for all the three speakers is, geopolitically, the world is actually getting into crisis. What does that mean? We have the Russia and Ukraine war entering into 401st day. We have Sri Lankan economic crisis. We have the collapse of Silvergate Capital Corp and the SBB Financial Corp. SBB is of more of interest because I think they have lended the loans to the maximum number of unicorns. We have also had the UK rationing food supplies challenge in UK. So, consequentially, if you see, most of the major economics, or economies around the world is low growth rate zone. How you think universities can prepare students for not just entering, into, I would say, employment, but also how do they thrive in such challenging times and challenging world? The reason why this question is very contextual is, I think, it's people coming to university for education is one thing, but at the end of the day, they need to be placed. They have to get an internship. So I would first invite Professor Lin to respond, and then we'll go with Peter and Professor Chai.
Yeah, it's such an important question. Our employer surveys showed that while the majority of employers thought that college graduates were well prepared to enter the workforce, they didn't see them as well prepared for advancement. And so this provides an opportunity for us to partner with business and industry to promote lifelong learning, so that a few years into a person's career, how can we partner with them to offer educational programs to provide them with the skills and competencies necessary to advance? Or how can we work with them at the front end so that they're prepared to take on the challenges that are unscripted and perhaps unpredictable in this rapidly changing world? We saw also from the employer survey that those students who had engaged in internships and apprenticeships were much more likely to be hired by employers who saw this as a valuable asset in preparation for the kind of advancement that would need to take place within business and industry.
So Padmanabha, I'll chip in here. I would argue that the world is no more or less chaotic than it's always been. If you look at the world wars of the 20th century, if you look at the Cold War, if you look at the strife that human beings seem to have the ability to inflict on themselves. I think we've always been a little bit in chaos. What I would say is the world is very complex and it's interconnected. And so it's very important that our students have the fundamentals that enable them to apply their learning to very diverse sets of contexts and circumstances. So I think logic and the ability to think philosophically and historically are actually very important. And yet many universities are divesting themselves of the humanities. And if ever we needed the humanities to help contextualize the learnings that we get in the sciences and the technologies and business, we need it now. So we encourage our students to be what I would call Renaissance people who learn multiple areas of knowledge and learn how to interconnect them so that they can deal with a complex world.
Thanks, Peter. Professor Chang?
Okay, first of all, that I'm fully agreed. We need a Renaissance style of multidimensional education. I fully agree. At the same time, we have been facing for a long time since the Industrial Revolution, always the new technology stealing the job. So this is a not unique case, but problem now there's a speed, and also the size of and speed are very drastically increased. So it's some part of as a job seekers to adapting the job market, we have a big problem. So I have the proposing the three part. First one is we need to focus on some truly human factors, which means AI cannot do. For example, according to the Open College, some survey, like some matter of creativity, critical thinking, and adaptability, communication, and collaboration, and leadership in specific and domain-specific expertise. So some element which can be distinguished from the AI or automation, we should not lose. So that's my first proposal. Second proposal is a project leadership education, which means we cannot delivering only knowledge and we cannot expect the students finding the job because automation and AI speed is drastically increased. So the students need to be exposed to the real world. How? But we need to provide some structure. So one good practice structure is project management, which means I'm more focused on the relationship skill in the project leadership education. And then last one is because always a new technology threatening the old sector of a job position. At the same time, always providing the new opportunity for the innovation. So some more need to emphasizing how to be making the innovation ideas, how to challenge. So this is my three proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chang. I think you have absolutely and rightly led me to the next question. By speaking on skills. So my next question is going to be: has people in this, I would say, noble profession of education, have you seen that knowledge and skills expected of students has undergone a change since COVID-19? Let me throw certain, important reports and some findings here, right? We are talking about skills in terms of cognitive, social, emotional. These days are more important and relevant compared to what was more relevant and compared to 5 years back. If you see the World Economic Forum report 2021, they're talking about upskilling. They're talking about 21st century skills. They're also talking about skills like critical thinking, creativity. But I think the core skills that is actually making a difference today compared to humans and robots are creativity and social intelligence. So do you think that significant change is actually taking place? There is a shift that is happening in terms of knowledge and that skills which are actually expected from students post-COVID. So first I would request Peter to respond, and then Professor Chang, and then I would want to hear from Lynn. Professor Peter.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely the pandemic has forced students, faculty, everyone really, the workforce, to have to be very resilient and adapt to a strange environment. We never saw an experience quite like the pandemic in our modern age, where we were all forced to go online and we were all forced to wear masks and to quarantine. And so the pandemic was a great stressor. And so the skills that it uncovered and attempted to forge were grit and resilience, adaptability, flexibility, executive functioning skills, time management, self-directed learning, written communication. Now, some people adapted well to that. Other persons really struggled with that. And this is the reason that stress-induced mental health challenges went through the roof. Here in the United States, I saw a recent report that 59% of teenage women had suicidal ideation at some point during the pandemic. So we've seen a dramatic stressor on our society. And the question is, how will we respond to this? And I think it's going to require educators to be much more sensitive, both in the online and in the in-person environment. So yes, the pandemic has required new skills of us. It's also created new challenges that are really unprecedented.
Professor Chang.
Yeah, okay. So, I think I fully agree. Social intelligence is one of the very, very few, maybe a fundamental part of a human element, which is impossible to be substituted by the AI, which means AI can provide a better knowledge. AI can provide some, even with automation, skills. But AI is very difficult to do instead of a human. It cannot substitute humans' action. The function of judgment, human decide what is correct, what is wrong, and then what it can do. So we need to think about the fundamental premise of the modern legal system, that we allow human has a free will. Many people disagree as well, that maybe do not have a free will. But anyhow, we agree, based on the legal system, we agree human beings' actions based on their decision, so that we have a responsibility of action. We cannot say by stealing others, so this is my accident. We cannot say so. So now, in terms of social intelligence matters, we need to more focus on action-based learning and action-based education, which means it will be only one area. Even AI provide a better the function of work, but all responsibility AI impossible to carry on. Human being need to carry on. So I fully agree, social intelligence. At the same time, I want to adding one more. Maybe we can make a very attractive AI or robot, which means maybe even some men and women like attracting some favor. But basically, human being has a better sense of delivering the emotion, happiness. So before we lost this some fundamental the privilege of a human, maybe we will lost as some not only lost the human being's character, but also lost the job as well. That's my comment.
Thank you, Professor Chang. May I now ask Professor Lin? I think we heard a few observations on skills and intelligences. Professor Lin, what about knowledge? Do you think that even acquiring knowledge has changed fundamentally post-COVID?
I think everything's changed post-COVID. COVID-19 was emblematic of the kinds of wicked problems and grand challenges that we are facing as a global community. And, we saw not only food and shelter insecurities of our students unveiled, but the expansiveness of the digital divide, but we also saw how a focus on narrow technical training in response to this public health crisis, the worst global pandemic in more than a century, is short-sighted, because none of the technical training was going to help physicians, nurses decide who should get the last ventilator, how to allocate these scarce resources. It wouldn't help those in communities where there was such polarization and partisanship to bridge those gaps, to speak across differences. And so these are the knowledge, these are the skills that we need to address the problems of the future. I think this gets back to institutional structures. All of this is going to require integrative learning. So we have to get out of our narrow disciplinary silos and look at the ways in which these grand challenges require us to solve them from multiple perspectives, not single perspectives. And yet our structures and our institutions mitigate against working collaboratively, providing students with integrative learning. So how can we redress this challenge? How can we work together? There's resistance among the disciplines themselves. There's resistance among faculty who measure their prestige in terms of their disciplinary fields, and in many cases, resistance among administrators who worry about costs. So I think if we're going to prepare students to thrive in a world in which future jobs haven't been created yet, and in which these kinds of challenges are going to continue to arise, then we have to restructure the academy in a fundamental way. And, I was at a forum at Harvard University last night where Danielle Allen was talking about ChatGPT and the ways in which AI is shaping higher education. And she is very concerned, as we all were, about the fact that many of the jobs that we're preparing students for will not exist because robots will have taken them over. And so how do we look to the future? How do we prepare students for a future that we really can't predict? I suppose this has always been our job, but now it's becoming a bit more complex.
Thanks, Professor Lin. I think, I'm so enjoying because you guys are actually leading me to the next question, which makes it more interesting. I agree, there's a lot of discussion around us on future of work. AI was there. We had IBM Watson as one of the earlier artificial intelligence lawyers, and there were a lot of more interesting things happening in AI. Even the Waka Bayachi, the first artificial intelligence driver. But now I think the discussion is becoming more and more interesting after what we have got, the ChatGPT. Now it is real, and it is coming and throwing up some really interesting challenges. What makes ChatGPT very unique? I was really looking at some interesting figures. The ChatGPT demonstrates or claims that in their own testing, they have received a model score 1410 on the SAT, 163 on LSAT, 298 score on the Uniform Bar exam. The ChatGPT has cleared the Google engineering interview. The ChatGPT clears the US law school exam. The ChatGPT even passes the MBA exam given by Wharton professor. So this is really becoming a challenge. Now, if this is serious and this is real, and it is going to become real, how are we going to make our graduates relevant in the industry? In what ways do you think universities need to bring a change in curriculum, pedagogy, assessment to make sure that they still become relevant in what we call as the future of work? But because, as you rightly said, Professor Lin, the jobs which we may be preparing them for, they may not even exist. Then we have to go through a fundamental change. So first, I would want to hear from you, Professor Lin, and then I will ask Professor Peter, and then I will invite Professor Chang. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have to stop asking students to answer questions for which we already know the answers. The questions represented on SATs LSATs, and start asking them to address these unscripted problems of the future, engage them in problem-based learning that does look at these broad challenges from multiple perspectives, provide them with the kind of mentoring necessary to be adaptable and flexible in the face of these challenges. And that's the only way forward. We have to fundamentally change the way that we deliver the curriculum, and perhaps along the way, recognizing the mental anxiety that they're feeling, engage in pedagogies of kindness. And let me just say one line about that. And that means assessing them in ways that allows them to demonstrate their proficiencies, their competencies over an extended period of time, and have artifacts of their accomplishments that they can show to employers, as opposed to high stakes testing, which is designed to engage in ranking and sorting of people and reinforces a fixed as opposed to a growth mindset.
Professor Peter.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of Lynn's responses. I think they're excellent. I would say that if you look at Bloom's taxonomy, which is a way to understand the kinds of intellection that we're asking of our students, the foundation is content and memory, then there's analysis, synthesis, creation, but the highest form of intellection is judgment. And judgment is challenging when the situation is complex. And so I fully support Lynn's comment that we should perhaps move to a portfolio-based method of assessment in which the students demonstrate their ability to judge complex situations, complexity in engineering, complexity in society, complexity in interpersonal and human interactions. Chat GPT can't do this. I would further say that the standardized exams that we've used in the past to assess intellectual capacity or ability, I think have been proven to not correlate well with the outcomes of students in terms of their ability to perform, in terms of their assessment at universities. So I think we really do need to rethink how it is that we assess students for performance. How do we assess them for ability? And I really liked, Lynn, your last comment. We need to use a pedagogy of kindness. At the end of the day, we're human persons. We're not robots. And I will tell you, there is a huge difference. And we need to always keep that in mind. Robots will never be people. People will never be robots. We're mind, body, spirit. We're not robots. And so I think we need to rethink the curriculum and how we assess and how we form people for this very complex society that we live in.
Thanks, Peter. I think the 2 points that are coming out strong is maybe we should move away from our current curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment, and we need to also innovate. Similarly, how we are bringing new innovations like ChatGPT, and that may not be happening, but I think the message is loud and clear that I think it is up to the faculty, the universities now to start thinking how that innovation can begin, both at the institution level, at the faculty level, at even at the industry level. Professor Chang, your comments, please.
Okay, my comment, I think the ChatGPT impact maybe three. Yeah. Since the beginning, like any other mobile or internet service, anytime, anywhere, something character of God, ubiquitous. This is not different from the other internet service, but adding two more. One is through the Bible, the Christianity Bible say after the Babel Tower, scattered, and then language scattered. But ChatGPT making this era of post Babel Tower, making before the Babel Tower, which means computer language start to communicate with the human language. And the English start to communicate with the other language. So automatic translation. So it means many language barriers drastically decrease. So this is one impact. The other one is when we see the wolf on the mountain, wolf cannot be my friend because wolf were able to attack me. But based on the order, somebody, wolf, if a wolf follow me very well, it became dog, my pet. So as long as user able to input and control, it means similar like a pet function appear. Pet became a pet. And then, so simply I say maybe ubiquitous character, and the other one is destroying the barrier of language, not only human language and computer language and any other language making one. And the other one is became like a pet. What I asking, they answer. So it's some character of ChatGPT, why its impact is so stronger than before. But ChatGPT is a ChatGPT AI. It's not human being. Human beings area, another area exists. So if we are caring about the curriculum of education, personally, I think try to know some education, knowing or simple discussion. This kind of education is dead. To input some knowledge, try to educate is passed away. So now is a real function of education is targeting for action, because action is a human area. Human only able to carry on responsibility. So any kind of the curriculum, the preparing for post the ChatGPT should be considered for the students' performance or action. Maybe inside there must include some moral judgment as well. So that's some idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chang. Let's move on. I have one or two more interesting questions to ask. During the pandemic, I think many students preferred to go for, internships and placements which were remote. But however, those pandemic-related restrictions on mobility have completely gone now. They don't exist now. But do we as educators, do we think, or should we go on the thought process that remote internships or even remote job opportunities can still become future for the students who are studying at the university? Like, I will give you an interesting report why this question is interesting for me. There was a report which was conducted by Kaplan, on Inside Higher Education and College Pulse. And the report came out with very interesting statistics. They interviewed roughly more than 2,000 college students through what is called as a student voice survey. And the report suggested that 38% are somewhat still interested in fully remote internship opportunities during college. 18% are extremely interested, and 34% are somewhat interested, and 15% are least interested, something like that. So there is greater interest among the students for remote internship opportunities. What as educators, should we encourage students to look at remote internship opportunities? I really want to hear your voices. I would first invite Professor Chang now, and then we'll go to Professor Lin and Professor Peter for remarks. Thank you.
Thank you for very interesting question. First of all, we need to identify what's the difference. Face-to-face internship and then remote internship. We can say maybe distance internship or online internship, or internet internship, whatever it is, not facing each other. Okay, I also checking the data. Generally speaking, the satisfaction of internet internship or online internship, remote internship is less than face-to-face internship. So why this thing happened? I wanted to care about some basic human sense, 5 senses we have. But remote means traditional way of remote, online, or only typing, or nowadays only facing the Zoom, including Zoom, but not able to using the other senses. So it means since the beginning, we do not have enough senses, cannot be engaging in some project or work directly, impossible. At the one more, some important part of missing the remote internship is human relationship. The human relationship is always able to be created based on the foundation, which accidentally or intentionally happening so many affairs, and then able to trust the others, able to making a great teams. This kind of dynamics does not exist. So in the reality, during the pandemic, many students taking an internship is 50-50, something face-to-face and including mixing style. Now, we need to think about two factors. First one, if a remote internship is necessary, then we need to how to increase the sense of human, how to communicate, maximizing the human senses, including maybe Google together. And the other one is maybe impossible to be same compared to the face-to-face internship. So how to mixing it? For example, like as I see, the Oxford University also allowing distance learning PhD course as well. But still distance learning should need to go to the Oxford and need to taking some thesis evaluation and the research. So it means basically 100% internship, remote internship, maybe as a current condition, maybe forever. It cannot be same as a face-to-face. But it's the matter of how to choosing the another senses and also how to compensate some face-to-face and how to mix it. That's my answer. Thank you.
Professor Peter.
Yeah, so one of the things we did at my former university, Illinois Institute of Technology in Chicago, at the very beginning of the pandemic, is we began to offer fully remote internships to high school students. And the rationale for that was we wanted those students to have project-based learning experiences. We wanted them to have practical skills so that they were very employable for their second internship. And we did this in high school, and it was extremely successful. We literally had thousands of high school students take virtual internships with us. So I do believe that there's a very important place for remote internships. Having said that, many students and many employers want their workers to be in person or hybrid at most. And so we've had no issue really. Of course, we're located in Washington, D.C., which is the heart of the nation, and there are plentiful opportunities here for internships of all kinds. In fact, we're really setting a record right now. We've had over 2,000 active employers in our database and over 30,000 job postings this year alone. So we're at no loss for opportunities, but I can understand if you're in a remote location or if you're in a rural area, it may be more challenging.
Yeah, let me. So I think it's that remoteness of some students that makes this an equity imperative. We saw this remarkable resilience on the part of colleges and universities in responding to the need to pivot to remote and online learning, and then also partnering with associations, businesses, industry to set up online remote internships. I think there is an equity imperative before us to continue offering remote in addition to face-to-face. Thinking about the museums that had to close down, or TV and movie studios that had to shut down during COVID, offered some of these opportunities and greatly diversified people who were working with them in their institutions and organizations. Jeff Salingo, in his book, There's Life After College, makes a distinction between students. He categorizes students into 3 different groups. There are sprinters, striders, and stragglers. And the sprinters, those who are most successful 6 months upon graduation, are those who are able to have internship opportunities where they could use those opportunities to create a narrative that would support their future work aspirations. Many of our students have to engage in work that doesn't relate to their career goals. And we need to make sure that these high impact practices that we know will make a difference, including internships and apprenticeships, are accessible to all students to meet this equity mandate. So I think there's definitely room for online learning, and we know, and online internships. And we know at this moment where so many students seem disengaged, that there's an opportunity to actually get people engaged in these high impact practices through technology.
Thank you, Professor Lin. I think we have a scope for last question, and probably along with this response, you can also give your closing remarks, and then we can go towards our conclusion. I'm waiting for questions from the audience. So as and when, if I get any questions, I would quickly ask them. We could quickly ask 1 or 2 questions at the end of the session. So, if you see the workplace, largely in the last 3 years, which is completely driven by Industry 4.0 in terms of digitization, automation, tech companies and startups were offering significantly high proportion of jobs, to the students. But if you see at the moment, what is happening is we are seeing downbeat on hiring. Both these sectors are absolutely cutting, or going through a mass layoffs. We have seen Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, Alphabet coming and announcing. Similarly, in India, we have seen, edtech companies, like Byju's, Vedantu, consumer services like Ola, e-commerce companies like Udaan, and fintech companies like, Paytm, Rupee, health care companies. They're all going for layoffs. So what do you think students will get significant opportunities in new age companies, or are we seeing a game changing happening here? It has no longer to do with just tech companies or startups. As I told you, the ability, the productivity gap is also emerging. They're all looking at people who are highly skilled, highly potential, rather than recruiting just numbers. Numbers are not what these companies are looking at. Do you see that shift slowly taking place? And is that the reason why we are seeing this layoffs and adjustment in terms of productivity? I think the students would be very interested to hear on this, because I think a large portion from where you come from and where we come from, the tech companies and startups are dream place of work for many students. I would request Lynn to start, probably Shang and then Peter.
Thank you. I'm not sure where this shift will lead us, but it reinforces the importance of a broad general education and liberal education that prepares students with the skills necessary to be adaptable and flexible in the face of change, but also to be innovators in their own lives, to have that resilience if they lose a job, to imagine themselves in different roles and to draw on the skills. And that's another reason why the use of portfolios is so important. If you can demonstrate a set of skills over a period of 2 or 4 years, then you can draw on the artifacts, the work that you have done in the past to demonstrate how you can contribute to any association over a period of time. And so I think this is what we need to focus on and recognize that this is a moment of unpredictability with respect to where we should go. We saw the consequences of the Great Resignation, and now people are returning to the companies from which they resigned. So there'll be more change, and the best that we can do is to prepare students to adapt to that change.
Thank you, Professor Lin. Professor Chang.
Okay, this is a very, very tough question, but simply as a concept, I should be able to make some conceptual solution first. As we know, proletariat group is a very sad group. controlled by a bourgeois and controlled by structured some system, always became a victim. And then now we know the famous term, precariat is dangerous, precarious some proletariat. So we know the very dangerous social class. We have some taught by part-time job only, or some platform workers, easy to lose their job. Then we need to understand why many kind of part-time job appear, because of the so much systems penetrate the previous some industrial structure, and then they do not want to allow many people work there. This is not only some phenomena inside the new age companies like IT companies. As long as some forced industrialization continue, and even traditional companies, they're going to using the more semiconductor, and then they're going to decrease the number of workers as well. And then as an individual, some student, there's some solution. This as some conceptual solution. Maybe we need to make some student, super student, even under this kind of scattered job opportunity, how to know how to organize and then penetrate the opportunity. So maybe I can say proactive, some proactive proletariat, or proactive, some workers, some real, another strong entrepreneurs, lifestyle of entrepreneur. So I don't believe the new age company or IT company, they're going to allow bigger job. I don't believe. I also don't believe the conglomerate companies, they're going to provide a bigger number of job opportunity. I don't believe. Also, I don't believe this kind of the capitalism system always want to decrease. Then what's the solution for our lovely student? We need to make a super student, like a lifelong, some entrepreneur style of their management, their business they can do. So that's some philosophy as an educator. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Chang. From super virus, we have reached super student. So Professor Lin, your comments, please. Sorry.
I think it's my turn to make a comment here, Padmanabhat. But yeah, so I just have two additional things to add to what Lin and Professor Chang have mentioned, and that is that we're finding it's important for our students to begin to develop relationships with their potential employers earlier. But we're seeing no lack of jobs for our students, even in tech companies. It is true that the mid-level jobs are we're seeing disappear, but entry-level jobs are still there. The second thing I would say is it's important to remind ourselves that the majority of jobs are not provided by large companies. The majority of jobs are by small to medium-sized enterprises and startups. And so one of the things we try to teach our students, our business school offers a very popular course in what we call principled entrepreneurship. And it's really an opportunity for them to understand the startup mentality, the entrepreneurial mindset, and many of our students, I would say approaching a majority of our students now here at our university are taking those courses. And so we find they kind of get it. They know that they have to sell themselves, and there are plentiful opportunities in startups, even in the economy, the slowing economy that we have right now. So I think there's a way to make your way in the world, in this brave new world we're in, but we're trying to help our students do that.
Thanks, Peter. Thank you, Professor Lin. Thank you so much, Professor Peter. Thank you, Professor Chang. I think we are close to the time zone that was given to us, but there's been significant learning for my own self. I really like what Professor Lin, Peter, and Chang spoke about. Professor Lin saying to start mentioning, she was mentioning that the fact that we need to move towards profiling of students, rather than have typical exams deciding how smart a student is, we need to start profiling students. I think that might be the future. I think Professor Peter also was mentioning about the importance of skills, and he responded beautifully on that. And Professor Chang's story of Wolf, I will definitely take it as points to remember as part of this conversation. Again, thank you so much. And I just wanted to call out Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies and International Institute for Higher Education and Capacity Building of JGU for wonderfully putting up this thematic session on placement and internships in a world emerging from pandemic. And I'm sure the viewers have enjoyed listening to really amazing, thought-provoking conversation that we had. We are going to sign out, but I'm really going to look forward to continue in touch with you guys, and let's answer some questions in the next World Education Summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Good
much.
to be with you.
Thank you very much.
We are live.
A very good evening to all of you. I'm Professor Shireen Moti, Assistant Professor of Law at the Jindal Global Law School, OP Jindal Global University. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you in India and around the world to the valedictory session of the World University Summit on the theme Universities of the Future, Building Institutional Resilience, Social Responsibility and Community Impact in G20 countries. I would like to particularly extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Subha Sarkar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India, Dr. Joanna Newman, Chief Executive and Secretary General, Association of Commonwealth Universities, United Kingdom, and my colleagues, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, Founding Vice Chancellor, OP Jindal Global University, and Professor Dr. Mohan Kumar, Dean and Director, Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies, OP Jindal Global University. The commencement of this conference was elevated by the presence of Honorable Minister of State, External Affairs, Government of India, Shri V. Muralidharan, who inaugurated this summit in the esteemed presence of Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities. The last 5 days have been truly overwhelming and extraordinary. We have witnessed 175 university leaders from more than 100 universities spread across 6 continents deliberating upon issues of global importance with a focus on issues facing higher education in G20 countries. With those words, I would now like to invite Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, Founding Vice Chancellor, OP Jindal Global University, to deliver the welcome address. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone from around the world. Welcome to the valedictory session of the World University Summit, hosted by OP Jindal Global University. My deepest gratitude and appreciation is to Dr. Subhash Sarkar, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India, my very dear friend, Dr. Joanna Newman, Chief Executive and Secretary General of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, for making this valedictory session so special with their esteemed presence. This is the 3rd World University Summit convened, especially in the context of India assuming the presidency of the G20, and hence it is also called the G20 Higher Education Forum. I would like to take this opportunity to convey my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Education, Government of India, especially the Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, as well as the Secretary to the Ministry of Education, Mr. Sanjay Murthy, for their unrelenting support and recognizing our summit as one of the official G20 events. This summit was our humble attempt to find unity in our diversity, to overcome the challenges that have been set in these current times in the higher education ecosystem. To be able to create a forum and knowledge center which could benefit such a diverse and dispersed group of stakeholders of higher education across the G20 countries has indeed allowed us to realize the vision we had when we first conceptualized this event of reimagining the universities of the future. The last 5 days have been truly thought-provoking. While we started on 27th of March at the crack of dawn in the West, the intellectual deliberations across the day went on till midnight to welcome the rising sun in the East and continued for the next 5 days. As we continued across these 5 days, across this summit, we've had more than 60 hours of live streaming. It has been our objective to create intellectual capital and knowledge with a global view and living through multiple time zones across these 5 days of invigorating dialogues. It is perhaps why we were able to create a significant impact for a global audience. And I'm happy to share that we had nearly 10,000 views across all the streaming platforms for all the sessions during this period. This summit witnessed 175 thought leaders from 6 continents, representing all members of the G20, from Argentina to United States of America, to Russia, to South Korea, to Italy, making this a truly extraordinary moment for us to ensure a global perspective on local challenges. Institutional leadership from more than 100 universities were represented at the summit. This included 24 chancellors, vice chancellors, and profile chancellors, 20 presidents, rectors, and provosts, 23 vice presidents, deputy vice chancellors, vice rectors, and 33 deans and vice deans. It was wonderful to see how sometimes even from very different parts of the world, what we experience is so similar. The commencement of this conference was done by both the External Affairs Minister and the Secretary of AIU, and we are grateful to both of them. Across 33 thematic sessions and 3 fireside chats, we were able to witness thought-provoking keynote addresses by Professor Dr. Philip Altbach, the founding director for the Center for International Higher Education, Boston College, Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Regional Director, MENA and South Asia from Cochlear Siemens, also Mr. Phil Beatty from Times Higher Education, and Ben Sauter from QS as well. We also had presentations from Professor Peter Schuck of Yale and Dr. Jeffrey Cox of Stanford, and many other distinguished individuals representing several institutions. I feel grateful to all the speakers from around the globe who took out time from their busy schedule at such short notice to come together to reimagine the universities of the future. The diversity of our speakers and themes allowed us to conclude on some very pertinent challenges and innovations for a wide range of areas of development in higher education, including the role of technology. There were 2 special dialogues with senior women leaders from across the globe to discuss the evolution of diversity and inclusion at universities and role of universities in promoting equality, nurturing future women leaders, creating awareness, and ungendering universities at large. As the world continues to overcome one of the largest global crises of our time, it is important that universities around the world continue to find their collective consciousness and utilize the intellectual capital to pave a holistic and sustainable way forward to higher education institutions. Therefore, I hope that this summit is only the start of a journey where we, representing universities as enablers of education, careers, community engagement, and social impact, continue to drive these discussions to constantly evolve and contribute to the betterment of the world around us during and post the pandemic. In conclusion, I would like to mention that as we began the journey as a university in the year 2009, little did we imagine at that time that our journey will bring us to the state that we are today. This university was established through a philanthropic initiative of our founding chancellor and benefactor, Mr. Naveen Jindal, as an important effort to build a legacy, but more importantly, to contribute towards the idea of establishing a world-class university in India. We began in a very modest manner in 2009 with only 10 faculty members, 100 students, 1 school, and a relatively small campus. In the last 13 years, we have grown significantly, both in terms of size and reputation. And today, our university has become a relatively larger and an important institution. Our student strength has moved from 100 students in 2009 to over 10,000 students. Our faculty strength full-time has become over 1,000. We maintain a 1-to-9 faculty-student ratio so that our commitment towards expansion does not compromise towards quality or excellence. We have built 12 schools, including the law school that we started, but a business school, a school of international affairs, a school of public policy, a school of liberal arts and humanities, a school of journalism and communication, a school of art and architecture, a school of banking and finance, a school of environment and sustainability, a school of psychology and counseling, a school of languages and literature, and a school of public health and human development. The evolution of OP Jindal Global University from its modest origins in 2009 to today, what we have become, is indeed an example of what we can do in India, but also what we can do together. This university was created by the philanthropic initiative of our Chancellor, Mr. Jindal, but it had the phenomenal support of individuals from around the world, including some of the leading institutions, including my own alma mater, Harvard University. I also want to mention that to take an interest to support the idea of institution building is something that not everybody is ready and prepared to do. In this regard, I am especially grateful to my dear friend, Dr. Joanna Newman, who is, of course, currently serving as the Chief Executive and Secretary of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, but in an earlier avatar as heading the international relations effort at King's College London. Joanna believed in us long before the world discovered us. Joanna, like a few other individuals around the world, believed and supported and trusted in us long before so many others believed, and she invested in the idea of institution building long before so many did. At this moment, as we celebrate the 14th anniversary of OP Jindal Global University, as we mark several successes, including being recognized as India's first-ranked private university by the QS World University Rankings, being recognized as India's first-ranked law school, and to be globally recognized among the top 100 in the world, all these recognitions, accolades, achievements, and the shining glory among all of them, being recognized by the government of India as an institution of eminence, being one of only 8 public and 4 private universities in India among 1,000 universities, all of which has been possible because of the extraordinary and generous philanthropy of our founding Chancellor, Mr. Jindal, but also equally important were those supporters, the cheerleaders, those who went beyond the call of duty and believed in us long before the world recognized us. So I'm very, very grateful that Dr. Joanna Newman has accepted our invitation to be in this validity session. And on that note, I would like to conclude by once again thanking each and every one of you for joining us in realizing our aspiration and vision to create a global impact. I believe that the World University Summit is here to stay, and we will continue this effort and to work towards the World University Summit 2024 to make it even bigger and better. Thank you very much, and namaste.
Thank you for that, sir. I would now like to invite the guest of honor for today's valedictory session, Dr. Joanna Newman, Chief Executive and Secretary General, Association of Commonwealth Universities, United Kingdom, to deliver the valedictory address. Welcome, Dr. Newman.
Thank you so much, Professor Moti, and thank you, Professor Kumar, for your very, very kind words just now. And I'm really, really proud to have been associated with the really rising success of Jindal from those days when I was at King's and visited often. And I think that Jindal is a perfect example of what I'm going to be talking about, which is the value of international higher education collaboration across the world and why it really matters. I'm joining you today from the Association of Commonwealth Universities, and we are an international organisation dedicated to building a better world through higher education. Our network has over 500 members, universities across more than 50 countries, including 158 universities in India. Founded in 1913, we are the world's first international university network and the only accredited Commonwealth body representing higher education. And as a network, our network is really diverse from both culturally and geographically. We span 5 continents. Our member universities range from large research-intensive institutions to small faith-based colleges and can be found in some of the largest, smallest, richest and poorest countries in the world. In fact, more than 2/3 of our members are from low and middle income countries. And what unites us in our diversity is a shared belief in international collaboration in higher education and its contribution to building a better world. So what does a better world look like and how do we measure it? In 2019, we chose to align the ACU's strategy with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, known as the SDGs, and the university's contribution to making them a reality. These 17 interconnected goals range from ending poverty to combating climate change and are described as a blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and planet. And at the very least, they lay out an intergovernmental plan of action for achieving sustainable development, to which all UN member states signed up. And in this period of climate emergency and serious challenges affecting everybody's life on this planet, it is really, the SDGs is the only intergovernmental framework that we have, which has underpinning it the goals that we hope to make progress towards by 2030. Thanks in part to campaigning by organisations like the ACU, the SDGs set out a series of ambitious targets for higher education, which included higher education for the first time under Goal 4, quality education. And these include equal access for all to affordable and quality tertiary education, including university, education that delivers the necessary skills for employment and entrepreneurship, the elimination of gender and other disparities in accessing education at all levels, and more scholarships for university study. So as India takes over the presidency of G20 this year, its priorities focus on accelerating progress on SDGs and recommitting to achieving the targets set out in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, with a particular focus on addressing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, alongside green development, technological transformation, inclusive and resilient growth, multilateral institutions, and women-led development. Higher education, we argue, underpins all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In fact, none can be achieved without the commitment and input of universities. There are, after all, goals that required skilled scientists, doctors, lawmakers, climate researchers, and teachers at every level to achieve them, a workforce that only universities can provide. More widely, university graduates bring societal and economic benefits, not only to themselves, but their families, communities, societies, and to their nation's economy. Indeed, while my talk today can't explore this link, I'm hoping that there are a growing number of PhDs out there looking at the link between gross tertiary enrolment and gross domestic product. I'd like to see far more robust research on the correlation between the two, particularly given the implications for investment in higher education. This is, of course, where the ACU argues most cogently for its members, that you have to invest in the tertiary sector alongside the primary and secondary sector if you want to have any progress towards those goals. We're fortunate at the ACU to have many examples of inspiring work from all over the world, bringing us closer to achieving the goals. And no speech would ever be long enough to talk about them all, but I'd like to highlight two noteworthy examples from our esteemed hosts at Jindal. Firstly, OP Jindal released a first of its kind implementing the SDGs, roles of universities and civil society in protecting the environment report, mapping their compliance towards the 17 SDGs back in 2021. The report was released by the Union Minister of Education, Dharmendra Pradhan, a senior colleague of the Honourable Dr. Sakar. The second example is Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham run a highly regarded the Live in Labs program, which is a multidisciplinary experiential learning program aimed at exposing students to the problems faced by rural communities in India with an SDG focus. So as we acknowledge higher education's extraordinary potential to build a fairer, greener, more prosperous world, how do we ensure it meets its potential? With less than 7 years to go until the 2030 target date, universities will be key to supporting India's aim to accelerate the progress on achieving the SDGs during its G20 presidency. That said, higher education's capacity to deliver on the SDGs hinges on a number of interlinked factors. First is the urgent need for improved funding and recognition for higher education. Second is the need to reduce inequalities at every level in higher education, including tackling the barriers to accessing it. And third is making international collaboration an integral part of how universities think and function. I'd now like to talk about all of these in a bit more detail and highlight some of our work and how we're using the connections and commonalities to tackle some of the challenges. So first on funding and recognition. For universities to have the funding and resources that they need, there needs to be a fundamental shift from viewing higher education as something primarily benefiting the individual towards its role as a public good. One of our priorities at the ACU is to champion this role, and there are hopeful signs that the status quo might be shifting. Last year, we represented our members at the Commonwealth Education Ministers Conference in Nairobi. We made a series of recommendations created in consultation with our network of universities. These included ensuring equitable access to higher education, addressing the digital divide, and recognising higher education's role. The ministerial statement issued from the summit not only endorsed the recommendations, but crucially called for increased investment in quality tertiary education. And this message went to the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda, where it was echoed and sounded a clarion call on the global stage for investment in the tertiary sector. Secondly, I want to come to improving access and inequality and decreasing inequality. Access to higher education globally is still too often dictated by wealth, background, and geography. And as long as access to quality education is uneven, society's inequalities are maintained. The global picture is really stark, showing the regional disparities. By 2030, Australia, Canada, and the UK are expected to have reached gross tertiary enrolment of 90%. Similarly, Japan and Korea expect to have a university enrolment rate of 80% by 2050. In sub-Saharan Africa, however, where 70% of the population is under the age of 30, tertiary enrolment lags at about 8%. By 2050, nations such as the Central African Republic and Niger are expected to still be struggling to reach a rate of just 5%. In India, tertiary enrollment was 31% in 2021 and is steadily growing, raised from 10% 20 years prior. These grave regional disparities were only exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, when internet access became vital to continuing to learn and teach. The World Bank estimates that over 220 million post-secondary students had their studies stopped or significantly disrupted due to the pandemic, and students from marginalized and low-income groups were hit hardest, and universities that were unable to pivot to online teaching were based solely in lower-income countries. The issues they face are not simply about internet availability, but also disparities in access to IT, infrastructure, personal devices, and reliable bandwidth. In a post-pandemic world, it's clear that greater resilience and adaptability must be built into our education systems, enabling them to weather future crises. However, the rapid expansion of online learning in the pandemic also presents an opportunity to widen access. The fact remains that any potential will only be realized if governments and institutions take actions to close the digital divide. And the ACU has a fantastic example of working in a blended way. We were funded by the British government to work in East Africa with a blended learning program. And what was different to a MOOC in this was that we co-created modules with our 23 member universities. We then trained the trainers to deliver these on an online platform and in person. And we then trained and supported students in working on an online environment. And it's worked so well that the Australian government is now funding us to do the same program in West Africa. And the ACU, I know, is in discussions with India about having a program that could roll out across India as well. And the program for enhanced and blended learning is a wonderful example of international collaboration and creation, building on the lessons of COVID and also building on the technology advances that make an international classroom possible. As mentioned earlier, universities mirror wider disparities in wealth and resources. Many in lower income countries report a shortage of some of the core resources they need to thrive, whether these are issues of infrastructure, a shortage of qualified staff, or the resources to get research into the hands of those who can use it. All are obstacles to achieving quality education for all, SDG 4. Capacity development is described as a process by which individuals and organizations develop the ability to set and achieve their own objectives in a way that's fair and sustainable. For example, we believe that funding for research must be accompanied by a commitment to equitable partnerships between funders, universities, and the communities they seek to help, and to building environments in which researchers can thrive and share their findings. And it's only by supporting an institution's core capacity to manage, co-create, and disseminate research can we deliver impact beyond the life cycle of a given project. And this is a number of projects that the ACU is involved in at the moment, is all about building institutional capacity and strength. Of course, concerns around equality and access are all about more than just about enrollment, funding, or bridging the digital divide. They're also about ensuring that universities are inclusive spaces in which all students can thrive and feel they belong. Spaces where they see themselves reflected in their lecturers, in language, in institutional leaders, and in curriculums. We also know from conversations that different countries and institutions have different priorities and perspectives when it comes to inclusion and what it means to them. Some suggestions of how to tackle this have come from our members and include the creation of a more level playing field in academic publishing, greater focus on interdisciplinary research and teaching. More recognition should be given to the achievements of universities and scholars in the global south by thinking beyond the current university rankings. Finally, there should be a conscious attempt by universities and academics to revalue knowledge which falls beyond the confines of market imperatives. This diverse wealth of knowledge and perspectives, skills and priorities is one of the greatest assets of our network. But how do we ensure that this knowledge is shared? This brings me to the crucial element of higher education's role. We believe that international collaboration, as I said at the beginning, enriches everything that is valuable and vital about what universities do. This very week, the ACU held a series of roundtables across different Indian institutions that bring universities together to discuss topics of common relevance, such as digitization, internationalization, and sustainable partnerships. They also highlighted the important role higher education plays in addressing global challenges, and it was an opportunity to build connections and deepen relationships with universities from India and across the Commonwealth, and stimulate discussion on developing sustainable projects and partnerships. And each roundtable brought an international audience to Christ, deemed to be a university in Bengaluru, Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai, and Amity University in Noida and Uttar Pradesh. So you can see that the ACU is very busy in a number of different projects, all based around supporting our members in international collaboration. Before I finish, I'd like to talk about one other vital way in which the ACU brings people and places together, our collaborative networks. These 5 networks work in areas such as peace and reconciliation, university engagement with the SDGs, and supporting research, connecting people from around the world working in these areas. There are over 2,000 members of our networks now. They've grown in the last few years. They were a new invention in 2018. There are 148 ACU networks and community members in India, and OP Jindal has 2 network members, Dr. Mukherjee, who is an associate professor and deputy director and is a member of the supporting research community, and Professor Bardwaj, associate professor, is a member of the Commonwealth Climate Resilience Network. And if anyone listening to this address is interested, our organisation would be very, very happy to provide more details about how to join the networks. There's not much time to talk about all of them, but one I'd like to highlight is our Commonwealth Climate Resilience Network, which connects universities on the front line of the climate crisis to share practical knowledge and experience in building resilience and disaster preparedness. And it was launched in partnership with Fiji National University, University of South Pacific, and the University of the West Indies, all of whom had acute experience in the area. On the steering committee, India is represented by Professor Sekhar, Professor of Public Policy and Vocational Education at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. So my concluding remarks, it is clear that the SDGs are ambitious targets and the clock is ticking to bring about the profound global changes that are needed. But what is also clear is that international collaboration in higher education is an essential part of that change. No single issue from climate change to poverty happens in a vacuum. Each contributes to the other, and so must the solutions. G20 universities therefore play a key role in accelerating and sustaining the drive to achieve the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Newman, for that insightful address. And now I would like to invite the chief guest for today's valedictory session, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhas Sarkar, to deliver the special address. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Once again, buenas noches, guten Abend, and dobry večer, kanbanwa. From India, Shubha Shandha. Namaskar. Warm greetings to all. Dr. Joanna Newman, MBE, FRSA, who is the Chief Executive and Secretary General, Association of Commonwealth Universities. The very active person and the key person of the program, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, Founding Vice Chancellor, OP Jindal Global University, India. Professor Dr. Mohan Kumar, Dean and Director, Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies, OP Jindal Global University. Esteemed guests, participants who have joined us from across the world, and my dear friends from the media, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to OP Jindal Global University for organizing World University Summit. On the key theme of the summit is Universities of the Future, Building Institutional Resilience, Social Responsibility, and Community Impact in G20 countries. Dear all, the sole purpose of education is the development of physical, moral, spiritual, and intellectual powers of the human beings, and to thereby achieve enlightenment and salvation through it. I'm sure this event have considered the contemporary challenges of higher education in the G20 countries and beyond. I would like to share a sloka from Ishopanishad. Isha Bashhamidam Sharva Yaktisha Jagatma Jagat Tena Taktena Mujjitha Ma Gridha Kasha Shidhanam. That is, it means consciousness pervades every particle of the universe. O human beings, enjoy this wealth in the need-based sharing and caring spirit, and not greed-based acquisitive culture. This is very important. I am repeating again. Enjoy this wealth in the need-based sharing and caring spirit, and not greed-based acquisitive culture. As you all know, that India has assumed the presidency of G20 this year, and the theme of India's G20 presidency is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in our language, and all for the world, one earth, one family, one future. The verse Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam expresses the ultimate philosophy of oneness, is of great significance to our spiritual and moral life. India's philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam signifies that all beings on earth belong to a single family. This principle of the fundamental unity and interconnectedness of all life forms encoded in Indian scriptures thousands of years ago resonates with most ancient indigenous spiritual traditions around the globe. Dear all, India proposes to build on and carry forward the deliberations held under past presidencies and address the problem that are preventing the full transformational potential of education from being realized. All the meetings which are being conducted in various parts of the country will create a lot of opportunities for development in education as well as in employment. So, I would urge you all to celebrate the unification of mankind led by India with great enthusiasm. Dear all, by following the vision of our ancestors and under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, our national education policy envisions an education system rooted in Indian ethos and contributes directly to transforming India. As our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji said, the new national education policy prepares the youth of India for the new century. The National Education Policy 2020 stands on the 4 pillars: quality, equity, access, and affordability. Themes that run through many of the reforms brought about by the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. The much required skills to thrive in the 21st century are creativity and innovation, critical thinking and higher order thinking capacities, problem solving abilities, teamwork, communication skills, more in-depth learning and mastery of curricula across fields, social and also emotional awareness, besides general engagement and enjoyment of learning. The youth has been given several opportunities by flagship schemes in all areas, including education, startups, sports, art, and also skill development. The national education policy lays special emphasis on a value-based approach to education and at the same time it provides students with skills that will equip them to become leaders in a socially and economically dynamic world. In today's age, when we are living in a knowledge economy, it is very important to create academic institutions of eminence which will not only give wings to the aspirations of our youth but also attract students from distant sources who will come here in quest of knowledge and in the process also get a first-hand insight into our age-old culture and heritage. India is in the battle for academic excellence, and in this journey, world-class universities or elite research universities play a critical role for developing a nation's competitiveness in the global knowledge economy. Efforts are required to enhance capacity and boost research performance. This year marks the 75th anniversary of India's independence. As we celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, it is an opportunity for us to reflect on a nation's journey in education. I would like to mention that recently our education sector has reached new heights on the global stage. 66 Indian universities have made to the QS World University Ranking 2023 across 38 subjects, in which 17 Indian universities are now amongst the world's top 100 ranking and leading the way in global recognition. Providing universal access to quality education is the key to India's continued ascent and leadership on the global stage in terms of economic growth, scientific advancement, national integration, and also cultural preservation. We have various schemes which supports the research, like Imprint. The Imprint means impacting research in technology. UAI, that is Uchatara Avishkar Yojana, fast training and research in your frontier areas. GIAN, Global University of Academic Network. SPARK, Scheme for Promotion of Academic and Research Collaboration. STARS, Scheme for Transformational and Advanced Research in Sciences. And STRIDE, Scheme for Transdisciplinary Research for India's developing economy. Many others. I am happy to inform you that 7 research parks are being set up. They will serve the purpose of collaborative research and development, act as center of excellence, will work on national mission projects and set up laboratories, incubation hub, research cum academic hub, and act as a center for technology development as well as to transfer. Let me highlight a very important initiative named SPARK, Scheme for Promotion of Academic and Research Collaboration. It aims for research collaboration with foreign institutes in top 500, this QS 2020 World University Ranking, or in the top 200 of QS 2019 World University Ranking. By exploring several opportunities for improvement, including closing gaps between curriculum and industry needs, increasing focus on research, developing international capabilities, and exploring opportunities for international partnership. India has the potential to become a global higher education destination, particularly in domains such as STEM, sports, language, and culture. Education is the lamp that can spread the light of evolution in any space and brighten the future of the nation. Dear all, this summit has been conceived with a noble vision to create a platform for universities from the globe to to join hands together in order to redesign the universities of the future. I heartily congratulate OP Jindal Global University for organizing this summit and urge you, all of you, that all the fruitful discussion should be sent to the ministry. I would like to share a quote by well-known educationist and the second President of India, Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan ji, that is the end product of education should be a free, creative man who can battle against historical circumstances and adversities of nature. Thank you all. Bharat Mata ki jai.
Thank you to the Honorable Minister for the insightful special address and even thought-provoking. I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Mohan Kumar, Dean and Director, Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies, OP Jindal Global University, for his concluding remarks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Shireen. Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Sarkar, Dr. Joanna Newman, Secretary General and the Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, Founding Vice Chancellor of the OP Jindal Global University, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it now remains for me to make the concluding remarks for this remarkable World Universities Summit. Lasted 5 days. I thought it was a marathon effort involving over 100 leading universities, 160 odd thought leaders, and obviously G20 countries. I will not even try to attempt a summary because that is well nigh impossible, but nobody can blame us for not trying. And we did the following, I thought. We tried navigating the poly crisis. We tried breaking the glass ceiling. We tried breaking silos. We tried to bridge the gender divide. We tried bridging the digital divide. We tried to visualize the university as a site of technological innovation. And I thought in all this, we broke a lot of records along the way. More importantly, I think we tried to visualize a university of tomorrow in the chat GPT era. And that is saying a lot. So I wanted to thank everybody who participated, but I do want to say that such a conference is impossible without the backroom personnel and the support. To go seamlessly like this from one panel discussion to the other without a hiccup, without really going beyond the time frame, without any other mishaps is not an easy job. And if you allow me a moment, I'd like to thank each one of them personally. The IT team was led by Sarkar, Jyoti, Bora. I thought they did a fantastic job. The other team, which comprised Moshumi, Deepak, Sondal, Reshma, Aparna, Gauri, and Sayani. This is the Institute of the Higher Education team. The Vice Chancellor's office, which comprised Neha, Ankit, Amar, and Irene. And then my own colleague, Akhil, with whom many of you have been in touch because he was trying to get as much of participation as possible. This conference would not have been possible without them. I'm delighted to hear my boss and the Vice Chancellor say that we will have a World University Summit next year. We will certainly plan for it much in advance so that we can do an even better job. It now remains for me.
I'll add the communication office, Anju and Pratiksha Rana, and of course the registrar's office.
Thank you, Raj. And I'm sorry I was remiss, but really, I wanted to thank everybody involved with it. This will be a permanent feature and we will do it with renewed vigor next year. Thank you very much and take care. Over to you, Shireen.
Thank you everyone for being a part of this landmark World Summit. Until next year when we return with yet another version of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you so much.